WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever.
This is WINO Forever, the Deappening podcast. This is episode 22. I'm joined by Arm. My name is Sarah. We have a very big show, probably a very long show.
Could be the longest,
Oh
based
my
on my
God, I know.
prediction. Not that I'm going to force it to be, but it just feels like it's so much to get. I think the transcript alone will constitute 3 bills.
Yeah. And we have to finish the day because we have to get to day 2 eventually. So let's get going. So do you have some Depp news?
Finish the day. What do you, Judge Nichols?
We have to finish this day so we can seize the next day. That's
Carpe
office talk.
diem, Ethan Hawke.
That's office talk. When you walk through my office, you see inspirational posters on every wall because everybody hates being there.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're trying to brainwash you. Anyway, go ahead.
How many TGIF
I
things?
saw 3 today, I think.
What are the other ones? Any other office credos?
Stuff about inspiration.
I don't do Mondays.
No, inspiration is mentioned. We are a team is prevalent. What's the other one?
Could you take a picture of them next time you in the office? I'd love to see them. I really would.
Yeah, I will. The citizens are counting on us.
No, they are.
God. F them. I don't care. Whatever. All right, let's go.
You telling me one time you had a Minamata type job that you
Yes,
quit.
I go into the nuclear plants that are draining radiation into the river, and I plug the radiation with my finger.
No, didn't you have a job you said that you had a camera, you had to go around taking pictures of bad shit that happened in your neighbor, accidents and stuff?
No, I don't take pictures. I had to fill out forms to send them to federal agencies.
Okay.
I'm being vague.
Well, too late. I think you're in a lot of trouble for that last statement. A lot of trouble.
That's right. I don't have that job anymore for a reason.
So. All right. Want to do some news?
Yes, please. Okay. Jump.
Okay. First thing I see, not that it's in order of primacy. You know, we all know about, and I believe we both entered it. You know, who gives a shit? Actually, it's kind of cool. I liked it. It's very. Anyway, I'll say what it is first, and then I'll.
Okay.
And Variety's picked up on this, so now it's become a problem. And as the headline goes, Johnny Depp Zack Snyder snack nighter.
That's
Johnny
Rochelle
Depp,
Hathaway. Snack.
Johnny Depp, Zack Snyder. This next one you're gonna love. This next one you're gonna love because it's so. It's your favorite name, Camilla Cabello.
I do. Perfect. I love her already.
She's missing an L though. Yours has 2 L's if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, well. Right? Mine's better.
And yours is much more talented. The Catch-tronaut. I love that cat. You, I guess, did a Photoshop deal of Camilla in an astronaut costume. It is the cutest thing.
Quality's horrible, but I'm working on another one that's inspired by the MTV astronaut, the Moon Man.
Yeah.
So that's a work in progress. It'll be just as horrible as the last 2.
I would love to start an animated series called Camilla the Catch-tronaut, and she
Yeah.
just goes on crazy missions.
As
This
soon as
cat,
I fall asleep, she leaves the bed and takes off to secret NASA headquarters, runs into her astronaut suit, and takes off.
if I mean, we could put it maybe at the beginning of this quickly, but it's if you haven't seen it in one of the last episodes, it's the cutest thing. It's like her cat Camilla. I'm not even a huge cat guy, but this cat is a cartoon character, and you have her in like an astronaut suit, and she's hovering around planet Depp in
I'll put it in
outer
the
space.
beginning.
I
I'll
love
put it
it.
in the opening
It's
credits.
so cool, and that would be like the animated series opening credits.
Hmm.
Camilla the Catch-tronaut. There's no cute animated series like that anymore, right? They don't really have.
I don't even know
I
what
mean,
they have anymore.
I don't. Yeah, I don't either. I don't
I haven't
know
paid
where you
attention
find them.
since, yeah,
Saturday
1986.
morning cartoons are dead.
Yeah, He-Man was the last thing I enjoyed.
I liked a lot since then, but that's a very classic time in the 80s. You're talking the after school lineup of He-Man and G.I. Joe and Thundercats and Transformers and Silverhawk. You probably like, Gem, she's truly
Oh yeah, I do.
outrageous.
I like
Truly,
Gem,
truly, truly outrageous.
and I like
They
all the
are.
Batman animated movies. Does that count?
Yeah, it does count.
Okay.
Not as no, not as series. I mean, the original Batman at the animated series. One of the again, we can go back to Depp and Burton because they launched all this. It's crazy when you tie it all in.
Hmm.
Let's tie it in here.
The
I'll do
goth
my
style, the goth
no, no
craze.
well, there's no Batman the animated series without the Michael Keaton Tim Burton movie in '89, and then the one
Yeah.
after it, Batman Returns in '91.
Hmm.
That greenlit the whole dark Batman period. Like that made it okay to start to make him, serious and don't go away from the Adam West stuff. That which begat Batman the Animated Series, which is a legendary, iconic series now. They use the Danny Elfman music in the beginning, and there doesn't exist. And it came out on what network? Fox. There would
Hmm.
be no Fox Saturday morning cartoons in its own lineup if it wasn't for 21 Jump Street paving the way. Isn't that crazy? It's
Yeah.
always you can tie everything back to Depp. The
Hmm.
X-Men series, all that begat from 21 Jump Street, starting
Johnny
it all.
Depp turned the lights on
Yes, he did.
so those animators could draw that day.
I used to let him know that all the time on message boards, and they're looking at me like that's crazy. I'm like, no, you don't have this show does not exist if he doesn't pay. Because Fox is the only one that would take that risk in the early '90s. Like that show, you're not putting that on CBS, ABC, or NBC. It was kind of dark. There's like gunplay on kids, and it was just very edgy, almost like it could be on HBO.
Hmm.
They got away with a lot on that show that kid shows don't normally get away with. And Fox is willing to take that risk, much like they did with that original lineup, with
Yeah.
Jump Street leading the way. So thank you. You can thank Johnny Depp for Batman the Animated Series.
All right. Thank you, Johnny Depp.
You had no idea, people, right? You had no idea he pioneered that.
No.
And X Men the Animated Series, which is equally as good. Some may say better.
Yeah.
So this article: Johnny Depp, Zack Snyder, Camilla Cabella. She's a young actress. I don't know a ton about her, honestly. Zack
Nobody
Snyder,
does.
obviously, the Snyder Cut, the Justice League Snyder Cut, which made a big deal on HBO Max, which
Hmm.
was 4 hours. Fandoms prove absurdity of Oscars fan favorite initiative by Adam Very in none other than Variety magazine, which I feel like has an axe to grind with Depp. They did some
Seems
kind
that
of
way.
very, very Hollywood mainstream kind of thing, and they're trying to distance themselves. This is it's kind of a negative thing, like saying, "How dare you, civilians, have any say so in our precious Oscar awards?" Kind of the gist of where this is going. On its face, celebrating the year's most popular films during the Academy Awards makes perfect sense. Movies are, in fact, popular art, after all. But when the Academy announced that it would celebrate the fan favorite movies of 2021 with a Twitter poll, anyone who has spent roughly 15 minutes on Twitter could have predicted things would get weird. And they got weird. It says narrator under it, like he's trying to, the
Hmm.
way a movie
It's
trailer would.
already, this story's already tainted. Why is
And
this weird? People are voting for a movie they like.
because we're commoners, we're not allowed to have
Yeah, exactly.
a voice in the things we consume, in our entertainment we consume. We're
It's
not.
not like
It's
we
like
it's not like we pay the money.
no,
So,
no.
hey.
On Monday, the Academy announced 10 movies that made the cut for the hashtag Oscars fan favorite leaderboard, selected via hashtags submissions on Academy website. Spider-Man: No Way Home, of course, made the list. With 1.8 billion grossing blockbuster, lack of Oscars nomination beyond visual effects is seen by many of the catalysts for the fan favorite initiative in the first place. They think Spider-Man spearheaded this, like somehow. But I've been saying for years, there's comic book movies that never get I thought Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Civil War were masterpieces, and I thought they were better than any movies that came out the entire year. I don't care what genre you're talking about. I'll debate anybody on those two movies that they're better than anything that came out that year at all, and they deserve awards all the way around. The rest of the list, however, is odd. It does make sense that June, the highest grossing Best Picture nominee with $400 million worldwide, would make that cut. But so did the top Oscar nominee of the year, Power of the Dog, which won the wide acclaim, but has only cracked Netflix Global top 10 three times. Most recently, after the nomination announcement, when it got all the way to the top ninth place. Also curious, the musical Tick Tick Boom, starring Best Actor nominee in No Way Home coach Andrew Garfield, has never made Netflix weekly global top 10, but it did in fact make the fan favorite leaderboard. The popular animated film Sing 2 made the cut, and no other animated films did, including Disney's Encanto. The source for one of the most popular songs in 2021, We Don't Talk About Bruno. That's your favorite song, right? Did you ask Eddie Vedder to redo that?
Yeah. Do you know you're reading off these movies? I haven't heard of one of these movies.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it great? Well, it's a different time. Because of the pandemic, a lot of that. I know I'm not going to be Mr. Blame the pandemic for everything, but what the pandemic did in the entertainment world, it effed up all this movie protocol we do, whether it's box office, the way movies are seen, released. We don't know now for about 2 or 3 years now. We don't know. I'm always been tapped into what's come out. I was really good at keeping up with. Even I'm blurred. You don't even know when the stuff comes out. They're releasing them on HBO Max. They're releasing it on what's Amazon to some extent. The theaters, are they shut down? Are they not shut down? Can you go? Is it safe to go? You don't know. And the whole thing with Black Widow getting released and Scarlett Johansson suing Disney because it was supposed to be like it's not her fault, like she's nothing to, taking no accountability. The movie is horrendous. Horrendous. I thought Black Widow was crap, and I love that character and I love the Marvel movies, but they butchered that beyond belief, especially the character of Taskmaster, who I thought Depp should have played, by the way. I remember proposing that to somebody. Actually, no Disney films at all made the list. Not Marvel Studios either. Shang-Chi or Black Widow, not Cruella with Emma Stone or Jungle Cruise with The Rock. Instead, R-rated The Suicide Squad spawned the most popular HBO Max series Peacemaker, but grossly underperformed at the box office. It's the only other superhero movie to be among the fan favorites. It's joined by the horror movie Malignant, The Jukebox, Cinderella. They're building to Depp here.
Of course.
The zombie action horror film Army of the Dead, and the period biopic Minamata. Here we go. Army of the Dead, by the way, is the movie that Chris D'Elia got canceled from. Remember, he was supposed to be.
Oh, good. I might vote for that.
Yeah, that was. I'll vote for it.
Scumbag. Okay.
Zack Snyder actually directed that too, by the way. Maybe no, it's not Justice League. It's Zack. That's why they brought Snyder up in the title. Huh. Okay. So now that Minamata, the Johnny Depp vehicle that debuted at the 2020 Berlin Film Festival right before the pandemic, now this is where they take these little sarcastic shots at him, right before the pandemic that barely had any human person has ever seen. Last July, the film's director Andrew Levitas accused MGM of attempting to bury his movie due to Depp's high-profile legal battles over allegations of abuse by his ex-wife Amber Heard, which also cost Depp his role in the third Fantastic Beasts movie. Intentional or not, Minamata, about an American photographer Eugene Smith, documented the effects of severe mercury poisoning in the titular Japanese coastal town, was indeed buried. Opening in indeed buried meaning sarcastic. It was indeed buried meaning no one saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Opening in a small handful of international territories in 2021 and just debuted in limited release domestically on February 11th. And yet, despite being nearly impossible for most people in the world to see the film, Minamata now somehow is among 10 films eligible for fan favorite recognition for the 2021 Oscars. That is due to Depp's highly organized and extremely online fandom who have rallied to support the actor through his career downswing. Similar campaigns have also evidently been waged by fans of Cinderella, Camilla Cabello, and Army of the Dead Zack Snyder, who have flooded Twitter in near identical tweets endorsing the respective films for fan favorite consideration. Snyder's consideration may have benefited the fact that Snyder's 2020 Justice League Snyder Cut was also for fan consideration because of exclusive release on HBO Max precluded the Ox consideration. None of this is really intrinsically bad. These fans are merely exercising their skills to boost the projects and people they most want to succeed. Indeed, this kind of irrepressible dedication has become common currency on the social media, especially Twitter, where even relatively small fandoms can generate tidal waves of digital buzz with a mix of dogged coordination and allegedly bots. So it should not have surprised anyone that the Academy and Twitter native fandoms will flood the fan favorites initiative with movies that might not reflect the full breadth of the popular cinema in 2021. As current Academy President Dave Rubin set the deadline about these aggressive fan favorite campaigns. Well, enthusiasm is enthusiasm, I guess. He hates every bit of this.
Mm-hmm.
So that is true, but it also suggests an absurd lack of awareness by the. This is where he gets snarky and very pretentious. Surprise, surprise! Anything Oscar is going to be pretentious.
Mm-hmm.
That is true, but it also. I think they should. By the way, pretentious should become. I think Oscars should be the new. That's the same meaning. I think you should use that as an acronym. Like every thesaurus
Mm-hmm.
in existence should list Oscar as a
Just another
euphemism
word.
for pretentious. Yeah,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you can actually say Oscar instead of
That's
pretentious.
why I haven't watched in 15 years. I don't care about these people preaching to me about how I should live my life while they jerk each other off up on the stage about their piece of crap movie. I
That's
don't
not
care.
what bothers me. What bothers me is the committee's horrendous, and they need to get a. I think I've said this on here many million times. The SAG Awards should be the bigger awards. I'm much more gratified my fellow actors with a SAG card are voting for me than some committee
Mm-hmm.
of people who aren't even in films anymore. Who are they? And then the films that they miss it all the time by evidence of Black Mass not getting that in Depp's performance in Black Mass. So it's crap. It's like they're
Mm-hmm.
not tapped in enough to what's truly out there. And who are you? It's so arbitrary. Like Depp is really spot on when he says he's anti awards. What is best? There's no best. There's no best. It's stupid. There's no best actor. It's
Yeah.
I can give you a strong opinion on what I consider best, but if someone says, "Well, that's not my opinion," it's arbitrary. It's not sports where it's merit based and the statistics and blah blah blah. You know what the best is. In this,
Mm-hmm.
it's like and then there's certain genres they won't even acknowledge. Like I said, the Captain America films are better than anything that came out in and around that time. Yet, no Academy recognition.
No. I gotta say about this campaign, it is a campaign, honestly. But I truly believe all of these yes women who are doing the hashtag, and I did it too. I've seen the movie, and I'm pretty sure all of these women have seen this movie. If this is the movie they want to vote for, who gives a shit?
But Minamata warrants Oscar. It's got an Oscar whiff to it. It
Hmm.
has all the earmarkings of what a typical Oscar movie. There's a handicap in the movie, and it's altruistic, and it's philanthropic, and it cares, and it's international. I mean, it's got all the hallmarkian earmarks of what an Oscar formula is supposed to be. It's got
Yeah.
all of it. Performances, and it's not even my super favorite Depp movie. I thought it was kind of it's noble. I know what they're going for. I don't find I wasn't like super juiced to watch it again when I saw it.
Hmm.
It's solid. It's good.
It's a
It's
one
an
and
above
done for
average
me.
movie. Yeah,
I did like it. I
I'll
got a
see it
little
again. I'm
choked
just
up.
not ready now. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got choked up. It's very sad. A tragedy. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it again though.
Where was Okay, that is true. But it also suggests an absurd lack of awareness by the Academy about what it means to promise online fandom's recognition on the Oscar stage as
This
close
is
to
all.
main.
I don't. I hate to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. All this is how dare the peasants get a
Of
say in this?
course, I said that as soon before I even
I
started
know.
reading.
I know. Okay, go ahead.
As close to mainstream acceptance as one could possibly find. The fevered enthusiasm that drives fans to barnstorm for their chosen favorites can curdle all too quickly into rigid, even toxic intensity when things don't turn out as expected. Already, some fans are pitting themselves against each other, quote tweeting votes for one movie versus another movie. If No Way Home ends up winning the vote, as expected it will fans of Johnny Depp and Zack Snyder, who poured so much time and expectation into this Twitter poll, feel like they were invited to the Oscar process? How dare they? Or spurned by it? Conversely, if Minamata or Cinderella prevails, will the wider audience, the Academy voters, think this initiative really demonstrated which movie star was the biggest fan favorite of the year? Or will it just prove which fans are best at Twitter?
Um,
If you're not aware of Twitter at this point,
exactly. My mother knows Twitter.
you don't deserve to know this exists. I don't care what you think. You don't deserve a voice. What is John Forsyth and Joan Collins? Wasn't that
Hmm.
like the Academy Committee or something for a long time? It was just like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like half British, and you don't. They're like actors who haven't been in a film in like 4 decades.
Hmm. Not a black person on the panel.
I don't think there is there?
I don't think so. I could be
Yeah,
wrong now, but I haven't paid
if
attention.
you're the NAACP, that's what you go at. Even though there's been a lot of blackwashing the last few years. And every black friend I have finds it patronizing when they
Hmm.
give like there's a movie called Black Adam coming up. It's a superhero movie, Shazam's arch enemy, and great character in DC. The
Hmm.
character of Hawkman, who has never been black in any incarnation whatsoever, they've decided to just blackwash him and make him black. This guy, this Hodge is playing him, and um, it just doesn't work for and the black fan people I know who are comic book fans say, "Look, Whitey, spare me the patronizing
Yeah,
blackwashing. Hawkman's a
exactly.
white guy. We know he's Egyptian white. We don't need. There's a black character named Mister Terrific. Use him. Don't black. We don't want your little whitey. Your little white guilt charity." Every
Hmm.
black guy I know that hates that when it's a blatant kind of thing like that, where the character's never in Green Lantern. He's been black before. There's like
Yeah.
50 Green Lanterns, and you could do that. But when you're doing it and it looks patronizing, it that works in reverse. They don't like that.
Well, I mean, all we need for equality to finally happen is Julia Roberts to march up on stage in her Chloe gown and raise her fist for Black Power. That's all we need.
And the only
That'll
black
take
guy
care of
she's
all
ever
of it.
met in her whole life is Don Cheadle on
Yeah.
Ocean's 11.
Yeah. Oh God. I hate them all. I truly
But
do.
this is great. Like just the fact that you should be voting for Depp because Woody Allen's okay.
Oh God, they
This
lather him.
right. This nebbish, overrated, pedophile, punk ass, antiquated piece of shit. Everybody in that room will work with him. He is the worst of the worst.
Uh
Weinstein, knowing
y-
full well, and Depp's thing could be proven, could be completely compromised.
yeah.
His accusations, and you've already. Now, go ahead. You were about to say something.
No, that's okay. There's a Harvey Weinstein video on YouTube somebody
Of
put together of all
I,
of these actresses and
yep,
ingenues thanking him,
yep.
and they knew exactly what he was doing.
It's like Uma Thurman and Gwyneth Paltrow and
Now that somebody else spoke up, now
Meryl
they can
Streep.
come out.
Yep,
Meryl Streep still plays dumb. She's
Meryl
like,
Streep.
"I
Yep,
didn't know.
yeah,
I didn't know anything."
yep. And I call this, it's like the old cliche of or phrase or adage, fly in the ointment.
Mhm.
grenade in the hen house, however you want to. That's what Depp getting brought up. Even his name being brought up during these awards. And I don't know, these award shows, have you seen an award show in the last couple of years?
No.
It's the kind of half virtual now. You're
Ugh.
not sure who's there. There's no energy. There's no, and they're so full of themselves. They can't even handle a comedian breaking balls a little bit now in the monologue.
Mm-hmm.
So they've gotten rid of that. They can't handle anything. They were I'm not sure who, it might have been Chris Rock. Any poking fun, they can't handle. They are so used to their perfect little world, getting their ass kissed over and over again. We don't want to get made fun of. That was my motivation to watch it, was the monologue
Mm-hmm.
in the
Well,
past.
don't they just now trot out Jimmy Kimmel in his pussy hat to talk?
Oh, he's too edgy for them.
Oh, they don't use
Well,
him anymore?
that's too edgy. They'll bring out like actresses and they'll kind of switch and swap and not say anything edgy. And he's Kimmel, who works for ABC, and typically the Academy Award's always been on ABC and Disney, blah blah blah. There's always, you can
Mm-hmm.
all tie that in. He's too edgy for them now. I don't
Wow.
think an innocuous Kimmel crack couldn't even though he's very much part of that establishment, they couldn't even handle that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when Letterman did that Oprah Uma thing, and it wasn't even
Yeah.
funny or it
No,
wasn't
it
even
was
great,
atrocious.
but they were like offended by it.
Yeah, I
It
know.
was like a
You
really
can't.
big deal.
Yeah, they are so spoiled and yeah, just
Insulated and out of touch and no self-deprecating
mm-hmm.
sense of humor. They can't. And it's, oh, this isn't the night to make fun. This is the night to be celebrated. No, the people want to see just a semblance of ball busting. It humanizes them.
Yeah, I know.
But this is great. I mean, so he's implying that what? Spider-Man No Way Home is definitely there's only one announcement. Is it the actor or is it just the movie and the actor, or is it I think it's just Minamata, right? It's not just.
Mm-hmm.
So if Minamata wins, it's not necessarily like Depp's not guaranteed to get brought up if
He won't be
Minamata
there. I'll
wins.
guarantee you
He
he
won't
won't
be.
be there.
He definitely won't be there. He
It'll be the
definitely won't.
director that goes up to get it.
He wouldn't go. He barely goes when he's nominated individually.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go to the SAG Awards,
Do you know what I
which I thought
predict?
I didn't like that.
Do you know what I predict though? They're gonna find a way, even if it wins. I don't even know what the final tally was. I think it ended. Even if it wins or won, they will find a way
To not
to,
bring him up.
yeah, the second one, somehow the one that came in second will be the winner.
If they let Levitas speak, there's no way in hell he won't bring Depp up.
I don't know.
But I just don't see it. I think that Spider-Man community is too strong.
Can you imagine? He mentions Johnny Depp, he thanks him, and they bleep that out.
I could see them do it. It's Disney.
Yeah, totally
You know
can.
how now tie this in. Now think about this. Disney canceled Depp.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to let him come in there and do a speech or be mentioned in the network. ABC is Disney.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna. There's no way they're counting these votes legitimately. There's no way. There's
That's
no
what I'm
way they're letting
saying.
that. Yep, I agree.
This is why it's, even if it wins, I predict it's not going to win. They're not
Th-
going to acknowledge it.
They're not going to acknowledge it.
I think they're going to bury it. Bury it again. There's just, oh my God, there's not one redeemable person in that group.
And you'd also think that the Asians, how much. Remember the old thing with the NBA where Yao Ming would win the fan voting
Yeah.
no matter what he did.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think that the Asian community would get behind this and
Why not?
No, seriously.
Maybe that's part of it. Maybe they're just blaming all these, they're putting it all on these Depp girls that are on Twitter. Maybe the Asian community is rallying behind it too.
I want everybody to notice that when you just take a notice of the Oscar lead actor nominees and just place Depp's performance in Minamata against them. I guarantee you he's at least as good as half of them.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee it. He's the only one that goes full chameleon all the time.
Yeah, and these studios, they got to realize too, if they bury a movie, we're still going to see it.
Oh, it's actually more publicity sometimes.
Yeah, we
You're
have
bringing
our
attention.
ways
Yep.
of legally streaming a video.
They're that. I don't know if they're that. They're naive or they're pretending they're acting stupid that they don't know all these ways exist now to see any movie you want at any point you want. You don't ever have to go to the theater. Sometimes you have
Well,
to wait it out a little bit. I don't want to watch a bootleg. I'm definitely not doing that.
yeah, I'd watched. Remember, well, the one we watched didn't have any subtitles. It was a little bit of a struggle, but I mean, we made it. We knew what it meant, what was going on. So
Yeah.
whatever. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Speaking of which, thanks to Boff, and I didn't realize I was so muddled by I got the perfect version of City of Lies now.
Oh, good. Yeah, I
The
think you meant.
perfect version. Yeah, thank you, Boff.
Yeah, he's the boff man, big boff man.
All right, so next story. Do you know who Samantha Spector is?
I know the name.
Okay, she's apparently. I'm going to read her just a brief profile on her.
Okay.
They call her, by the way, her nickname is Spector the Protector.
Oh, I do. Okay, yes. Okay, go ahead.
I saw that somewhere. I didn't realize, but
Ugh.
I kind of glossed over this originally when it happened. Who is attorney Samantha Spector? After graduating magna cum laude from the University of UCLA with a bachelor's degree in political science, Samantha Spector earned a JD from Loyola University in law in 1999. In 2012, Samantha founded Spector Law, a firm exclusively focusing on family law. She's known for her work in high asset marital dissolutions, legal separations, domestic partnership, legal issues, domestic violence, restraining orders, paternity actions, child custody visitations, support matters, and cohabitation, prenuptial, postnuptial agreements. Between 2014 and 2022, Samantha Spector has consistently earned the title of Southern California Super Lawyer. She was known as the Southern California Rising Star between 2009 and 2013. Samantha has been named one of the top women attorneys in California on numerous occasions, recognized by the LA Business Journal as one of the most influential women attorneys in LA. Samantha has worked with celebrities like Amber Heard and Nicole Young. She is named the top 20 divorce lawyers, plea deals, and death plans by the Hollywood Reporter. She now represents, we believe, Kanye West in his upcoming thing. So she has been subpoenaed
Yep.
in the trial,
Mm-hmm.
and she's behind the deals they struck in 2016 with the 7 million and the and the penthouse and all the,
The
she's also
extortion letter.
right. Right. So
I have
she's going to be drilled about all these things. And
I
what
have a story
now?
about her.
Okay.
I just pulled it up, and maybe you'll mention this. So if I'm spoiling it, I apologize. She also represented Dr. Dre's estranged wife.
Okay.
A
What year was
couple
this?
things. 2020. Well, a couple years ago. But anyway, she had him served with divorce papers while he was attending his grandmother's funeral. So in the middle of the funeral,
Oh
he
my
served.
God, it's so similar to Depp's mom.
Yeah, he served with papers. His Dr. Dre's total legal fees, because of course he had to pay the wife's legal fees, came to $4 million that he had to pay to Samantha Spector.
So he's paying for her
Yeah, he's got to pay all that,
to
I'm sure.
clean him out.
Exactly.
And which is what Depp did. It's exactly the same thing.
Hmm.
Depp follows, I love to go on his Instagram to see who his Instagram follows. I know he doesn't. He probably dictates to Deuters or Nathan Holmes, whoever, to follow certain people, but he follows that whole LA rap community now. He follows Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube, the whole NWA, that whole crew that dovetails off them. I wonder if they're Killer Mike. You know him?
Hmm. No.
Okay. He's on Bill Maher's show once in a while. Really, really entertaining. Great speaker. Really just an activist. He's from Atlanta though. But the mom, Betty Sue, is a very similar scenario to that. The death of Betty
Hmm.
Sue. Right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, you just told me the Dr. Dre thing.
Hmm. I'm reading
You don't.
something. Sorry. Keep
Oh, okay.
going.
Let's keep play video games. Why don't you while you're at
I'm reading about Samantha Spector.
it?
Let me tell you real quick, and then I'll move on, and then I will listen to what you're saying. Okay, in August of last year, Young's lawyer, Samantha Spector, claimed in a filing that Young signed the prenup under duress. The prenup she had with Dr. Dre. So there was a prenup.
He didn't have one.
I know. And then a couple years into the marriage, in a show of love, Dre tore up copies of it. Does that matter though? I mean, you got it filed.
Right.
Anyway, okay, keep going. I'm sorry.
Well,
I was distracted.
Depp served the postnuptial agreement, which supposedly started all the trouble. But I
Well, he
think
lost his
Spector's
finger.
been.
Lost
How
his
does
finger
how does
immediately
she
after
get
that.
introduced to Samantha Spector? Do you think? Does she seek her out? Is Samantha Spector
Um,
like?
Probably another one of her mooch friends knew somebody that cleaned their husband out and used Samantha Spector to do it.
Yeah.
So probably a referral. I don't know that Amber Heard is bright enough to know the names of the top attorneys in the area.
I know.
She probably has to be guided through everything in life.
Does Samantha Spector seek you out in what they say now about these super lawyers, where they come to you, you don't come to them?
That could be too.
And she sensed blood in the water because there was no actual prenuptial agreement, and so
Hmm.
she could be the shot caller. And did she help write up that penthouse um request?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she did.
Okay, well, clean split. Just give me the 5 penthouses and
Uh-huh.
3 Range Rovers and blah blah blah. Like, and then the thing was like written out before it was crazy.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, "Oh, that's what you want." Okay, I know you.
Hmm.
I know you will. I know where you're coming from. Okay.
It's nothing but an extortion letter.
Yep.
If you give me this, I'll drop it.
Let me just quickly. This is a People piece from around the time
Okay.
that all went down. So this is like from
Is
2000.
this from the issue where she's posing? She's acting on the cover where she's
It's
very
an
sad.
I think it is. It's an online version of it. So the cover of the magazine's not really here.
Okay. Yeah.
So Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I'll try to get through. I don't even know if I can read the whole thing, but I'll just. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp try to reach a divorce settlement, but the legal drama between them has one more twist. Heard's lawyer, Samantha Spector, has retracted a statement she issued. The former couple struck a reported $7 million divorce settlement on Tuesday. According to Entertainment Tonight, following the news of the settlement, Spector and a fellow attorney, Joseph Koenig, released a statement saying they were pleased with the outcome, that the actress has been vindicated in the court of public opinion. Hours later, Spector fully retracted the statement and issued an apology to Depp. The comments were made without the knowledge of approval of Amber Heard, Spector told the ET in a new statement. The statement is untrue, and we retract it without qualification. My assertion is that Amber Heard has been vindicated in the court of public opinion is not true, she continued. We regret the error and apologize to Johnny Depp. The former couple confirmed the settlement in a carefully worded joint statement to People that did not assign victory or blame to either Depp or Heard. Our relationship was intensely Oh, remember this one?
Yeah, this was
Our
there.
relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love.
Mhm.
Neither party has made false accusations or financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to the charity. So that's
Hmm.
all bullshit. Like, the whole thing, they were trying to like take the high road so they got what they wanted. It was
Mhm.
like she was like, "Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna I'm not gonna throw stones. Let's just kind of let he'll give us whatever we want if I don't take little shots here and there. I'm making an apology." And then it got uglier after that. It got way uglier after that. That
Mhm.
did nothing. That apology did nothing. And now she's going to be subpoenaed about how all this went down and how it was
Yeah.
all orchestrated. So we'll see. Will it turn the tide in the trial? Who I doubt it. It's just an interesting
It's just
new
a
personality.
statement of character or lack of character on her
Yes,
part
right.
about the
That's what everybody's
donation.
excited about. Will it
Yeah.
turn the tide in the trial? I doubt it. It's
No,
just another personality to pay
and I
attention to.
think we as Depp supporters, we get a little bit too excited about certain
Exactly.
things that aren't
Exactly.
really going to do much.
Exactly. And there's like, 10,000 Twitter retweets about it. Oh
Mhm.
my God, Spectre's getting subpoenaed. We're gonna win.
Yeah, I don't really see how that's the case, but all right, crossing my fingers.
And the other one in line with that, very similar scenario. Warner Brothers now was forced to adhere to their subpoena about
Oh yeah.
dropping him, and then they're going to be drilled about what dropping him and their involvement. And Aquaman 2 can't be mentioned, and so Warner Brothers is going to be subpoenaed. The gist of this. The gist of the grilling will be what? It'll be, why did you drop him from Fantastic Beasts and not her?
Mm-hmm.
On what grounds? Are you, like, what do you think the nature of Warner Brothers is?
Well, remember her counterclaim is that she's losing jobs
Oh, right, the job thing, right, of
in
course, right.
excess of $100 million. I don't know in what world,
And
or if
right,
that's
so
pesos or what that
exactly,
is.
So they go, well, what exactly did you lose
Yeah.
because of him?
Mm-hmm.
Lay it out.
And
And
she's racking up the movies these days. So she's already got, I think, 2 in the chamber coming up. So how is she losing anything?
And the whole thing is, well, you got Aquaman too. What did you lose
Yeah.
exactly? And she has, right, her counterclaim is $100 million. So we have to somehow tabulate how somehow the what did she get for the first Aquaman? What do you think? 2
I
million, 3 million?
think I read 4. I'm not sure. I
Let's
don't think she got any more
let's
for the
give her
second
5.
one.
Let's give her 5.
All right.
Just to be on the
And
generous
they're
side.
not giving her a piece of the back end of anything. So,
Right. We're supposed to believe she's missed out on 20 movies
mhm.
because of him in
Gully
the
would have
last
paid
year.
No, Gully would
Gully.
have paid her 50 million. They paid her 50. Okay.
Gully 2 is gonna. I can't wait for
Yeah.
that sequel.
Gully
It's a whole
4, Gully
franchise.
2, Electric Boogaloo is
Gully,
coming on the
Gully
way.
the Gully the animated series,
Uh,
Gully action figures,
oh God.
and so Warner Brothers has to uh, basically verify or corroborate that. Yeah, she lost. She's missed out on all these opportunities. After Aquaman, we and they're going to say the Depp's team's going to go, no, you gave her Aquaman too. That's all she didn't deserve to get in the first place. And
Mhm.
that should be really interesting. I don't know, like, who do they send from Warner Brothers?
Probably
Is
like
it
a key grip. I don't know. They're not sending the head honcho. They're sending, the minion.
send Jason Momoa as Aquaman? He's the king of Atlantis. Let him
Yeah.
represent Warner Brothers.
Ugh.
So that's an interesting twist. Again, will it turn the tides? And it'll stop the countersue, I think. Or like, what are we? Do they whittle the figure down after this? Like, if they go, okay, well, 100 million, Amber, you overshot that a little bit.
By 99 million.
By 99. Do they come to a number during this, or how does
I
this
don't
work?
know. I mean, if it wipes out the counterclaim, I think she's done, isn't she?
But apparently Warner Brothers didn't want anything to do with this, and they
Yeah,
look
but well,
like
they're part of it. They
they're
keep
part of it.
hiring.
Of course, they keep hiring, and they fired him.
Yeah.
So that has to come to. I want that aspect of it to be. So why is he canceled and she's not?
Mhm. They'll
What are
just
you?
you know what I think they're gonna say about firing him? He was hard to insure on the set.
That you could do that. You could this podcast is about uh full transparency, and you could do that. You could throw those Jacobs transcripts in his face.
Mhm.
Ensure that his latenesses on Disney and the drug stuff, and you're absolutely right, Sarah. That is a phenomenal counter there.
They'll
They could say that.
probably they'll probably say, "Well, we of course would never make a decision about, anybody's livelihood based on unproven accusations. We simply were unable to insure Johnny Depp."
Yes. Yeah, that's what the PR people are telling him to write.
Yeah.
But you
They're
make a
working on that now.
phenomenal point. You make a phenomenal count. And we've brought that up a number of times on here. The insurance thing
Mhm.
is people forget about that all the time. They have to be insured. He's got a lot of hiccups in his life that makes him not very insurable
And
now.
they're gonna use them. This is all this is
Oh God, this is going to be a
for
mother effer of a trial.
for both sides. This is all or nothing. It's time to throw everything you have.
Yep. Yep.
It's all coming out. We're gonna learn things we don't even know yet.
And I always say too, if it's about money, this is the only way these people think, these companies think. He did not fare well with that Harry Potter movie. It's the least money making movie in that whole series.
Mm-hmm.
It was not it made significantly less than every other film. And they're blaming him for that. And they
Yeah, of
looked at
course.
Aquaman like she had something to do with it. She's nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. It could be 5,000 actresses could play Mira.
Mm-hmm.
She's taking credit for the success. Aquaman was the top DC movie, which is crazy. To
Mm-hmm.
think that character, which I love,
I know it's your favorite.
upstaged Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, their big trinity, and
Mm-hmm.
Aquaman is the top cinematic moneymaker for DC, whether they want to own that or not.
I enjoy you at the time. Every day that movie was out, you were measuring the box office.
I was.
Like you were
That
checking
was
the
my
money.
dream, is that Aquaman would get the credit he deserves, just sort of at the box office. And, just because DC's problem is the over reliance and crutching on Batman and Superman. They
Mm-hmm.
cannot. They don't know how to promote their other characters. It's been forever, and they're lazy that way and uncreative. And that was a huge thing. And nothing to do with. Amber has nothing to do with the success of that movie as far as
Yeah.
who went to see it and why. Name one ass she put in the seat.
Well, I have to tell you,
Henry.
I went to the Amazon Prime premiere in a little theater in Salem, Oregon. It was a month before you were able to see it, so that made me happy. But I gotta tell you, everybody in that Salem, Oregon theater, nobody knew who she was. I'm confident I'm the only person who knew who she was when she came up on the screen.
What was that Dennis Miller joke? You deserve to see Aquaman before me, like Elvis deserved his black belt.
Oh, come on. Don't disparage the king. All right.
So, again, another testimony to look forward to. Another person I brought into apparently. So Depp gets what I read. I quickly read it. It's not a huge. I mean, it could be. It could be for the counter. So he gets 2 hours with them, and she gets one. That's
Two
the limit. That's what the judge assigned
2 hours what? I'm sorry.
as correct. 2 hours to grill them. 2 hours
Really? It's
of court
timed?
time. I guess so. That's
Oh,
what it wrote in
wow.
the. It's very, these documents are so hard to. It's Monique was telling me on Radio Gunk. Her husband's well versed in all this, and so is
Mhm.
she. As a matter of fact, she said that these documents are written so nebulously confusing that they don't want civilians to understand them.
Yeah.
They want you to not get it.
It's
Only
still
they can decipher it. They want you to be like, yeah, I'll sign it. I don't know. I don't know what
yeah,
I'm signing.
they're still written in like that old world 1776
Yep.
language. I don't know why. Just
Because they don't
say
want
it.
civilians to understand it, because so
Yeah.
they can throw it in your face when it
Mhm.
all goes down. Like, oh, you didn't read this little fine print here where I said all your rights are relinquished to me. Like it's written in this flowery legalese speak that
Mhm.
civilians can't understand. Okay, this third story here is a fun story. It's kind of a fun, gets away from this trial shit for a little bit. It's kind of what pride ourselves on that we've been. So this is an article on. Title of it is Johnny Depp wasn't supposed to star in the movie that launched his career. And over the course of his nearly 4-decade-long career, Pirates of the Caribbean star Johnny Depp has put his own unique twist on a number of Hollywood archetypes, from late 80s to early 90s rebellious teen heartthrob projects like 21 Jump Street and Crybaby, to the quirky protagonist in Edward Scissorhands and Benny and June, to the serious, brooding romantic lead in Chocolat and From Hell, to the full-fledged weirdos of Sleepy Hollow and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and of course, Pirates of the Caribbean. The actor's approach has always had a touch of strange and gothic. Even his current public persona may or may not be extended performance piece, an exploration intended to blur the line between the man himself and some complex combination of most eccentric characters. With all these various performances, some of them even Oscar nominated, under his belt, it can be easy to forget there was a time when Johnny Depp was just Johnny Depp, a time when, like all actors, he was just looking to land that first breakthrough role. Such is the case in the mid 80s, when then a little known horror writer and director named Wes Craven was in the process of casting an upcoming project about a monster who haunted the nightmares of film's young protagonists. At the time, Craven had already seen some of the success with the films The Last House on the Left and The Hills Have Eyes. But in 1994, his surprise hit A Nightmare on Elm Street that would solidify the future of Scream director's reputation in horror. Incidentally, it also serves as Depp's first feature film and first professional acting credit. But it nearly didn't happen at all. In an interview with the Vultures, Craig Marks and Rob Tannenbaum, New Line Cinema's Bob Shea, explained that the role of Glenn Lance, the boyfriend of Heather Langenkamp's final girl Nancy Thompson, was originally offered to Charlie Sheen.
Ugh.
Unfortunately, or fortunately for Depp, Sheen wanted $3,000 a week, in which was way outside the team's budget. According to Craven, Depp ended up with the role with a little help from another cast member, a well-timed visit from Wes Craven's daughter, and the director's willingness to trust in the taste of her demographic. Craven revealed that Depp has been recommended to him by the actor who played the coroner, Pitch Perfect 2 co-producer Jeff Levine. But his reading with Depp didn't leave him particularly impressed by Depp. I remember this guy wrote, I remember his fingers were yellow from constantly smoking these unfiltered cigarettes, he told the outlet. And he was kind of greasy and pale and sickly. Luckily for Depp and for the tween girls everywhere, Craven's 14-year-old daughter and her friend were able to change the director's mind. As Craven explained, he took headshots of the actors that he was considering for Glenn and showed them to the two girls who were visiting from New York. They were immediately pointed at Johnny, and Craven said, adding that he was baffled by this. And he's like, are you serious? Him? He looked like he needed a bath to me. Despite Craven's reluctance regarding Depp's hygiene, in the end, he decided to trust his daughter and her friend's opinion. They both said, oh, he's beautiful, Daddy. Craven added, proving that one of the writer-director's greatest strengths is the ability to know and trust the audience, was an integral part of the late horror guru's approach to filmmaking from the beginning. Does it go on? It does not go on. That's it.
Okay.
So, as we find out here, Charlie Sheen was offered, if you remember Depp's salary, right? It was $1,500 a week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's half of what Sheen got, who wasn't really an established star in '84. I mean, I don't know. He's Martin Sheen's son. And I guess he probably did some child film acting shit, just Sheen getting him roles here and there. I don't know what he did, because at that point, Sheen's a little younger than Depp. Sheen's like 2 years younger than Depp is.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like really a teenager, and Depp's not. Depp's 21 at the time. And the movie had such a bad budget that was enough to turn the tides of, to save whatever. I mean, what are they saving? I'm trying to remember. I thought I heard Depp got $45,000 or something altogether.
Oh
Or
wow.
something.
Okay.
So Sheen would have gotten like $100,000, and that was enough to. That I mean, they did a lot with that budget.
Mm-hmm. Am I
They did
echoing?
not really, not for me.
You don't hear an echo at all?
No.
Okay. All right.
You want to pause it or?
Nope. Keep going.
Okay. And there's deleted. I should have. God damn it. Maybe we could do that next time. I saw it and I didn't. There's like 2 or 3 deleted scenes, extended scenes of him, and it's a really good scene. It's Glenn getting sucked into the bed, then the body is raised out of the bed, and then
Mhm.
it's hung over the bed. After he gets sucked into the bed, it's raised back, and it's like, why take that out? It was so cool looking. Why? It's an extra. Then there's an extended scene of him talking to Nancy on the phone, and it's basically like 2 minutes.
Mhm.
And every time I watch a deleted scene, I'm always going, "What the fuck? Just who cares? Leave it
I
in."
know. Who cares? Let's do because I've
There's
been
so
wanting to do like a clip show for Johnny Depp, like just random stuff that really isn't going to fit into anywhere else on what we're doing.
yes, like a cleaning out the computer version of
Yeah,
Dunkirk,
exactly.
right?
I
That's a
have
great
a
idea.
I have a clip of Amber Heard. I know it's not Johnny Depp, but I have a clip of Amber Heard I want to play too.
Can I just say one last thing about Nightmare on
Yeah,
Elm Street? This has been bothering me for a while, and
of course.
we certainly have a Nightmare show. By the way, did you see the cameo he did in was it Nightmare 3, where he gets hit with a frying pan? He goes, "This is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs," and he takes an egg out and fries it, and then Freddy hits him with a frying pan.
All right, once again, this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Questions?
Yeah! What are you on? Looks like a frying pan and some eggs to me.
Did you ever see
Oh,
that?
God, I haven't seen it since 1988.
Yeah, it came I think it's the third Elm Street or the
I'm
fourth.
Googling it right now while you talk.
He does a cameo. This is how ridiculous I am. I saw the movie in the theater just to see that. It's 3 seconds.
Oh, it's 7 because I was
Oh my god, they did 7 in between that?
because I remember like the final movies were like that's when everybody would come back.
I dragged my friends to see, like, why are you watching that? I go, and they go, oh god, don't tell me you wanted to see it. My cousin goes, don't tell me you're watching this to see Depp's 4-second cameo. I mean,
Mhm.
literally the cameo is 20 seconds.
Yeah, the final nightmare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
So
God, I haven't seen
I
this in
remember
forever.
thinking, Depp's talking about the casting of him as Glenn, and
Mhm.
Glenn is supposed to be a high school football player. He's a
Yeah.
classic suburban jock.
Mhm.
Just, nice guy, not a cookie cutter jock, but just classic suburban. His boyfriend, he's got the leather jacket on. He's wearing that. Looks like a Giants jersey, the one he has on, in a Joe Pisarcik jersey or something in the bed with the the midriff. Every broad loves that big shirt,
No, they don't. That's not
sweatpants. No,
sexy.
I thought
Men
broads love that.
No, men thought that was sexy wearing half shirts in the 80s and the little high shorts and
But he
the
pulls it
tube
off
socks with the
well,
stripe.
like better
I
than most people could. Like, I would never do that.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, wear it if you want. It's not sexy though.
Oh, I thought so. I thought they liked it like in a retro kind of way, like an ironic.
Oh,
No,
I can't
it
speak
seems
for
like
everybody. I think
okay.
it's stupid
I
looking.
don't know. You broads listening to this, tell me, weigh in on that. I thought you broads like that. If I feel like I guess I think they just like anything he does. See,
Yeah.
that's the power of that guy, the charisma that he could pull that look off in any way to convince people that actually works.
It's like
That look.
I guess somebody might enjoy. Oh my God, he has hair on his navel.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
cares? I don't need to see you in a half shirt. Go ahead.
And he always, when he's asked about it, he's like, I don't know what Wes Craven saw me. I'm like this, catacomb dweller. I'm not. They wanted this big blonde beach jock, whatever. And I'm just going. I played football up until about middle school, late, and I was friends with a lot of the football players who became great high school football players I had a really big football school, bigger than, and I became a basketball player. And my basketball team was good, but the football team was the shit. And it's always been, it's like just a big football tradition as far as suburban high school goes. And I was friends with those guys, from way back, and it would just go, I was always friendly with them through high school when I didn't play varsity football or even JV. I just stopped. It wasn't worth it just wasn't worth the production, the 8 games and the practice every day and the summer sessions. I just didn't want it that bad.
Mhm.
The running back position was too crowded. It just wasn't worth it on any level.
Yeah.
And so friends I had on that team, like the actual quarterback, who's a great football, he actually passed away too. Very sad story.
Mm.
Huntington's disease. Him and his
Oh
brother. They
God.
were in the same grade, both great football players. They both passed away before the age of like in their late 40s. No, one was even younger, in their
Mm.
40s, we'll say, of Huntington's disease.
Mm.
And
It's
so
unfair.
yes. And so I was friends with the one who just passed, the quarterback, more than I was his brother, who was like a receiver, defensive back, linebacker, no, linebacker. Jesus, what do you play? Receiver, linebacker. They both played both. You go both ways in high school,
Mhm.
and This guy is Depp's size. You know, he's like 5'10", 160, 155. You know what I mean? Like that's what a suburban high school football player kind of looks like in a typical suburb where it's not, it's not like it was. I totally bought it
Mm-hmm.
when you watch that. I wasn't going, oh, he's too, God, I didn't go, what a catacomb dweller, what a punk rocker. He looked like he was the size of every high school football player that played a skill position in my school.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, well, that's not miscast. I
You
thought that was
know,
a very good move.
you know,
I mean, that guy looked like,
I never questioned him in that role.
no,
Do
nobody
you know
did.
who you compare him to, like Ted McGinley in Revenge of the Nerds?
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
yeah, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's so good. That's so good by you. Every high school quarterback has to look like exactly like Ted McGinley, or it's miscast. That's
Hmm.
so funny.
He
That's
lo-
so funny.
he was 45 in Revenge of the Nerds, and he's playing the high school. No, it's college at that point, right? Yeah, college, but
Yeah,
very early college.
Adams
Yeah,
College.
he's playing like maybe a senior in college, but still, it's so ridiculous. Okay, one of
We
my
were,
favorite movies.
we were talking about Happy Days before we went on Radio Gunk. We were talking about him, and the Ted McGinley is really responsible for Jump the Shark. Like he's the Jump the Shark is, and Fonzie was at the end of Happy Days. Fonzie was a teacher at Jefferson High School, which he dropped out of. So they're hiring high school dropouts as teachers.
Hmm.
He owned his own auto shop, and then he co-owned Arnold's with
Yeah.
Al at the end. So he had triple income at that time. He had to be like making like well over six figures in the fucking whatever year that was supposed to be at the end. And he's still living over the Cunningham's garage in
Hmm.
the attic. He still couldn't move out of the Cunningham's garage, the attic over the garage.
Yeah.
And and how about it's in Milwaukee, but everybody has a New York accent.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Just set it New Jersey, Gary Marshall. Like, because Jersey, you could have both a New York accent, and then that's like South Jersey, which isn't, and you could do both. But he had to have it Milwaukee, and everybody has a New York accent. It was so
Hmm.
stupid.
I know.
All right, is that it for news? Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Well, let's move it along. Let's get to our main event here.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get started with our transcript. We are on the second half of day one of the testimony of John Christopher Depp II in front of the Honorable Judge Nickel. That's a joke. And he is continuing to answer questions. We left off with his little mini rebuttal on the Ellen Barkin situation where he tried to explain it. And we're going to go backwards just a few lines to kind of recap just a little bit before we get going.
But I believe that if you spoke with anyone that I've worked with on a film besides Miss Barkin, who was clearly holding a grudge and was talking and speaking from Miss Heard as she was asked to do.
She was subpoenaed, I think. She was ordered. You were not suggesting that she was asked questions. Let me try and deal with this.
Oh, well, she was.
Let me try and deal with this. I'm not going to stop you saying anything. This was at an earlier hearing in an American case that you are bringing against Ms. Heard. This was part of the American proceedings,
Yes,
and Ms. Barkin was a witness.
she was not a witness to us.
She gave a deposition to the court,
Yes, she did.
which we have just been looking at. I think you said she bears a grudge.
Oh, I would say it's pretty clear in the testimony.
There are two options, are there not? Because, of course, she is talking about events in the late 1990s.
Yes.
She was giving a deposition in 2019, so 20 years later.
Yes.
She's either bearing a very serious grudge over a very long period of time,
Yes. That's what I'm implying.
or she's telling the truth.
Then I would say she's bearing the grudge for a very, very long time.
All right. Can we then go to another tab, please? Tab 170. And the judge breaks in. Just a minute. Mr. Depp 170 is in my volume 5.
Me as well.
I've given up trying to say which of your volumes it is in, but that is roughly where it is.
Oh, no, I've located it exactly. It's in folder 5 in Gary preview page 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first page should have F1034. Please go to F1035.
Um, yes.
This is an article slightly after the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas filming, which was in 1998. Is that correct?
Fear and Loathing was in 1997, I believe.
Okay, so 2 years afterwards. It is a newspaper report that was made on the 1st of February, 1999.
Let me just state he filmed it in 97.
Okay,
It came out in 98.
98, yeah. Well,
She's kind of
remember,
going.
he said once he's done filming, he's done. He pays no
Oh,
further attention.
yeah, that's always great when you have creative everything on the film. I mean, and especially in the case of this, where it's
Mhm,
so precious. He's not really listed as a producer on Fear and Loathing.
mhm,
At least I don't think. I don't think it's buried anywhere in the credits, but he had a lot of creative input on it with Gilliam, and Thompson himself was brought in as a consultant, and so Terry Rossio and these people and some producers on it. And I it's hard to believe he doesn't have a producer credit, but he can't pull that shit up. When the film's over, I just want to be horizontal and have nothing to do with the movie. He can't pull that shit on anything like this. He's way too invested in it, in
mhm.
every detail. I can't believe he's just backing away from it, and I don't believe he didn't see it either.
I don't
I
know.
think
I think he thinks he has to live up because he said that before that movie that he just stops once he's done
not.
filming.
I
So
see.
maybe
This
he
is different. This
continued.
is different. He's
Yeah, I
he's
get
too
it.
involved in the creative aspect of it, looking
Mhm,
at dailies like this. This I don't watch my own films business, which I think is BS in a lot of ways. He's watching the playback in a monitor after every scene.
mhm.
With there's pictures of him all over the place on films watching the playback of the last scene he just shot.
I'm surprised he does that.
Well, I mean, he doesn't seem to be disturbed by it. And if you watch the Larry King interview, which we got to do an episode on,
Mhm.
he's on for the full hour, and there's pictures of himself all over his office. I mean,
Yeah,
he's got pictures of himself with like this plunging neckline
yeah,
and on the
the
cover of
Rolling
Rolling
Stone
Stone.
cover,
Yeah, I'm like
yeah.
going, that's the guy who can't watch himself on screen. So I
Mhm,
just think a lot of it is fake self-deprecation,
mhm.
pun
I
intended,
I'm very much
to
looking
look
forward to watching
modest.
that. Yeah, I've only seen that clip where they're in his office, so I don't remember any more of it.
Very bizarre.
I want to see it for the first
Just the
time.
whole the way that got set up. I don't know how that Larry King decides he's gonna go to him for a full hour, and there's some kind of Brando connection, and
Mhm. I want to applaud you before we move on. You have the most extensive Depp or Depp archive that I have ever seen anyone else have.
as far
So
as what of them, we
you,
have the short films now.
yeah, you have
Thanks for
everything. And if you
that's a
don't know, if
that's
you
a
don't,
Boff
you know where
hookup.
to get it.
Yep.
So,
That's
well, bravo. Anyway, okay.
thank you, Boff, too, by the way, for
Hmm.
I can't believe you found a short movie he did from
Don't
Let Them
spoil
Eat
it.
Cake. Okay.
We're gonna do an episode on it. That's an exclusive. Okay. All right. Whenever.
And we are online. I
Line
simply
8.
say, yeah. Uh, yes.
The headline is Johnny Depp fends off paparazzi.
Yes, I see that.
Under the body, it says Johnny Depp was back to his bad boy ways when he chased off photographers with a piece of wood outside a trendy restaurant, police said. The police held the actor for almost 4 hours after the fracas on Sunday at Mirabel, where he had dined with French actress Vanessa Paradis, newspapers reported. Monday's newspapers carried photos of Depp clutching the wood, being questioned by police and taken into custody. A tabloid newspaper reported that Depp flipped out and started screaming obscenities when photographers tried to take his picture. Then your publicist says, quote, Johnny Depp is a person who guards his privacy. He has asked photographers to abstain from photographing him. Unfortunately, they persisted and intentionally provoked him, end quote. All right?
Yes.
Let me say. So do you remember this?
I do.
This is late '90s.
Hmm.
I believe Sleepy Hollow either came out or was on the verge of coming out.
Yeah.
This got a lot of attention. He was even accused of intentionally doing this to promote the movie. I think it was like
Yep.
a
I
which,
remember the photos, all that. Yeah.
and he I don't know if she's gonna get this. I forget, and I read this over a year ago. I feel and everything's getting muddled now, but he's been on so many talk shows bragging about this incident. Goes,
Hmm.
yeah, I marched them back with a plank of wood. I smacked them on the hand. He's on Letterman. I think you can still find it online. It was in and around. It was late. His Lily Rose is just being born. They were celebrating this, and I think he gets to that here. I'm hoping. And again, it was in and around the time of he's Euro Johnny. He's constantly in England, certainly France, and there's this whole. This is now I the second major the Jump Street one, right? When he's staying at the hotel,
Hmm.
and the one and they she's kind of rattling off the one with Kate Moss in '94 when he's in New York promoting Ed Wood at the Mark Hotel at $10,000 a night. And I'm trying to remember the circumstances, but well, let's get to it. I think he gets to it. Let me see if
Yeah.
he
I
explains it. He
skimmed
may
it.
not.
Yeah.
He may not.
I think he does. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So you are provoked quite easily, are you not?
No, not necessarily. No, no.
Well, this was about somebody trying to take your photograph.
Uh, you know, um, it's a little more than that, but essentially, you're correct.
Right. You did not want your photograph taken.
If I may, I was I was having dinner with my then very pregnant girlfriend. She was expecting, and we were expecting our first child. I was in London making a film called Sleepy Hollow. Friends of ours flew in from the United States. We took them to dinner to celebrate. They were the godparents. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Isn't Marilyn Manson the godparent, godfather of the Leros?
Mm, I thought
Yes.
so.
Right. So it's
This
got to
could
be him,
be
and he's not saying his name.
sometimes like celebrities too. They'll have like a
Several
second set.
godparents.
Yeah, it
I
makes
don't
no
know. He
sense
could
to
be
me.
just not wanting to bring his name into this because it doesn't look good.
That could be true. Maybe
He
Manson
just
and a girlfriend at the time.
he's been coached to not bring Marilyn Manson's name up. But
Hmm.
um,
They were the godparents to celebrate the pregnancy of the birth of the baby. When I paid the bill, they said uh, there's a pretty good he loves saying gaggle,
I do too.
and it's so sarcastic. I do too. It's you can't say that word. Anybody listening to this, is it possible to say gaggle without being sarcastic?
No.
It is always a tinge of sarcasm when you say it. It's meant to um, kind of patronize someone or
Hmm.
or whatever it is, the situation.
there's a pretty good gaggle of paparazzi outside.
You have to not respect the thing. So gaggle goes into something that you don't respect.
Hmm.
Like you put it, it's a lot. It means a lot, but it's a lot of things you don't respect. So
a good gaggle of paparazzi outside, and you know what do you want? What do you want to do? What I thought best because I was not prepared to allow the birth of my firstborn child or our birth of our firstborn child to be turned into some kind of somebody else's circus. I, I, I thought it was disrespectful, and all they were looking for was a photograph of myself with a pregnant Miss Parody, the mother of my children. So what I did was I devised a ruse in which I, I would go down to a loading door and distract them while Miss Parody and my other friends and the friends who just came into town would get into the car and therefore not get photograph of her and the belly. And certainly, oh shoot. a photograph together of us and the belly. I did not want something so sacred to be treated as fodder for the newspapers, and that is it.
Let us have a look at this. Some photographers whose job it is to get photographs of famous people wanted to take a photograph of you, a famous person, as you were leaving a public place.
They wanted to take a photograph of me and Vanessa
In a public place?
in a public place.
In a public place?
Yes.
You told us how you felt this was an invasion of your privacy?
Well, I thought it was an invasion of something very, very sacred, and I was not going to let it be a circus.
Did you consider it proportionate to pick up a piece of wood and threaten people with it, screaming obscenities at the photographers, as it says in the report, flipping out, as it says in this report? Is that a proportionate response?
Nice sarcasm, Sarah.
Okay, Judge breaks in.
You sound
Well,
very convincing as was as an American was.
yeah. Judge breaks in. Well, there is a premise in that question, Miss Wass, which is perhaps better dealt with by the prior question. Did Mr. Depp wield a piece of wood at the photographers? Yes, Mr. Depp. When you were arrested, did you have a piece of wood when you were questioned by police, as it says here?
Oh, as I said before, I was trying to distract the paparazzi, which I did, so that Vanessa was not photographed. They came down by where I was to the loading door, and I had my hand on the handle, and the inside was pushed. They were pulling on it. Their hands were coming in and trying to pull the door open, and I was supposed, because there was a loading door on the ground. There was a plank of wood, kind of like a sort of a 2 by 2 kind of sort of thing, 15 inches, I don't know, 12 inches or something. And as they were trying to pull the door open, and there was like 14, 15 of them, I picked up the plank of wood, and whosever hand was there, I smacked it.
Oh. You actually assaulted someone as well?
I hit their hand. Yes, yes, I did.
That is an assault?
Yes, it is.
You were not acting in self-defense?
Well, when there's 14 men trying to get into a door at you, there's some kind of degree of unpleasant feeling. Yeah.
All right. My question then is, now that I hope, my lord, I have laid the foundation for the question. Judge, yes. Miss
What
Wass,
do you what do you think about this?
I don't
How
know.
is he too easily agitated at the sight of his Vanessa's getting photographed
I
pregnant?
think
All right, so what?
he
So
had
what?
this sense of
Chivalry, Southern
yeah,
gentleman.
he's protecting the nest, he
Yeah,
thinks.
yeah, 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 definitely.
No, he shouldn't have smacked them in their hands with a plank of wood, but I think he gets amped up very quickly, especially when he's in that mode of protector.
Yeah. I'm not even completely disagreeing with what he did.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what I would do in the situation. I don't know if I would just be like,
I'd have
"Hey,
to
take
see it. I need to know the I don't
I know,
need
I know,
more
I
than
know. I
just
want to
him
see it.
describing it. I need to see
Exactly.
it.
Exactly. You got to see the whole way it went down.
Yeah.
Um, I my first instinct is to say, what's the big deal? Everybody looks the same pregnant. Is it she doesn't want to?
Mhm.
What so they don't know? Do you think it's the sensitivity about that they're not actually married?
Yeah, that's part of it. It's the,
He's what
back
is this knocked up kind of
yeah, I
wedlock
remember,
child?
the mid to late '90s was when the paparazzi was just insane.
Hmm.
They would chase you down. If you fell, they would stand over your injured body and take photographs of you.
Technology wasn't there yet, too, so it was harder to get information. The
Mhm.
internet wasn't fully developed. You couldn't. It was harder to research, and you had to do like boots on the ground kind of chasing people, or literally chasing people around in car on foot.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that was what he was a major. He'd always been. Again, he wasn't a massive movie star. He had not done $100 million movie
He
yet.
had a mystique
He had a mystique. He had a right. He
if
had
I'm
a in
tapping into the late '90s in my mind, he was this mysterious guy. He was the Tim Burton sweetheart. Um,
He was way more famous than his movie box office clout would
yeah, he was kind of known
suggest.
for an easy tantrum.
Yeah,
If you if you riled him up, he would
they're
give
trying
you
to
a great
provoke him.
photograph. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I'm trying to think of the caveat, and uh, I I think he was not. Again, he was reluctant to do talk shows at the time.
Mhm.
So I think a photo of him was worth more than because of the scarcity of it.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's such a weird level of fame. There were actually like shows and articles, not shows, but like interviews he did, or where they were kind of going why analyzing why he's so famous because he
Mhm.
hadn't had a quote unquote hit at the box office, and it was like this sort of thing. He like his mystique, like you said, usurped what a traditional box office matinee idol always had to have back then.
Mhm.
And then the money stuff came rolling, and then Sleepy Hollow hit. That's the first $100 million hit, and then the pirate stuff went. Then he went nuts, and then
Mhm.
all the humanoids jumped on the bandwagon.
Exactly. So you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Where I'm on. We're on.
Top of page 86.
Okay.
All right. Did you consider that it was proportionate to not only pick up a weapon, but wield a weapon and assault a member of the paparazzi with this weapon as a response to the fact they simply wanted a photograph of you and your girlfriend?
Interesting pushback by Wass there. Hmm. I've never heard him push back on it.
Hmm.
Well, as I said, I was not prepared to allow them to. I think I've made my point on that.
Yes, my.
You know, the sacredness of what I was protecting. You also have to really take into consideration because there are many layers in every moment in life, and that the paparazzi were being quite rude, and they were yelling obscenities at me, and they were quite aggressive as they're trying to pull the door open, and I'm holding it with my arms, and I picked up the wood.
You have explained that.
Yeah, well, to make them stop.
Yes.
Well, then I walked to the door, out out the door, and I very very simply explained to them, look, I'm not saying this is
Judge breaks in. Just pause a moment. There was an announcement by the court. Judge again, Mr. Depp, this was not part of the Thomas More building, so you do not need to be concerned.
okay.
I don't know what that means.
I
Okay.
don't either.
All right. Another pause for a court announcement. Again, the judge breaks in. Ms. Wass, I do not know if there is a convenient time to stop. And then I say, I have nearly finished this topic and it might be easier. I am in my lord's hands. Judge, again, no, no, finish the topic. Yes. Me again. The paper describes you as screaming obscenities.
Um, I think we were exchanging obscenities actually. Yes.
Obscenities.
Um, cat calls. Yes. I mean, there's a confrontation. Yes.
Being reminded of this incident now, do you think that you have a problem with anger management?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm reading, quickly skimming this. They take a lunch break.
What'd you have for your lunches?
I didn't have anything. I had a
What would you
sandwich.
What would you have for your lunches in this?
uh, chicken
Isn't their
sandwich.
food supposed to be horrible the way they are?
Yeah, but I don't think he's eating a
Yeah. What
normal
do you
one.
have? What do you having? Some collective shepherd's pie they're all picking from.
They brought some fish and chips
Yeah, that's the two things.
and an ale. Okay. You can read a moment. I apologize. Okay. So go to page 88
We're on. Okay, right, I'm flipping over
at the top.
right at the
I'll
top.
start with the judge. Okay. Judge says, all right, now, Mr. Depp, you are in the middle of giving your evidence. I will say this to you every time we have a break. You are not going to talk to anybody about your evidence until it is concluded. There is a qualification to that, which I have discussed already with Mr. Sherborne. Okay, blah, 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 more instructions. And then you say,
I do indeed, my lord. Thank you.
and now they go to break. I apologize. Okay, all right. I break in, break is over. Okay, Mr. Depp, can we just recap what we covered this morning? At 25, the age of 25, you were charged with an assault on a security guard. At 31, you trashed a hotel room because somebody screwed you over. At the age of 35, you hit a photographer with a piece of wood. Now, between 2013 and 2016, you know that Ms. Amber Heard has made allegations that you assaulted her on a number of occasions.
Uh, yes, I'm aware of it.
We are going to deal with those in some detail, but before we do, can I just ask you about an incident that occurred after your relationship with Miss Heard finished, namely one in July 2018? Would you please go? Would you go please to tab 181?
Yes,
181. Have you got that?
yes, I do.
The headline of the article is sorry, Mr.
Uh oh, here we go.
Yep. Depp punched a crew member in a drunken tirade. Yes? There's a picture of you with the image caption, "The legal papers claim that Depp reeked of alcohol and took drugs on set."
Yeah, I see that. Yes.
And the article says Johnny Depp is being sued for allegedly punching a crew member who tried to wrap up filming on the set of his upcoming film City of Lies. Court documents filed by Greg Rocky Brooks in Los Angeles on Monday claim the actor, 55, punched him twice in the ribs during a foul mouthed tirade outside the Los Angeles Berkeley Hotel. The papers also state that the actor reeked of alcohol and took drugs on the set. Depp's bodyguards were forced to remove the actor from the set, it is said. As part of the altercation, Mr. Brooks alleges that after Depp had verbally and physically assaulted him, the actor offered him $100,000 to punch him in the face in return. The location manager is seeking unspecified damages from Depp, and on it goes. If there's anything which I am not reading thereafter, please let me know if you want it read. What I want to ask you, please, Mr. Depp, is the article correct?
No.
Were you sued at one stage for allegedly punching a crew member?
Mr. Brooks brought a case against me.
So he sued you, yes?
It is still ongoing.
All right. So he is suing you.
Yes, I believe he's still suing me.
Is he suing you for punching him, amongst other things?
Mr. Brooks states that I punched him twice in the ribs.
Exactly what it says in the article?
Yes.
So there is an ongoing court case, and the first line, Mr. Depp is being sued for allegedly punching a crew member who tried to wrap up the film City of Lies. Is that statement true that you are being sued?
Yes. I'm being sued by Mr. Brooks. Yes.
And did Mr. Brooks, Greg Brooks, file court documents saying that you had punched him during a foul mouthed tirade outside the Los Angeles Berkeley Hotel?
That is his claim. Yes.
That is what the court documents say, so that sentence is correct?
That is his claim. Yes.
Do the paper do the paper also state that you reeked of alcohol?
Yes. It does say. It does state that. Yes.
And do they also state that you took drugs on set?
It does say that. Yes.
Did your bodyguards ever remove you from the set?
No.
No. Which bodyguards were being spoken about that? Which bodyguards were being spoken about that were mentioned?
That would have been Sean Bett.
So your witness in this case, Sean Bett,
Yeah, security, and that would have been Jerry Judge.
who sadly is no longer with us.
No, he's unfortunately no longer with us. Yes.
So those two. All right. And those were the two people who coincidentally were with you the last time you and Miss Heard had an altercation. I am going to put it in as neutral way as I can on the 21st of May, 2016.
They were with me. Yes.
They were with you then. Let us go back to this article then. So, is your account that there was a punch or there was not a punch?
No, no. There was no physical altercation at all.
You had no physical altercation with Mr. with oh God, I'm putting
Interaction.
Mr. in front of every name.
It's all right.
Okay. You had no physical interaction with Rocky Brooks at all?
No, no physical interaction whatsoever. Mr. Brooks had done something on set that, for me, I found very disagreeable and quite unjust.
What was that?
He very nastily and very aggressively told one of the extras. I believe she was an extra. It was like a little African American woman, and Mr. Brooks said, "Get the fuck out of my way," you know. And then he scoffed her away like that. And then I approached him and I said, "Look, what gives you the right to think that she's less than you? What gives you the right to speak to her in such a disrespectful manner?" It does not matter what mood you're in. It does not matter. You do not speak to people like that or anybody like that.
So you
There was a bit of a
carry on, sorry.
there was a bit of banter.
Yes, just verbal banter.
Yes.
And as a result of that, you're saying that this crew member is suing you, Johnny Depp, based on absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
Yes.
But this is another occasion, is it not, where you have been publicly accused of losing your temper,
Yes.
speaking in a foul-mouthed way,
Yes.
using violence
Yes.
because you were unable to control your anger? Judge breaks in just a minute, just a minute. Publicly accused of using violence. Losing your temper. I cannot remember the last bit. Judge again. Do you agree that this is what you were being accused of, Mr. Depp?
Um, this is what I'm being accused of. Yes.
All right. You see, I asked you, Mr. Depp, earlier this morning when I started whether you considered that you had an anger management problem. Do you still say no?
Yes. I do not have an anger problem.
You did mention this morning that you had suffered an unfortunate childhood, an unfortunate upbringing, yes? I think if I can quote your witness statement, you can have a look at it if you want, but it might take quite a while to get another file out. If you agree with what I say is in it. Quote, I myself was regularly beaten for the most trivial things. Exposure to abuse is something that was very much part of my childhood, end quote. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
that is what you said. For the sake of completeness, you make it clear in your witness statement that because of the abuse in your childhood, it turned you against the use of violence of any sort. Is that right? Have I understood that correctly?
Yes. I mean, it very much turned me against violence, or I would have preferred to avoid confrontation. I have avoided. From the way I was raised, the best way I can explain it is when I knew I knew that when I was going to have a baby back in 1998, one of my promises was that I would raise my children in the exact opposite manner that I was raised.
Right.
Though that is to say, Vanessa and I, the mother of my children, would never ever raise our voices in front of our children. Our children were never spanked. They were never hit. They were never exposed to violence of any kind. You know, they grew up in a very secure, safe, and calm, understanding circumstances. Violence is not something that I go looking for. You spoke earlier of how on a regular basis I'm involved in these incidents and I was arrested for hitting a security guard, and all those things are true. But there's a point where if a man is attacking you, or if a man puts his hands on you in an aggressive manner, the only thing that I know to do is to get myself out of that corner.
Right. So can I put it like this? Summarizing what you said, you are prepared for violence if it is necessary.
If it's necessary, if something has happened that I feel is unjust, if I feel that there's been a grave injustice done, if I feel that I've been physically attacked in some way, and I do specify that situations with men, grown men, who I believe should have known better than to put their hands on another man.
So when you consider it necessary, you are prepared for it. Is that fair?
Oh, depending on the circumstances, yes.
That is why I say when you consider it necessary.
Yes, within reasonably.
Okay.
Like I said, I do not go out and search for it.
All right. I'm going to ask you just to see whether you agree with the statement. You regularly smash things up and throw things, including objects, which you use as weapons in particular, telephones. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not agree with that.
Have you ever thrown a telephone at anyone?
No, I have never thrown a telephone at anyone.
What you said in Rolling Stone magazine in 2018 was, and this was about your late mother, quote, there were irrational beatings. Maybe it was an ashtray coming your way. Maybe you are going to get clunked with the phone. I do not think there was a way I thought about people, especially women, other than I can fix them, end quote. So you are saying you did not want to be a person harming women, but your mother would throw objects, ashtrays, and a telephone, yes?
Oh yeah, anything she can get her hands on.
So there's no significance in the fact that you were with Kate Moss in 1994. The telephones in the lobby were damaged. That is not a thing that you have, damaging telephones.
No, I do not recall any damage to telephones.
I want to ask you, please, to look at a clip which we are going to see that was taped by Miss Heard on her telephone. I think you've already explained that there was a regular thing that the two of you had of recording incidences that would then be looked at afterwards. Do you remember saying that in answer to Mr. Sherborne?
Yes, we would record things, but it was always, prefaced with, "Hey, I'm recording this."
This one was not prefaced with this, but it was recorded.
Let me just ask you a question. Because I went past it.
Hmm.
What's your take on the City of Lies set with the location manager?
Didn't the location manager call her a bad word?
We've spoke about it here and there on here, and
Hmm.
I don't know if it has to be still ongoing. It
Yeah.
leaks out once in a while that it exists and where it's at, but I don't know what there seems to be never any closure on it. The theory is he called her the N word. The
Hmm.
location manager called her the N word.
We don't know that for sure, though, right?
I don't know I can't remember how that got placed in the mix. I originally thought she was a homeless woman and not an extra.
Hmm.
They were just like in between takes, and he did this. He's trying to get out of there. And if it's true, look, that's what everybody should do. If you're setting a
Hmm.
tone on a set, how to treat everybody as an equal, there's no better example than that. If that's true, um, screw him. I'm
Hmm.
glad he yelled at him. I'm glad he punched him. I hope it hurt. Hit him for me.
Yeah.
I'll lean over and you can push him over my back, and I'll double team him.
Hmm.
What kind? By the way, it's such a stupid nitpick. It's a dumb observation. His name is Greggg. Why the second G?
I
You
don't
ever see
know.
these names that have too many? They double letters and stuff. I'm a parent and I go, this is Greg, but I don't want one G. I'm gonna use two.
Hmm.
And then Rocky. So there's a fist fight, and the guy's name's Rocky. And what's that stupid nickname coming from? And it's all so strange.
Hmm.
This whole thing. I
It,
went looking him up. He was tough to find a picture of him, and
yeah.
then months later, a picture surfaced, and this is gonna probably blow him out of the water, where he and Depp are posing for a picture after this supposed incident happened,
Hmm.
smiling.
Yeah, I saw that.
He begged him to pose to prove that they know each other. I don't know. He's bragging to family members or friends or something. So he took a picture with Depp on the set,
Hmm.
and then that picture surfaced.
Yeah. Last update I have, it says it was pushed to May of 2020. I don't see anything after that.
The director Brad Furman backs Depp 100%, as does like every other, as one you'd think would take
Hmm.
his side on the. He's also Depp's Infinite of Nile is one of the production companies in the film. He's a producer on the movie. Depp is a producer on the movie. So he's
Hmm.
also a boss. He's not just an actor. He is spinning a lot of plates on this. It's under his. And
Yeah.
by the way, I just little fact, and I don't know if I can. No, it fits in here. It's not going to be news. I'd forget it because it's such a small thing. So I'm watching. I read an interview in 16 magazine from 1988
Hmm.
with him that turned up on a search I did. So it's a fluff interview, and they're throwing softballs at him and stuff. And they asked him what pets he has, and he goes, "I have a turtle." Well, I'm not gonna. He didn't sound like that then. I have a turtle, Scaramanga.
Oh, geez.
What's the name of his production company? One of his production companies,
You tell me. I'm reading about this.
Sc- Scaramanga Brothers.
Okay, there we go.
And it's in the financial script I showed you. So
Hmm.
somehow
Oh,
this
yeah.
turtle is so special to him that he held on to this name. I did not know that. Just a total freakish thing I read. This is last night.
Hmm.
The name of his turtle in the late eight, I guess he had when he moved to LA was Scaramanga.
and he named his production company after this turtle. I was wondering where the effing name came from.
It is
It's probably
a
some punk rock name that
probably.
before that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. So
there's
I was
actually
look.
a scene in 21 Jump Street, and maybe
Yeah.
we could put it in here very quick.
I
One of
I
the
have an
actors.
issue. I don't know if we can honestly.
Okay, well, it's like a second. It's the Jason Priestley punk rock episode,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the punks that he's hanging out with investigating goes he goes, maybe we should ask you, Scaramanga.
Okay. I s-
And it leads me to believe that Depp was allowed to ad lib this guy's line or something, or just threw in. He had so much power on that show that he could just write his own dialogue for other
what
people.
what should we name? What name should we give you? Or what's the word we should use to insult you? Uh,
Yeah, 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 yeah. And so they pause, right, and then the director's okay, just call him Scaramanga. That's the name of my turtle. And it's he does this all the time. Remember I told you that they used Betty Sue in the Doublemint twins.
hmm
What are their names? They're related to Katie Seagal, right? The
Yeah, the
twins.
Seagal
The
twins.
Valentine's Day episode. One of the twins' name is Betty Sue.
Yeah, there
On
you
the
go.
yeah, it's constantly stuff like you got to look for little
hmm
Depp Easter eggs.
So the last update I have on that location manager thing is it was delayed to 2020. I see nothing after that.
And
I'm
there's no
sure.
update from it, right? It's 2 years
Yeah,
later.
I'm sure I'll be corrected in the comments. I usually get corrected in the comments.
No,
Okay.
what were you gonna find? If it's not there, it's not there.
I don't
What do
know. I
they
don't
have?
see anything.
Um, but it was not prefaced that
No, you will see. Shall we watch it and then you can tell me what you are?
well, no, it sounds like an illegal wiretap to me. Please continue.
It's not a wiretap. It's a recording on a mobile telephone, which is not a wiretap.
I would think Donnie Brasco knows what a wiretap is. That's what I would have said right there. I would have
Yeah.
shut her right down. Would have got a great laugh.
This
Would have
is
got a
one of
great laugh in the courtroom with great laughs.
if this is the TMZ video, which I think it is,
Yeah, yeah.
this is so infuriating. Okay. Just the context of what was happening to him on that day, and she just starts recording him.
I know. How angry is most people watching that? That well, I think it's in the age of like camera phones, and we're going, wow, this just could happen to anybody.
hmm
This is just we just have no. At any point, someone could just film you, and that's that.
Yeah.
In a bad moment. And again, his mother just died. We all know the
He just lost
stories ad
money,
nauseum.
an
Just
insane
lost
amount of money.
crazy, crazy, horrible, horrible week.
hmm
Like anybody would be. I can't believe he was that calm. Actually,
If
his his biggest thing was, "Here's all your crazy right here. You want to see crazy? I'll show you crazy." Ooh,
if
you pour a goblet of wine.
I know. If I walked, well, say you, if
The
I walked
earthquake.
downstairs and you're slamming cupboards and I know what's been happening with you, my first thought isn't going to, I'm going to take my phone out and get this on
Yeah.
tape.
You were so
That's
sweet.
evil to me.
But you were so sweet.
Yeah. Nothing happened.
Nothing. What
So remember,
happened?
if you remember, there was a quick blurb about what
Did
she had
something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
smash. But she had been out all night the night before,
Of course.
and she had gotten home very early. Apparently, she had been dancing with another woman at this club.
I hate women.
Oh, no, you don't. Um, yeah, so that's adding to his issues with her at the moment, on top of everything else. So that's, he
I didn't
did,
really realize that too. I was kind of wondering what she was doing there at that time. It seemed
yeah.
like she has no reason to be up early. She's just a
No, I don't even,
walking Coachella festival.
wasn't it like 1 o'clock in the afternoon that she
I
probably
thought it
was
was.
just,
It could have been. Yeah, you know what? It could have been in the afternoon, early afternoon.
yeah, she's
It
probably
was a
just rolling out of
Saturday, if
bed.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she's probably rolling out of bed.
Yep.
So,
She's a
okay.
walking Coachella festival
Exactly.
with poser friends and fake bohemian bullshit.
Yeah. Well, that was after she was viciously attacked. She went to Coachella the next day
Yes.
after she crapped in the bed.
My
Okay.
favorite thing about that whole thing is the Miami Dolphins sticker on the window on that
You're the
weird.
only person that noticed
I
that
know. I
in
think
the
I'm the only one
world.
that ever noticed it.
Okay. Let's see.
97.
Yep, 97.
Paid line 9. Justice Nichols.
Okay. Mr. Depp, you are amply represented by counsel. If they consider that there is a reason why I should not look at a piece of evidence, they will raise it with me. You can leave it with them to take those points.
Oh, yes, yes, sir. You're correct. Sorry.
Perhaps we can play it and you can give me your comments on it. Judge again. Do you want to give me the reference just for my note, please? Would my lord give me a moment? Yes, of course. It's F158 of the media file. Thank you. Pausing there, just for the avoidance of doubt. This was filmed in, we think, February 2016, just so that you have a date to work from, all right?
You think that is February?
Yes, and I will demonstrate why later on, all right?
Yes.
Have a look. Film clip shown to court. Obviously, you did not know it was being recorded until you saw the camera phone, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that you were violent in that clip?
Um, I was violent with some cupboards.
Yes, and smashing something glass. You could hear it.
Clearly, I was not in the best state of mind.
No, it looked like you had rather a lot of red wine considering it was early in the morning, or it
Yes.
was in the morning. Do you agree?
Do I agree that I looked like I had a lot of red wine?
It looked from the clip that you had consumed quite a lot of red wine. Do you agree with that?
I would say that looking at that clip, yes, one would think that I had been drinking quite a lot of red wine.
Do you agree that you are behaving as if you were somebody drunk?
I do not know that I can define my actions or my movements as inebriated or drunk. I can only say that I was upset, very upset.
Do you behave in a way that is different when you've had a lot to drink?
No. I believe him, by the way. He drinks so much
Mm-hmm.
for years and years and years that you just develop this constitution and tolerance, this heavy, like he should have on his license heavyweight. Like people who can tolerate like a ton of alcohol. There's none of the same rules as the lampshade alcoholic. You're a great drinker. Like you are one of the best social drinkers I've ever heard of, according to you, right? I mean, you put them down. Do you want to be held to the same standards as the my dad used to call it amateur night. The people who drink 3 times a year, New Year's Eve, and they can't. They have the lampshades on the head and stuff. And then even drunk driving. Should the person who should Depp be under the same drunk driving standards as the person who can't handle? I think it's just. It almost seems at times it's a more normal state of mind for him than being sober. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a normal day.
Mm-hmm. I don't even drink 3 times a year. So if
Nobody buys that.
I think if I had a cup of wine, I would go crazy. I
You
don't
know
know.
why you don't? I have you figured out. I think you're like a lot of these broads who you like things that are yummy and you like
Yes.
sweets
I love
and
my
candy and
if
all
they
that stuff.
made a Reese's peanut butter cup wine, I might indulge. But that's about it. I can't imagine the combination
Yeah,
of grapes and Reese's
alcohol is
together.
yucky to you. It's not
Yeah, it's
that you're
gross.
afraid of the effects of it. You just think it's
I don't want to
yucky and it
get
doesn't
through
taste.
that to have the happiness of being drunk.
There's that extreme, the person with the sweet dessert taste buds tends to not drink a lot. It's like the two don't go to. You would rather have Reese's brownies than
No. Just a standard frozen Reese's peanut
a
butter cup.
pina colada. Yeah,
I don't want wine. I you're lucky if I will take 2 swigs off a wine cooler.
I'm not going to pretend it tastes good. You would be completely. You just have to develop that
Tolerance.
tolerance or palate, as they say.
Mhm.
And then eventually you fool yourself into thinking it actually tastes good.
Yeah.
Beer is. I'm not going to say it tastes good. There's things that taste better
It
that you
smells
just.
wretched.
Yeah, I get. I mean, I get it. I get it. I've just warned myself that. I mean, I've broken myself in where I've fooled myself into thinking it all tastes good,
Mhm.
and I'll
You sound
continue
like
that.
you're making yourself out to be a lush. When was the last time you had a drink? How long ago?
2 3 weeks ago,
There you go.
2 weeks ago.
You're
I
doing
don't know. I go
fine.
through like dryuary and stuff like that.
Oh
It's
God.
just to prove that I can. I'm a drinking coach, so I can.
You do. I know you
My
make
thing skill
3,000
is
a
to
minute.
turn it on and off. My two things is I want to be his drinking coach, and I'm gonna choose the scripts.
Yeah, there you go.
I think he's lost. I need. You know how you take the keys away from someone when they're drunk. I want to take these scripts away from them
Hmm.
and take the autonomy away from them. And I'm going to be choosing your scripts from here on in for the rest of your career. Seriously, seriously. There'll be no more Mordecai's or Transcendences or anything like that.
God
Or
bless you.
Pirate 6. It's just
God
never.
bless you. All right. Line 4. Are you sure about that?
Very sure.
Because I'm going to suggest in this case that your conduct would have been very intimidating to anyone present in that room. Do you agree with that?
I would say that could upset someone. Yeah. Yes.
And Miss Heard is a much smaller person than you. I do not mean necessarily in height, but in weight as well. Yes? You are considerably bigger than she is, are you not?
A bit. Yes.
Let us have a look at a photograph. My lord, it is 86G. Sorry, which tab are we in? It is tab 86G in the supplementary bundle. I'm just going to get the reference. We're just going to check. Sorry, the bundles have already been compiled quite late in the day. Oh, God, who cares about all this? All
This
right.
is what I'm saying. This is why this one's tough to get through because it's just too much judge fumbling.
I know, and I'm
He is
trying to skip.
he and nothing he says is pertinent. He
Yeah.
doesn't say anything that moves it along or
I only read
imparts
his
any wisdom.
I only read his parts when my parts pick up off something he
No, I know
said.
you have to because it's too much of it though. But it's almost like we should have redacted it, but it would have taken all day to just
Yeah.
cross him out.
All right. When you're ready, give me the file number, please. Okay, I will do it as soon as I have it. This came as a supplementary bundle last night. So, Mr. Depp, file 9.
Um, I have your supplementary bundle right here, Was.
Nice ad lib.
it's it's such a it is it's such a pretentious. Here is your supplementary bundle, Mr. Depp.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Tab 86G. Oh, it is that
Uh,
photograph.
Wait, we're on page 100, right?
100, yeah.
You said okay.
terribly sorry. You said yes, sir. 86G. You said.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh.
Do not worry. Take your time. It is important that you get the right photograph.
Oh, I found it. I'm sorry. Yes, yes, yes.
Just confirm that that is a photograph of yourself and Miss Heard.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that she's considerably smaller than you?
She is smaller than me. Yeah. Yes.
You're. I hate this. I hate this part. God, it's everything that women
You
are
have
all
no.
the victims, and
Yeah.
because they're smaller, ugh, it's making me sick. Okay, you are a man, obviously, and she's a woman. She's less strong as a rule. A woman is less strong than a man. You have a bulkier frame than she has, and you are taller than she is.
Uh, I can agree to that. Yes.
You agree to all of that. This photograph really says it all, does it not? Yes?
Sure. Yes.
So, going back to that film clip, you have agreed that it would have been very intimidating for Miss Heard to see you in the state that you were in.
I can understand that. Sure. Yes.
All right, I'm going to pause. If you ever watch the unedited, I don't know if he's going to get into this. I don't think he will, unfortunately. If you watch the unedited version of this video that was leaked,
Yeah, it's only like
she's
10
mocking him
seconds
at the
more.
end.
Yeah.
He leaves
Yep.
the room, calls her an ass after he finds out she's been recording and leaves the room, and she chuckles. She's no victim. Okay,
Well, I mean
let's.
that's gonna be submitted,
I know. I don't think he's going to explain
resubmitted.
it. Okay.
Yeah, I know, because he's a luddite.
You were drunk, I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that?
Um, I may have been. I do not recall. I mean, the chances are very good that I was, if I was upset.
We saw you pour a sort of
Mega pint.
mega pint of red wine, which is not everybody's choice for breakfast, is it?
No.
It seemed that the bottle had already been worked on that morning. From what you said next, do you agree? Well, one has to be careful. That's the judge. Okay. Had you drunk anything from the bottle that morning before pouring the mega glass of wine?
In my opinion, since the mega wine was poured from a magnum, quite a large magnum of wine, it is my belief that there was more than likely left over from the night before.
Right. Were you under the influence of drugs on that occasion?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Well, if I was on any of my medications, then which I take daily, that are prescribed, but I probably had not even taken them at that point. It seems quite early.
What about cocaine?
Whitey stuff? No.
You say that with certainty. Are you certain?
Yes, I mean I'm pretty certain. Yes,
How can you be certain?
because by knowing exactly where the incident took place.
Where was that?
That was not downtown. That was at my I have a house on in West Hollywood. It's in Sweetser.
80 Sweetser Avenue?
1486 Sweetser. Yes.
That was there, and you're saying what? You never took drugs at Sweetser?
I am well, I'm unsure of the date of this recording actually.
How can you be so quick to answer the question that you had not taken cocaine?
Well, because contrary to it's put forth in all of these books, contrary to what it says in these books, that I'm always on cocaine and I'm always high, inebriated, and I'm always drunk. I'm always this and I'm always that. That I have to say, it's a physical impossibility.
Why is that?
Well, I have to work for a living. I have to make movies, and you have to be quite on the ball with your work. So at that time, I believe that I believe that the video was taken quite a while before.
Before what?
Well, before the end of our relationship.
Right. But I'm going to ask you about whether you had taken cocaine at the time. But I am asking you about whether you taken cocaine at the time. You have given us, if you will not mind me saying, rather a long explanation, which does not help us as to why you are so certain that you had not had cocaine on that occasion when you're behaving. If you do not mind me saying, like a monster,
Uh, uh, I'm relatively certain that I was not taking cocaine because, of that time period in which I believe that was filmed without my knowledge.
when do you believe that time period to be?
I believe it to be, I mean, that looks to me sometime around maybe around just after the time I had made a film called The Lone Ranger, where we were filming in New Mexico. And Miss Heard,
That was 2013, was it not?
yes, I think it was 2013.
So you say looking at that video clip, it was filmed in 2013 and that
Well, sometime around here, there.
that of course is the era when Miss Heard said she first saw the monster. That is to say your contact under the influence of alcohol and drugs. Was it not? That is what her account is?
Is that her account?
Well, you've read it. Come on. Go down to
You
15.
You were being asked at the moment, Mr. Depp, about Miss Heard's account, and I think Miss Wasp was simply asking you whether you agree that 2013 was at the time Miss Heard says the first saw, and she called you the monster. Well, yes, sir. I mean, I understand. Thank you. The monster, which is something that Miss Heard became obsessed with in a way, using that term over and over again. The term came from me, I believe.
It was your name for your alter ego, the bad side of your character, the person who used to lose control, who used to smash up hotel rooms, used to assault camera crewmen or paparazzi. That bad boy image, as it has been described in the newspapers, when you lose control and become a violent thug, that is the monster, is it not?
No.
What do you say the monster is?
A monster in situations with Ms. Heard was when the argument would escalate. and I would not placate. I would, if she was yelling at me, I would yell back, and then it became a screaming match, and that was the monster. Because because if I disagreed with Miss Heard in any way, and I voiced it, then I was the monster.
You were the monster.
Oh, she said I was the monster whenever I answered back in the same way that she was addressing me. So if she was yelling at me and I yelled back, that was what she called the monster. And then the monster is something that she unfortunately grabbed onto as sort of a way to, define me. And it's not altogether what she says it is at all.
She referred to it, the monster was the person that you became when you lost control, whether it was through anger, jealousy, or drugs, or whatever, or a combination. You became that person, the monster. That is who the monster was it not?
No,
It is somebody I suggest you recognized before you ever had a violent argument with Miss Heard. You called the monster before Miss Heard did.
I referred to the monster.
Yes, before Miss Heard did. It was your name for that side of your character.
I'm afraid, I'm afraid you're incorrect in your assumption that it was my definition of my character or an alter ego. The monster can be many things. It could be pain. It could be raising your voice. It could be slamming cabinets and kicking doors.
In the video clip we've seen, would you say you were the monster?
I would say that it was a very unpleasant video to watch. And I'm certainly not, and was not particularly proud of myself or happy with myself at that time.
My question was, would you say that that was the monster in the video?
If Miss Heard claims that to be the monster, she believes that to be the monster. I do not believe that to be the monster. The monster is uh, ephemeral. Um, it is not it is not Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Is what I'm trying to say. So I do not believe I was the monster. No,
Let us go to the time when you met Miss Heard. That was in about 2009. Is that right? I think your production company.
uh, it was around that area. I do not recall the year. Come on, Johnny. You know the year. You know
Uh,
exactly the year, the day. Come on, stop. Your
don't
movie.
worry about that. Worry about me having to say this name here.
uh,
Your production company, Nihil Infinalum, was making a film version of the Rum Diary,
yes,
another Hunter S. Thompson book that you turned into a film.
yes. She's being sarcastic there, like,
Yeah, I
oh,
know.
you and Thompson, here
I
we
know.
go.
It was a very special project for you, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Because Hunter S. Thompson was a special person to you.
Yes, he was.
I think after he died and he was cremated, I think you spent £3 million firing his ashes out of a cannon
Yes, I did.
as a sign of respect to your
Oh, 3 million.
y- dollars. Forgive me.
No, no, you were correct. It was 3 million. It was 5 million uh, American currency. I'm terribly sorry.
I was just curious.
I,
It. Oh, go ahead.
no, no, you go.
No, Judge Nickel breaks in. I was
Yeah,
just
right.
curious.
I was just curious.
Go ahead.
Um, oh, it was 5 million.
5 million.
It was.
Unless it's very important to this case, I'm mindful of the fact we are going very slowly, Mr. Depp, and I know you want this to be completed as quickly as possible. So I do not think you will have the story about the cremation of Hunter S. Thompson just now, if that's all right with you.
Sure. I thought you brought it up.
The star of the film was, or the female star of the film was somebody you had the right to choose. Do you agree?
Uh, um, I had casting approval. Yes.
You had casting approval. That is absolutely right. Presumably, there was fierce competition for the role.
Um, yes. There were a number of ingenues, young actresses. Yes.
Out of all the ingenues, you chose Miss Heard
Yes.
as the best for the part,
Yes. It's got to be killing him
and she
to
was, I
this
know,
line of
reliving
questioning.
this nightmare, the
Well,
worst
it's just
day of
right.
his
It's just
life.
like all I had to do was cast
Scarlett
Yeah.
effing Johansson, and we'd never be here right now. This has
Yeah.
got to be killing him. Going, he's just thinking back, like, oh my god, what
Yeah.
was I thinking?
This is my favorite, not my favorite, but this is what I really wanted to
Oh
lean
yeah, yeah,
into.
yeah.
And she was talented as an actress.
Well, no, I'd never seen her work at the times that I met her.
She had presumably had a screen test.
Yeah, this is great. Um, Miss Heard had auditioned for the director Chris Robinson 5 times, I believe, and he was having difficulty choosing between Miss Heard and 2 other actresses. So I met with him, and then he asked if if I would meet with Miss Heard. So I said, I would definitely meet with her, and so the meeting was set up. Yes,
She's a very beautiful woman, is she not?
she was a very beautiful woman. Yes.
She was at the start of her career.
I do not know. I'm not sure. I not seen any of her films, but yes, I imagine so. I mean, would you see any of her films?
No, nobody else did either. She was 23 years old,
Yes, I think so.
and you were 46 years old.
Sounds about right. Yes.
And at the time, you were both involved in relationships with other people.
Yes.
You had the mother of your 2 children, Vanessa Paradis, who you were in a relationship with.
Yes.
And Miss Heard was involved with a painter, an artist called Taja Van Ree.
Yes.
During the filming of the Rum Diary, did some publicity come out about an argument that had taken place between Miss Heard and Taja Van Ree, at which Miss Heard was arrested? You seem puzzled that such an event took place.
That's funny. Is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know.
It can't be, unless he's just giving him one of those Depp faces. No,
Yeah.
I do not recall. Um, she was arrested while we were doing the Rum Diary.
Do you remember learning about the incident at around the time it happened?
Oh, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing.
There was only one incident, Mr. Depp, is there not, when she had been arrested for domestic violence?
Yes, okay.
You say, okay, this was something that you had made huge capital of in the publicity surrounding this trial. At one stage, you were suggesting that there was more than one occasion when Miss Heard was arrested for domestic violence, but that is not the case, is it?
Um, I know that she was arrested for domestic violence in Seattle or Washington State.
Go Northwest. Okay. You know exactly when it happened because you had used it.
uh, that was quite a while before the Rum Diary, if you do not mind me saying so.
It was 2009. I thought the Rum Diary was 2009.
I do not know exactly when I met Miss Heard. I know that the Rum Diary was. God, I would need dates.
Sorry?
I would need dates, to be able to.
All right. The position is that Miss Heard was arrested in 2009 after an argument between herself and her girlfriend at Seattle Airport. You actually remembered the airport.
Yes, I mean, I know this account, the account of this.
In fact, it's quite clear, is it not, that despite being arrested, charges were never brought?
Yes, charges were never brought.
Indeed, Taja Van Ree has made a particular point of making it clear that Miss Heard was never involved in domestic violence against her.
Is that a question?
That is,
I think the only question can be whether you know if that's the case. Do you have any knowledge as to whether she was involved in domestic violence with Tasia Von Ree? Um, as far as I've read from, I was not there. So as far as I've read, she was arrested and taken into custody,
yes,
put in jail.
like you were, really?
Yes, only mine was a few more times than Miss Heard.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Could you go grab tab 85 of file 8, please? It should be an email.
Let me get that, please. 85, you say?
85. Yes, I think it should have page 143. I think it's 144, but it looks like 144 at the top.
Yes.
That's an email from Miss Heard's email address to her assistant's address. Do you agree?
Um, that is her publicist, Jody Gottlieb.
Let me interrupt real quick. Um, we looked up, we had a quick bathroom break. I edited out. And while that was going on, I looked up the date of the TMBZ video, and it was early 2016. So it's not 2013.
I don't.
I don't know how you could be
It
off 3
doesn't
years.
make him. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't make him sound good there that uh he's off 3 years, and even just the look of it, what would he have been that upset about
In
in
13.
13 during Low and Range, which is kind of he's still riding high on so many things. There's really not a lot would cause that and you connect him with his mother and his finances and all that stuff come crashing, which is completely understandable. I don't understand how he's claiming this is 3 years before. Such a weird, and I don't know if he's lying or he simply doesn't know. There's no way
I
he
think
doesn't
he,
know.
I think
There's
he,
no way.
I don't know. I don't think he would lie. There's no reason to lie about that.
Right. What does it benefit him? It actually is better if you're upset about your mom and
Exactly.
finances.
Exactly.
Why would you? That's so. I have never in my life.
I don't know. Maybe it's clarified later. I don't know. We'll keep going.
The other thing too, like the casting of her is weird to me. What do you think about this? Is laid out by him that Bruce Robinson, the director,
Hmm.
is auditioning her more, and he doesn't know. And they have three, and we think that the two other people we've come to realize is Scarlett Johansson and Keira Knightley.
Hmm.
We're gonna go with that as the. How could they not be in the final three? And he's worked with Keira Knightley on Pirates. I can't believe he didn't just go with that.
Hmm.
Maybe she doesn't fit Thompson's vision of how Chenault is supposed to look. And the other thing is too, like you're a major producer on this. Depp's got tons. He's really the boss. He's really the boss. His company's funding. He's paying for it. They lost a lot of money. His stamp is all over this.
Hmm.
And so, wouldn't you think if a role that important to this movie, shouldn't you be seeing her movies?
I don't know
Shouldn't
if
you
you
be
can see her movies.
researching what and who she is for this? I mean, what is that? Just pure um apathetic laziness?
I have no doubt that by
Sarah,
this,
you're a producer of this movie. You got so much at stake. It's an homage to him. You da da da. The female lead in this movie. You're not going to research who this person is. You're not going to. Would you not at least see a few of her films to
I would
solidify that this
probably
is the
take
right
a
decision?
quick, I would probably glance at her IMDb, make sure there were no adult movies. In the IMDb, I'm just talking about me, what I would do if I'm trying to produce like a serious film. I would try to get some, at least basic information from her. Maybe read the synopsis of one of her movies. I don't know that I would watch those pieces of garbage, but
I think you
I
would.
sus-
I think you're very
no,
fastidious.
I
You're a tortured
suspect
filmmaker,
no.
and as everybody knows that listens to this show,
Hmm.
and I don't think you would be that cavalier about it,
I'm putting myself in
Kevin
that
Love.
position at that time, knowing nothing about her. I don't know if I would have
I
the
would always the
time.
first job of a producer when in the terms of casting is you're gonna see the movies of the person you're bringing into this
Hold
huge
on, hold on. Every actress that auditions of any caliber has, like, what is it,
a real
a book or whatever,
a
a
real
reel, a book. You would at
a
least
sizzle
watch
reel.
I hate that term. You would at least watch the reel. So I wouldn't sit down and have a movie-thon watching, Drive Angry or whatever. I wouldn't do that at all.
You wouldn't. I would.
I
I'm
know you
saying
would.
I would. I'm not even saying. I'm not even saying. Oh, I'm so. I'm so persnickety tortured artist that I have to. I'm so thorough, and I mean, I just think anybody would.
I think
I don't think it's that I really don't. I don't think it's
But
that
okay, okay.
anal.
But I think by this stage, he's downplaying the what was
Definitely,
happening at that time with her. I think by
definitely.
that time, going back in time, he was already smitten with her. He and this is 2009. When did he break up with Vanessa officially?
I also think it makes him look
Ugh,
above it all,
I'll look
and
it up.
he's trying to be reductive. He broke up with Vanessa officially
Mhm.
2012.
Okay. He was already I suspect he was having a mad affair with Amber Heard while he was with Vanessa in the final years, and he's downplaying it, trying not to piss off the
Yes,
mother of his children while he's on the
yes,
stand.
yes.
S-
I definitely think there's a lot of that. He's trying desperately to make it look like he's not having an affair with her, and he's also being reductive to her awful career before that. That he just, you know, I can't be bothered to watch these movies. Who, she's a dime a dozen. I know we know what she is. I don't need to research. I know what she. Anybody could size her up. I don't need to
She's
look at her movies.
already sauntering onto the Public Enemy's premiere red
Yeah.
carpet,
Yep. That's
hunting
so
him out.
strange.
That's in 2009.
Yep.
There's already something going on back in 2009. I don't know why at this stage he wouldn't admit it. He's essentially fighting for his life here on the stand. So,
How much you think the I'll pose this. It's not going to come up. I don't think in here. The casting of Amber Heard has a lot to do with the asking price of Scarlett Johansson and
mhm,
Keira Knightley
I'm sure.
versus what the Succubus would demand.
Good point.
Scarlett Johansson's got to be getting, even at that point, she just did shit. No, I'm sorry. This is pre Iron Man 2. She's probably filming Iron Man 2. Her debut as Black Widow is in Iron Man 2. She shouldn't have gotten that role. She looks nothing like. Um, Scarlett Johansson's a really good actress. She's nothing like the Natasha Romanoff a comic book fan knows. They needed a name and they crowbarred her in there, and she just doesn't even attempt the Russian accent and the whole thing. But nevertheless, it's really right around the same time. So she has a glorified cameo in Iron Man 2.
Mhm.
Um, I she had an Academy Award, I think, supporting actress nomination for Lost in Translation. She was a name at that point, and so Keira Knightley had been pretty big too at the time. The Pirates movies had come in. She's in a ton of stuff. She's a pretty big star. Those two are getting at least. There's no way their agent's going to take less.
Mhm.
What'd you say? 5 million a film? Three to
Yeah,
5 million? If, at the very
easily.
least three. I'd say five. And this movie budget can handle that star power budget wise.
Mhm.
That's my theory why they cast her. It's not going to come up.
You've also got the added bonus of your spiritual equal who has, she's presented this false
Yes,
she's your equal in literature.
old soul, fake old soul.
She loves all of your movies
Right,
and she has all of the same books you do and she's good in the sack. Let's go for it.
which is we come to find out she never seen any of his movies, which is really kind of strange. That you'd think. I mean, at the library he had at that point, really none of them.
Mhm.
She's trying to look above it all. Like I never saw Donnie Brasco. I never, you're such a Thompson fan. You're not watching Fear and Loathing.
Yeah. I still cringe whenever I watch an old interview of her from the Rum Diary like press tour. And she says, when they were talking about the director, she goes, "We felt only he could do this book
Yeah, yeah,
justice."
yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
"Oh, I
There's
want to puke
nothing
in your
worse.
face."
Go read. You want to cringe. You want to get physically angry. Go read interviews with her around the Rum Diary. She's
Yeah.
now she's almost like she's acting like a producer on the movie.
Oh, yeah.
She's
She was already the
completely.
first lady.
Oh, I know.
She was the first lady of Depp Kingdom. So she's got power now on the set. There's stories of her just being around this time, just being a bitch when she's out shopping. So, to the store clerks.
Yep. Yep.
She knew what was going to happen. She already had her claws sunk in there.
Yep.
Okay,
No
let's keep
question
going.
about it.
Okay, thank you. It was sent on I'm going to say the 8th of June because the dates are in the American order, but I'm prepared to accept I may have that wrong. It's either the 6th of August or the 8th of June. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
It has been forwarded from Taja Benry, an email from
I
Taja
hate that.
Benry
I
to
hate
Miss
that
Her.
name so much.
I know.
I
I
get
swear.
it.
I hate saying it.
It seems
Saying
fake.
this.
Does it seem like a fake name to you?
Well, she's an artiste.
Everything's a fake name. All these
I
names are
know.
so pretentious.
She's got
I don't.
forearm tattoos.
No one knows. No one knows anybody with that name.
I don't know. Okay,
Mm.
so the email says, quote, in 2009, Amber was wrongfully accused for an incident that was misinterpreted and over sensationalized by two individuals in a powerful position and remain close to this day, end quote. All right. Now, that email was sent in response to a press article, an article that was put in the press, which we can see at tab 5, 1768. You can put away?
Uh, tab 5.
My fault. You can put away 5 and get the 5 something out.
Yes, thank you. Um, can I have the tab number again, please?
Tab 176A. It should have F1132 at the bottom.
Article: Amber Heard arrested for violence against girlfriend.
Yes.
Uh, what number again? Sorry.
176A. Do you have it?
Yes, thank you.
That is an article which we learned Judge has just read out the headline. Quote, Amber Heard arrested for violence against girlfriend, end quote. It is dated, I'm going to suggest 7th of June, 2016. If we tie that up with the email we have just looked at. Remember I said it was the 8th of June or the 6th of August?
Yes.
Looks like this email is written following the publicity of this article.
Yeah, it seems like it follows. Yes.
We know that from the email that arrest of Amber Heard was in 2009. So, on the face of it, would you agree it is strange that the story finds itself in the media in June of 2016?
Do I find it strange? 2009 was which arrest, please?
There was only one arrest, as I said, in 2009. Uh, Mr. Depp, 5 years later, is reported in a. Is this a celebrity magazine of some sort, TMZ?
Uh, yes. TMZ is a celebrity outlet.
Okay. It's dated in June 2016, really, within a very short time after Miss Heard obtained a restraining order against you.
Yes.
A week or two?
Yes.
Did you and your publicity team have anything to do with this story being released into the media?
Um, I myself can only speak for me and my actions, and I had nothing to do with it or anything to do with me.
Would your publicity people ever act behind your back? Would they have done this behind your back?
Oh, well, I would hope not.
No. So we would have to consider your answer that you had nothing to do with it. I'm just looking at the dates, but we can read the article. Quote, Amber Heard complained she was the victim of domestic violence by husband Johnny Depp, was herself arrested for domestic violence. Amber Heard and Taja Van Ree, end quote. My copy, my lord, does not seem to flow on from the.
I think mine is the same.
Anyway, um, if it's important, we can come back to that tomorrow. Your account, Mr. Depp, is that if the story is adverse to Miss Heard, which actually were not accurate, found their way into the press after she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against you, you had absolutely nothing to do with it?
No, I did not.
Would you have sanctioned it had you been asked?
No.
No, all right. Now I can ask you this. Can I just ask you this? Miss Van Ree made a number of paintings, did she not? And gave more than one of them to Miss Heard?
I do not know how many. I do not know that she gave a number of paintings.
More than one?
I would say you'd have to ask Miss Hurt.
I'm asking you.
I do not know the answer.
You do not know?
I know there was one painting.
You know about one painting.
Yes.
Let us stick on one. At least we can make some progress with that. The two of them remained on very good terms, did they not?
Initially, when Miss Heard and I first began seeing one another, she and Tasia, her wife, had split up, and Vanessa and I were split up,
Hmm.
and we started, seeing one another. Then I, as you do, you ask, I'm sorry, how did that happen or whatever. Miss Heard's attitude towards me, towards Miss Von Ree at the time was not of the most pleasant. She did she did not have the nicest things to say about Miss is it Von Ray or Van Ree? I
Von
don't know.
Ree.
You know it's not what it appears, right? You know there's no way that's pronounced what it appears. It's gonna be some weird lilt. It's gonna be Von Ray or Von Rie. Or, there's just
Mm-hmm.
no way anything about that effing name is what it appears. I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee it.
It's probably like Kimberly Jones.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that you were on good term. They were on good terms, and in fact, the painting that you had referred to was actually kept by Miss Heard and put up in the place where she was living in Orange County in Los Angeles.
No, it was Orange Avenue
Orange Avenue. Thank you.
in Los Angeles. Yes, it was hanging in her bedroom.
All right. Exactly. Can I ask you, please, to look at file 7, tab 62, 62C? It is in file 7. It's in file 8, 62C.
Thank you. I have 62C in file 8.
So have I, and Mr. Depp has as well.
I think we all have found it now.
As long as we all have it, yes. Mr. Depp, you were asking about you were telling us about your relationship with Miss Paradis. I think one of the problems in that relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word.
I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Parody that the mother of my children it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have two children with. So it was very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. He loves saying that. He loves that choice of words, numbing
Hmm.
myself for. Um, do you think he was in that much pain?
I don't know.
You
It
think this was
depends on.
already set up? I mean, he's trying to lay it out there that we just happened to both be magnificently single at the same time, and we were.
I think exactly. I think he might be cushioning it maybe for his kids. That it was a very painful breakup, and that's the last thing we want to
Well,
do is break up a
you
family.
can't ever say. Remember Howard's bullshit with Allison at the end? He was like pretending he was in pain. He's on the air, just goofing on it, And I mean, we'd always theorize that they'd been broken up years before he actually announced that,
Hmm.
in the fall of '99, and then
Yeah.
he's just you have to pretend you're in pain, that it's a painful time when it's never mutual. It's always one person's really happy that doesn't exist anymore. There's not always pain.
Mm-hmm.
And in his case, I don't know. The kids, the kids, the kids, the kids, the kids. I don't know. I mean, is where it's going. You have to say that. It's so rote every time there's a
When did
breakup.
Lone Ranger film?
It came out and filmed, I want to say the summer of 13,
No.
14.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking back to the Tonto Man pictures and wondering where those were.
That's a good
Okay.
that's a good question.
Yeah, but
But he's
it didn't
filming
work.
no, but he's filming the whole point of that is he's filming Lone Ranger.
Hmm. But he was officially already broken up with Vanessa.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, by that
Yeah,
point Amber
no,
Heard.
that's good because Lone Ranger came out in the summer of 13,
Hmm. But
right?
while he's
So if
away
it's 2012, that signifies the breakup of Vanessa officially.
hmm well,
So he's
at that stage while he was away filming Lone Ranger, she was already sending him nude photos
right.
that
They're at
were
that
released to the
stage.
public
Right.
in the fappening. I don't
That's
even know
right.
if I can say that on this platform.
That's where the deppening comes from.
I know exactly.
That's a derivation.
Okay. All right. So 117 line 3.
I don't know if anybody in that courtroom, and I don't know if the jury's going to buy it, that they were broken up at all. That there wasn't, and I'm sure the succubus's lawyers are going to go. Well, I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know how it benefits her because she looks like a home wrecker
Hmm.
if the cheating's instituted into this whole thing. I don't think any. I don't. It's in terms of
people who follow this and fans and Depp-Heads and stuff. Does anybody believe he didn't cheat on? Really? You really believe he didn't cheat on Vanessa that whole time?
Best case
Come on.
scenario, I think he had a torrid affair with Amber Heard in 2009. Maybe it ended, and then he circled back to her 3 years later. I don't know.
He has so much ways to. He's so much square footage in his life and residences and ways to dance around and not be seen. And
Hmm.
if anybody could pull that off, no pun intended,
Are you
he
talking about her nightgown when he spun her around and
yeah.
pulled it off of her perky breasts? Okay. All right. So 117, let's get through this. 117, line 3. Am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why?
I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes.
All right. Going to that email, that is an email from you, is it? If you look at that first hole punch, there's an email address. Oh, his email address. JD Dic-
Oh yeah.
JD Dictator 3. Is that your email address?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Is it to Matthias Bouchion?
It's always see you can't. There's never a name. That's never
I totally
give
effed that up. So,
Matthew. That's okay. Who wouldn't?
all right, keep going.
Is that Matthias
Is it Matthias?
Bouchion?
Okay.
Bouchion. Again, it's not exact. It's nothing like we're gonna. It's going to be
Hmm.
not what you think it looks like. It's
Hmm.
never. These names are never, ever simple. Yes.
Is that Ms. Parody's father?
Excuse me.
Who is that?
Matthias Bouchion. Is someone who worked at her house in the south of France for like the past 20 years.
So a friend?
Yeah, friend, employee, sure.
Friend slash employee. Okay, go down to the second hole punch down.
Yes.
Can you see a line that begins, quote, too numb, end quote? Is it one that says human? Can you see that? The first word in the line is human.
Am I looking just under the second hole punch?
Second hole punch down.
Yeah, I see numb, yes.
What you say, and I will read it all because it confirms what you said. Not to use this, it is dated for the avoidance of doubt on the 8th of February, 2012.
Yes.
So this was during the split or toward the end of the split?
This is where we're getting the timeline now. Is just
Mm-hmm.
she's working on what's going on here. Who
Mm-hmm.
you're broken up or not? What? Um, I cannot recall exactly.
Shall we look at the email? And it might be easier for you to answer that question when you've been reminded. Quote, not to use this as an excuse at all because there is none, but my drinking was never for fun. I have been trying to numb and self medicate my pain for years. My brain has not been right. End quote. Can I ask you, Mr. Depp, the pain that you keep referring to, is that something to do with your childhood or just in a nutshell? Can you help us? What is it that causes you in your own mind to need to self medicate and numb yourself so regularly?
Well, as regularly as necessary. I would not say it was regularly. My need to numb myself was just in a great deal of pain. So
Physical pain or emotional?
no, emotional pain.
What was the cause of the emotional pain?
Let me say something for him. So this numb myself stuff. It's like I, you're implying that this is a guy who drinks all the time, every time he has. The Viper Room was open almost as a drinking club where he and his friends could hang out and it became the celebrity haunt we all know. It's a maximum occupancy of 200 people.
Hmm.
And he's implying that the only time he ever drinks is to numb himself. There's no social fun involved at all. Everything is just to numb you have to look like a tortured artist under every circumstance. There's never any how many times have we seen him drinking where it's just complete social fun? It's fine. You can say that, John. Not everything is got to be this torture. I'm not numb myself from everything. You're allowed to drink socially and admit it. It doesn't
Hmm.
have to be some pain underneath it. Nobody buys it. Every
Yeah.
now and again, I could see hitting the bottle because whatever. Yeah, I get it once in a while, but you're drinking just as much socially. So
Mhm.
stop with this numb the pain shit.
Yep.
Oh, well, the world. See, listen to what's coming here. Well, the world I had known and the family that we had raised was either on the verge of falling apart, and my children were, 14, I believe, and 11, and those are difficult ages when your parents split up. And by the way, and this is a guy who can throw tons of money at every situation and every problem. This is so much easier. They're not married, so there's not going to be legalese involved. I think he threw money at her just
Mhm.
just just uh, just in good form.
Yeah.
But when you have the access and money he has, it's much easier to deal with a divorce. And he gets to, the midlife crisis gets to kick off,
Mhm.
without full access to being a dad full time. Not that I'm not saying he doesn't want to be a dad. And he's got a lot of great qualities as a dad. But I mean, um, when you're in his position, it's not even officially a divorce. They split up. They're
Mhm.
not married. So I don't know if I buy this pain thing. How about you?
I don't know. I think they may have started it, but then he liked it too much and he kept going.
Yeah, I mean, look at his life. He's every night, his bandmates could come over and jam with his friends and do, it's like you're now expunged of the full responsibility of, and you could be the cool dad.
Mhm.
I'm not saying there's a part of that he loves, and don't tell me he doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. So, in answer to my question, what was it that was causing the emotional pain? The split?
Um, I would imagine it was a combination of things, but the main concern, here we go. The main concern that I had at the time was, losing my family, losing my children, losing, not losing my children, but having my, a world spin away. So it was very, very sad. And she was very, very sad. And I didn't like making her and sad, and I did not like making my children sad.
Are you sure it was not the alcohol that was causing the problems in the marriage?
Um, as I said, towards the end of our relationship, I would hit the bottle pretty good.
Let us have a look at what else you say. Quote, so my drinking was never for fun. I have been trying to numb and self medicate my pain for years. My brain has not been right. End quote. What does that mean?
My brain has not been right. It's a very difficult thing to define. I'll do my best. My brain has not been right, meaning I was having difficulty, and I, I've always had difficulty with confrontation, with seeing, what I've caused someone pain, broken someone's heart, and throughout my teenage years. So it's officially him breaking up with her. There's no question
Mm-hmm.
there. He's ending it. Right.
That's
So
what it
it's
sounds
so
like.
if you're ending it, how is it painful? Like this is what you want.
Yeah.
You're ending it. That's for you.
What he's talking about, like the confrontation, that's the painful part.
Yeah.
The end game is what he wants.
Right.
But yeah,
But
go
then
ahead.
again, your whole life is predicated on doing a 180 and straying as far away from what your parents did to you and your tortured childhood
Mm-hmm.
as possible. But this is the final product. This is what you come up with.
Yeah.
You're going in the same direction. In fact, I think Jack is the same age he was when they divorced,
Mm-hmm.
when his parents divorced. So you're going in the exact same direction.
Mm-hmm.
And we can kind of blame the alcohol a little bit here, and it's what he wants. The pain is exactly what you said. The pain is, oh, I don't want to look like the bad guy,
Yeah.
because he's clearly 100% the one ending it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't end it then.
I know
You're not
exactly.
married. Don't end it. You're not married.
Work it out. I know that sounds easier said than done. Work it out. You're an adult.
Right. If the kids are so important, you'll work it out. But
Mhm.
they're not. They're not.
Yep.
Work it out. You're not married to either. There's no legalese, anything that you have to even worry about as far as alimony, So work it out.
Mhm.
He has a way of eliciting um, sympathy or empathy where there shouldn't be. He's very that's his unearthly charisma coming into play here.
Mhm.
All right, you're at 16, right? Oh no, I'm where am I?
I was hoping you knew.
Okay. Oh, top of 120. Someone's pain
Yeah.
and broken someone's heart, and throughout my teenage years, then to my adult years, say I was like 22 or somewhere thereabouts, is when I went from not being able to pay my rent to suddenly I had this job, and then the next thing, people were like, you would go to a restaurant and people were staring at you and pointing, and I was not quite used to that, so I never quite ever got used to it, and I always wondered I could never figure out like I what it was, what it was all for, or because certainly it's a privileged position to be in. I know this. And it's not a job in which you can complain about having. No one wants to hear that. But some of the sacrifices that have to be made mean that you do not have a life outside in the world. I mean, not just it's the deal you make. You have it was difficult to even it was difficult to go anywhere without being. You love saying this without being a novelty, if you would.
Yeah, I understand. I do not want to cut you short, but you're describing in is one of the trappings of fame, if you like. You're not saying that here, you're saying your brain has not been right. If that was your definition of your brain not being right, every single celebrity or famous person would have a brain that is not right.
Um, quite a lot that I've met have brains that are not right. Yes,
Yes.
I do not think it's the healthiest occupation.
And let us go on. Quote, after two separate lengthy stays in the hospital to get off alcohol and pills, I know now, after almost 2 months of sobriety, that I was not happy. And from the doctor's discoveries that I had continued, I was going to die. The liver has had enough. I have been living in a state of constant poison for years. This cannot continue. I need peace. Vanessa needs peace and she deserves to be happy. End quote. Now, is that accurate? What you've said there about your alcohol abuse?
Yes,
You've been living in a state of constant poison for years?
I would say um, I might have. When you're in that state, I may have taken a little bit of liberty with the word saying constant, but it it has occurred throughout my entire life.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
So again, I'm not suggesting that for every minute of your waking day you're drunk or high on drugs, but this was really a regular part of your life, was it not? Drink and pills, you say here. What pills are we talking about?
For certain periods, yes, it was like a regular part of my diet.
What pills are we talking about?
Well, the pills that kicked in New York at the hospital when I stopped drinking alcohol, I believe they were Clonopin or Clonopin, I believe.
You sometimes refer as pills. You refer to ecstasy or MDMA as pills, do you not?
Well, MDMA can come, or MDMA or ecstasy can come in pill form, but mostly I've seen it in sort of a brown kind of rock.
Ugh.
It sort of loose, looks like rock salt, only it's brown. It's kind of a little bag, and you just put your finger in, and
You've only taken it in pill form, have you not?
uh,
MDMA?
yes, I have.
So that email, I think we can put that away now. I think you say maybe a bit of exaggeration, but you certainly accept that you've been in a state of constant poison, given a bit of florid, is it florid? Yeah, florid language
Yeah.
for years, yes?
Yes. When I was poisoning myself, I was poisoning myself um the best I could.
And staying with file 8, did you always respect Miss Paradis as the mother of your child? Did you end on good terms?
Yeah, yes, we did. I mean, I've always respected her, and I of course love her very much, and we're very close.
Would you give me a moment?
Here we go. I know it's coming.
Could you go in the file you have in front of you to 63A? Has my lord
Is-
got that?
It's albatross time, or I think maybe. Uh, yes.
Is it an email to Jane Rose dated the 20th of March 2013?
At the top of the page is an email from Jane Rose, but I think we are on the same page.
That is right. And in the middle of the page, we see something .com. Am I right in saying that is your email address? We have just looked at that.
Yes.
We do not need to consider too much of the context, but I just want to ask you this. You said, quote, I am with my girl Amber, end quote. Have you got that?
Yes.
So this looks like you were showing her off to your friends at this stage, which is the beginning of 2013. It's March 13 of 13. Quote, also, I am with my girl Amber. You will love her. Is it all right to bring her around with me? She's not a pain in the ass, the arse. Okay, I got to repeat this. Quote, also, I am with my girl Amber. You will love her. Is it all right to bring her around with me? She's not a pain in the arse like the French ex albatross, no comparison, end quote. I mean, do you consider that to be a decent way of describing the woman who is the mother to your two children?
It's so I just want to see. This is why we needed to see this trial. The expression on his face when she's reading this back to him is
Yeah,
just you talk about just like busted. How I mean, again, we always say like, crack open anybody's emails or computer, and you probably get something like this. But just to read it
I
out loud,
know.
could you imagine? Oh, good.
Humiliated. That
I'm
would be
with
me.
I'm with
Hmm.
my girl, Amber. Amber. Oh, you love her. It's all right to bring her around with me, right? She's not a pain in the arse. You know that the French ex albatross is. There's no comparison.
Ugh, so horrible.
Oh my god! I mean, Vanessa's get
Hmm.
as soon as this comes out, I'm sure she got wind of. I mean,
Like,
this is
why did I write this statement for this jack off?
exactly, exactly. And these are all, some of this stuff was printed in individual articles. They would cherry pick from the and stuff would kind of come out and leak out. It should have gotten way more attention than it did. This is crazy, crazy, crazy shit.
Hmm.
He's also too like he's trying to set up this thing where he's he self sabotaged the breakup. It's almost like he's trying to just blame the alcohol and drink as much as possible. So he self sabotages the relationship and he has an out, and the alcohol gives him an out.
Hmm.
The substance thing, and I'm so tortured and stuff. And immediately he goes to this. He's like, "Oh, really? Wow, you recovered quite nicely."
Yep.
Uh, no, I'm looking at it. I would say yes. Again, it does not. It just does not make me very pleased with myself. I would say it's very disrespectful and disgusting in a way. Yes.
And then you go on, quote, whatever is all right is fine. She's just on my arm and a killer broad, end quote.
Yes.
Who does that refer to?
That referred to Miss Heard.
Yeah, she was a bit of arm candy for you, was she? Is that what you're saying here? Quote, she's just on my arm and a killer broad, end quote.
Um, my intention was certainly not to describe her as a arm candy.
What does, quote, she's just on my arm, end quote mean?
Uh, oops. Well, she's just on my arm. It means that she's going to be with me. She's just on my arm, meaning she's on my
Oh,
arm.
all right. Um,
He's he's so busted. There's just no good way to he owns it initially, but he's just no good way to wiggle out of
mhm.
that phraseology and just. just just admit it. You're being an over the top chauvinist to show off. Just admit it.
Hmm.
We all do it, but again, and you get into anybody's texts and emails, you're gonna see shit like that.
Yep. 910.
Line 10. God, what's the page? Did I just screw up
No,
on the?
124. Line 10.
Okay. You're right. She's not gonna wander around and stuff. And
Talk to anyone else?
well, just I don't know. I don't. She's just not gonna make a big deal about spending time with, Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones and all these other people. It was not. It was not going to turn her into something, some kind of spiraling fan. Essentially, sort of what I'm saying. She's on my arm. She's a killer broad.
You've told us about your separation from Vanessa. If you do not mind me calling her that.
Yeah, sure.
But your addiction or your consumption of poison also caused problems with your daughter, did it not? It made her very unhappy, the alcohol you were consuming?
Wow, this is going. I forgot about this. I think that there was a period where my daughter was concerned for her father's safety. Yeah.
Yes, and safety. Is that because you would
Sorry. Did you say father's sake or father's safety?
safety?
Oh,
Safety.
yeah, yes. I mean, I think she was concerned about my health.
Because when you get very drunk, I do not mean you. When people get very drunk, they can injure themselves, yes? When you get very drunk, you can smash things up, can you not?
I would have to say that it does not take alcohol to do that.
You can just smash things up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Depp. Your voice is dropping again. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have to remind you, please, to keep your voice nice and loud. You were asked when people get drunk, they can injure themselves.
Yes.
I think you were starting to answer that, but I did not catch how you answered.
Sorry. I was saying that the ability or the impetus or the synapse that fires does not necessarily mean that you have to be drunk to smash something or throw something against a wall or punch a wall or a door. It it is a human reflex, something that feels stronger than you. It's a frustration, and that's what happens.
It's a loss of control, is it not? It's an outburst of anger which is uncontrolled?
It's a mini explosion that comes and goes quite quickly.
Yes.
Well, there's no if it does not mean that every time I have a drink, I break something. It does not mean that every time somebody says something that I do not like, I break something or throw a tantrum.
Not every time, but you do break things, do you not? And you do throw tantrums?
I, I do not throw tantrums.
You just said it does not mean every time.
Well, what I'm trying to explain to you is that it does not take alcohol for one to become upset about something. That reaction, the internal reaction, it does not require alcohol to slam your hand down on a table or be so frustrated about what you are unable to do. You know, when it's out of your hands and you've fallen prey to something that is bigger than you, it is, it's that's pretty much it.
Did you smash things when you were living with Miss Parody?
Boy, over 14 years, I imagine that I must have, and over 14 years, I imagine that she must have.
Were the police ever called to your home in France?
No, never,
Never.
never.
What was Miss Parody's approach to your alcohol intake and your drugs intake?
Miss Parody never had a problem
No?
with my drinking, and when I was with Miss Parody for those 14 years, um, I did not touch cocaine. I was not even smoking marijuana then. I stopped drinking spirits. I was really just drinking only wine for the entire period.
but in large enough quantities to describe it as being poison to your friend, Mr. Bokil? Okay.
Uh, when as I tried to explain it, the head does not feel right, and things are going on, and that are indeed, yes, out of your control, and that are unpleasant, and that was what I would do. I think Miss Parody was concerned very late in our relationship because then it was constant, but there were no drugs involved at all. I was raising my children along with Miss Parody.
So she did not have a problem, you said, about you drinking or taking drugs. Am I right in assuming that you were saying by that she never stopped you? She never tried to stop you from drinking or taking pills?
I did not take drugs when I was with Miss Parody.
Well, the pills you have spoken about?
Well, the pills and medication from my doctor.
Uh, yeah, I'm going to skip down to her. It's just the judge. Yeah, let us just stick to the alcohol when it comes to your relationship with Miss Paradise. You were drinking to the extent that you described it as a poison to one of your friends, but your evidence is it that she did not try to interfere and stop you drinking?
Towards the end of our relationship, Miss Parody was concerned about my drinking because, yes, I mean, I would drink to great excess, but drinking to great excess does not mean that you are out of control. It appears to others that you are drinking yourself to death. I just think she was in fear of my drinking myself to death.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
Now, Miss Heard had a very different approach to your drinking, and by the time you were with Miss Heard, you were also taking cocaine and other controlled drugs, including marijuana.
Um,
Oh, wait.
it may be helpful to split these questions up.
Yes, the point I wish to make, Mr. Depp. Are you all right? Have you got a runny nose?
No, I'm fine.
The point I'm trying to make, Mr. Depp, is that you two had very different women in terms of their characters. Miss Paradis, on one hand, was very tolerant of your drinking and did not try to stop you. And Miss Heard, on the other hand, who did try to help you with what she considered your abuse of alcohol and your abuse of controlled drugs, including cocaine. Do you agree that the two women took a very different approach to your consumption?
Um, I just would agree that they were very very different women. Very different types of women. When Miss Heard and I began seeing one another, she was well aware that I was drinking wine as we drank wine together.
This was late 2011, if we can get the dates, because I think you went to rehab around the beginning of 2012.
Yes, I mean, I checked into a hospital in New York to stop drinking.
Yes, and when you stopped drinking after your relationship with Miss Heard it was quite a slow start to the relationship. Do you agree?
Yes,
Yes, you explained to her because, as you rightly say, you had been drinking the first time you spent any time on a personal level together.
yes.
You did not see her for quite a while, and then you saw her again, and you were not drinking at all. I think you became very keen on tea.
When I met Miss Heard,
I'm not talking about meeting her. I'm talking about the relationship again.
uh, the premiere of the Rum Diary in Los Angeles was the same day as the press conference in Los Angeles. We did the press conference at the end of the day, and I had invited Miss Heard and the director Bruce Robinson after the press to come to the holding room, the hotel room that I was in, to have a glass of wine. Miss Heard showed up, of course. Mr. Robinson did not. We shared a bottle of wine and we spoke. That was when I found out that she and her ex, or her wife, or whatever, now her ex, were going to be, and I was, or the relationship with Vanessa was unfortunately it crumbled.
All right. All right. But once you told Miss Heard about the fact that you'd been to rehab because you said you had checked in to some sort of institution in early 2012, you explained to her, did you not, why you were not drinking?
In fact, it was in New York.
It does not matter where it was. Can we try to stick to whether you agree with what I'm suggesting to you or not? The first time you were together as a couple, rather than in a work environment, you were drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Not excessively. Am I not suggesting that?
Yes, I'm drinking.
But you enjoyed red wine hugely, did you not?
Yes, very much.
And she is very keen on red wine, is she not?
Yes.
And you buy a lot of really, really expensive red wine, do you not?
I have.
I think you told one magazine when it suggested that you spent $30,000 a month on wine that that was nonsense because the truth was it was considerably more than that.
It was.
It was, and that it is true.
Well, there were a lot of people drinking that wine.
You were generous with your friends. Let us not get distracted.
We were all living on the same floor, so let us, let us put it that way.
The position is that after you'd been to rehab, you were not drinking, and you explained to Miss Heard why you were not drinking.
No, that's not true.
What happened then?
I left the hospital and I went and checked into a hotel. Miss Heard was coming over that night. When I arrived at this hotel, I immediately opened a bottle of wine. She arrived and I poured us glasses of wine and we drank.
Was this after you had been to rehab?
It was not rehab. It was 3 days in a hospital room in New York City. On the day that I got out of the hospital, Miss Heard and I had made arrangements to see one another that night in my hotel suite. She came over and I'd already opened the bottle and it was waiting for her.
Was there ever a time you explained to Miss Heard, or was there ever a time when you were not drinking alcohol in the early stages of the relationship with Miss Heard, and you explained to her that you were not drinking alcohol because you had a problem with your liver?
Yeah, yes, we had that conversation.
When was that?
I do not recall.
That is what I wanted to ask you about. Around that time when you were not drinking, you made a real effort, did you not?
Yes, I even got a liver transplant from Keith
Shut
Richards.
up. To clean yourself up?
I got sober of alcohol and I remained sober.
For how long?
Well, at the time, I cannot remember exactly how long, but it was quite a long while.
What do you call a long while?
Um, I was not drinking during the entire shoot of Lone Ranger, which was probably about a 6 month shoot. I do not remember the next time or when I fell off the wagon, as it were. Yes, I was doing my best to stay sober.
And you had friends supporting you, did you not, through this attempt at sobriety?
Yes. Oh
Somebody
God, here
called
comes.
somebody called
No,
Charlie somebody called Charlie Dunnett.
yes.
D U
Just
N N I'm just going to skip that.
okay.
Dunnit.
Yes.
And Elton John.
It was. Yes.
Yes, there's an email exchange between you and Elton John dated March 22nd, 2012. Subject, quote, 100 days, right? 100 days is very important when it comes to detoxing, giving up whatever you want to call it, because it's a big achievement. It's a milestone. Is it considered to be a milestone?
It is quite an achievement. Yes.
Could you go to tab 62? I'm going to check that that is in file 8. It might be the back of file 7. Is it 62D?
Let me stop you right there for a minute. So he claims he goes. It's not rehab. I went into a hospital. So he's going to detox.
He's
This
going
is
to
the,
detox under medical supervision.
or is it that thing celebrities do when they cry exhaustion? You
I
ever
don't
see that
know.
move?
I
He
hate
had
it.
this once. I don't know if anybody listening to this remembers the dirt. Maybe you do because you read the gossips. The shooting of Donnie Brasco,
Hmm.
where they claimed he got hospitalized for exhaustion.
No, I don't remember that.
It's not going to come up in here, but I remember that was a thing. It was the first time that I had been exposed to this celebrity exhaustion. So
Hmm.
when something really bad happens, the publicists, the PR people euphemize it and they clean it up and they call it exhaustion.
Hmm.
So during Donnie Brasco, I remember there was a pretty big piece that he had gotten hospitalized for exhaustion, and it really never came back up again. And I just kind of wonder if it's all this. You
I
just
don't know.
go into retreat and go away and wait for this dust to settle. And
Could be that he was afraid his detox would just be physically, what's the word? Almost too much physically, and they wanted to have him under supervision. I don't know.
yeah, there's been and again that the Lone Ranger period. I remember reading an article. I think it had to be Rolling Stone, and I think he's on the cover, leaning over his Tonto on the front of it. And I think
Mhm.
in the article he claims to be sober. That was a big gist of the article, and I remember not buying it. Like, going, I don't believe that. Yeah, right. Going on, and it's just back and forth, and then all of a sudden, like the next thing I read with him, he is, just having this huge wine party and stuff like that lasted long. And that must have been the third article I read on him where he claims to be sober in the article. It's a constant, uh, just sobriety um, tact he's trying to put on himself here and there, and it's just the an up and down of him fighting sobriety, or I don't know if he's even fighting it, or he wants you to think he's sober because he's being labeled a drunkard all the time.
Mhm.
But that I remember the Rolling Stone piece with the Lone Ranger, and that was a big part of the piece. I mean, Elton John. What is up? Where does he meet? I mean, obviously
I
these
don't know.
celebrity circles. He loves being attached to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame iconic musicians, and I just don't even understand how that relationship even starts. It's almost like it just you meet Paul McCartney, become friends with him, and then you just dovetails into everything else.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so we'll get into the Elton John email, line 6 on 134. If we start your email, it begins just above the first hole punch. Do you see that, quote, dearest Elton, end quote?
Oh, yes, I do.
Quote, a fucking 100 days of clarity for an old, is it reprobate?
Yeah.
Reprobate twat like me. No one would ever have believed it possible, but a very select few. Most importantly, you. So today I am fucking celebrating you, end quote. Then you go on, quote, your love, understanding, and complete dedication to the curing of my poisoned, wet brain and liver, resembling Mrs. Thatcher, has been, alongside the birth of my children, the most lovely and most important thing that has ever happened to me in all of my 48 years. It is impossible for me to fathom how you are able to juggle your quite large life and work whilst keeping me afloat on a dreadful sea of confusion.
Does large life mean gay sex?
I don't know. Hellish personal life, fucked brain, hurt heart, and internal savagery against myself. I would not I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact. End quote. Now that is dated March 22nd, 2012. That is when you were in what you call your sober period.
Now close your eyes. Can you picture Hunter S. Thompson writing that in a screed?
Yep.
Right, you can see his writing style, how
Mhm.
impacted he is by Thompson. Just every word of it. That whole prose, and he the Lord Kevin Smith called him Lord Byron
Mhm.
when he texts him back. So it's just
That's exactly what it
the
is.
hyperbole, and so he's telling Elton John this little sober period is right up there with the birth of his kids. Give me a
Mhm.
fucking break.
Well,
Really, really.
he
That's
achieved
out of
something
all the
he never
things you've
thought
done.
possible. I
Oh,
don't know.
jeez. And it didn't last. What did it last for? 3 months?
Yeah. All
100
right.
days.
So
Yes.
okay, so a period you've just told us when it was a long time before you fell off the wagon. You know, from the statement that Miss Heard has made in these proceedings, that the first time she says she met the monster was March 2013. Do you remember?
Yes, I do remember. Yes.
So I asked you earlier this afternoon, or I suggested to you that the monster was your name for your alter ego. You referred to Jekyll and Hyde, but I think we know what we're talking about. Two sides of a person. You referred to the monster
Yes.
as that part of your being which was destructive and angry and an addict. That is what you're saying to Elton John. Quote, I would have been swallowed up by the monster, end quote. It's not a coincidence, is it, that you use that term? That was your pet name for your Mr. Hyde, as you called it, was it not?
No.
What does that mean? What are you saying to Elton John there?
I'm thanking him for helping me to get sober.
I understand that.
Uh, I guess that's why you call it the blues. When I say I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you, I mean, that's a simple fact.
Is it a fact because the monster is your Mr. Hyde? The part of you that behaves so badly, the very different part from this softly spoken, charming man that we see here in this court?
Ms. Wass, I can appreciate your need to continue to apply the word monster to me as an alter ego. But boy, how pissed you think Depp is that he ever brought that word up? Like it's
Mhm.
just thrown in his face by everybody. He's like, why did I have to say that?
Mhm.
We all have one thing we wish you could take back. This is
Yeah, of
like
course.
the word monster has many uses. We can all find that in a dictionary, I suppose. I'm not being facetious, and I'm not trying to be rude. What I'm saying here is, I would have not been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact. The monster, it's the same thing as saying I would have been consumed by the poison. And the monster here is death.
You see, a year after this email was written was the first time you used violence on Ms. Heard. I will come to that later, but in essence, you slapped her 3 times across the face,
That is not true.
and then immediately came to your senses and started crying and apologizing and telling her that you have an illness and that you called your illness the monster.
That is not true. That is not the truth, or nor the
Miss Heard
truth.
Miss Heard has never been in rehab, has she?
I do not know.
If she had been in rehab, you would have used it as part of your vilification of her character to suggest that she drank and took drugs to excess. Has she not been in rehab?
That is an assumption you're making.
What assumption is that?
What you just said.
You see, Miss Heard had a very different relationship with alcohol from the relationship you had.
I'm sorry, I did not understand what you're saying.
You had a relationship with alcohol that was toxic. You regarded it as poisonous. You had to go to rehab and you had to be treated by doctors, nurses, and special detoxification process. That's the story of your adult life, is it not?
No, it is not.
The fight between sobriety and alcohol and drug abuse.
You are correct, saying that there has been an internal fight in me. That you're correct about it. In terms of alcohol and drugs and other mind-numbing agents throughout my life, from really the age of 11 on through. But to say that, to say what you're saying, you're basing it on what someone has said to you. Mr. Depp, let's interrupt here for a moment. It's to say Mrs. Wallace is asking you to put the defendant's case to you and just elicit questions or to put questions to you so that I can hear your evidence. Well, I understand, sir.
That is her function.
Oh, I understand.
Mr. Depp, for avoidance of doubt, is it not what someone is saying to me? It is not what someone is saying to me. If you are suggesting I am mouthpiece for Miss Heard, I'm not. I'm referring to extensive medical notes which are in those bundles to your right. You understand that, do you not?
Okay, sure.
You know all about those medical notes?
I do not believe in any medical notes that I've seen. I'm where I'm called a monster.
I think we are at cross purposes. I am talking about your addiction. I think we've moved on from the monster. I was saying that you had a very toxic relationship with drink and controlled drugs. Ms. Heard did not. She would consume alcohol and she is taking controlled drugs, but it was not a problem for her the way it is a problem for you. I think you said that I have to say that. I am saying it is not me having to say that. It's the medical evidence in this case.
Right. And you're asking me if Miss Heard was or had ever gone to rehab.
Yes, and you said you did not know.
Um, and I do not know. But I can say I've never been to I can say that I've never been to rehab, yet you keep referring to it as rehab.
I went to a hospital where a doctor, I was under a doctor's care for 3 days, and then I was released. It, it's not a rehab center.
All right. What would have been what would you like me to call that center? Detoxification unit?
No, a hospital.
Yes, but hospital.
Detox.
Let us alight on a word that we do not have to argue when I raise it. As far as you are concerned, you have been in detox many times.
Twice.
What about Dr. Kipper on the island in 2014?
Excuse me. Three times. Yes.
During the time you were with Miss Heard, she has not been in detox ever?
No.
All right. Did you think when you first started seeing Miss Heard in terms of the relationship that you were fortunate that she had turned her attention to you?
Yes.
And did you encourage and support her career?
Yes.
Did you ever try and prevent her from pursuing her career?
No.
Did you ever try and interfere with her contracts or film contracts as to what she should and should not do in a film?
Oh, this is fascinating stuff. Um, yeah, yes. If I was asked to, yeah, I would.
No, without asking. Did you interfere in her career choices?
No.
Did you ever refer to her despairingly? I can never say that word. Despairingly? Disparaging. Oh my God. Did you ever refer to her despairingly? I don't care. To her actress bullshit and her fucking ambition.
Uh, yes.
And what was all that about?
Yeah, him and the word ambition, he kind of uses it. It sounds like a backward compliment, but it should. He means it as an insult, and I know what he means, and it should be an insult. So let's get him in fucking the word ambition. He's obsessed with it as a dirty word, and
Mm-hmm.
I know what he means. I don't know why doesn't you say fame whore, because
Yeah.
that's what he means. Just say it that way. He's a
Mm-hmm.
fame whore. Um, well, I referred to that essentially as if she does not want to be objectified. You do not want to be looked upon as some beautiful. You do not want people to look at you and go, oh my God, sexy, whatever those things are. Then, in my opinion, one should stick to the guns and not wear certain things to premieres that are revealing. Quite revealing. If she did not want to be objectified, then I thought it best that she try to be a little more, reserved in her approach to her films and her approach to how she presents herself in public.
Okay. Did you ever try to influence what clothes she would wear?
Well, I would never tell her what to wear, but I would certainly make a mention if I thought it was, if it was going, if what she was wearing is completely against the grain of what she told me her wishes were. Because I did not find it very helpful to what she was supposedly looking for in terms of being taken seriously as an actress. I told her she did not have to, you know, be naked in films, and it was not, you don't have to do that. I disagree, Johnny. I agree with you on a lot of that, but I disagree with if Angelina Jolie can be nude, if Kate Winslet can be nude, if
Mm-hmm.
Anne Hathaway can be nude, if Halle Berry can be nude, then she can be nude.
I imagine whenever I hear this from him or about this testimony, this section of testimony, she probably in the very beginning, part of her mystique was, I want to be serious.
Of
I want to be a
course,
serious
over
actress.
and over again, could totally
I
see that.
hate Johnny. I hate having to get nude in front of these other men on the set. They just, it just makes, I don't know. I
And
just don't
he's
feel like I'm being taken seriously.
and he's in that early part of the relationship where he's white knighting for every stupid
Yeah.
theory she has and how she wants to. And but again, in that he's also saying like, you want to be this serious actor, yet all I see is you wearing, um, F me heels and party dresses and see-through outfits. Like, what are you then? You want to
Hmm.
be Meryl Streep, yet all I see you wearing is
the most you want to be you know exactly what you're wearing. You're wearing a see-through dress. You're wearing a you know the Ticonderoga pencil nipples are pointing through. You know exactly. You look at yourself 7 hours a day in the mirror. You're constantly. You know exactly what you're wearing. You know exactly what you're doing, and you want to be taken. You can't have it both ways. You
Mhm.
can't have it both ways. You can't be Meryl Streep and this is the way you're coming across and you're telling me this and I'm telling you you don't need to do this. He's trying to be
Mhm.
like, chivalrous husband, but he
Yeah.
knows it's bullshit
Mhm.
and she's bullshit. But again, I'll
Mhm.
say it too. A lot of actresses in her generation, in and around 10 years, they've Anne Hathaway, Angelina Jolie, Salma Hayek, Penelope Cruz, who he's close. I mean, these are people he's worked with. Kate Winslet, who has how many Academy Award nominations? Have all done nude scenes.
Mhm.
This isn't. She's not. She's certainly nowhere close to them, and never
No.
will be. If they can do nudity, she's certainly not above it. She should be
Mhm.
doing it. She's a dime a dozen stripper. That's what she does. Nudity.
Yeah. And she comes from that past. She worked a strip club. She knows what it
Jennifer
takes.
Connelly. Jennifer Connelly, your best
Mhm.
friend's wife, has done how many nude scenes?
Mhm.
10?
You're
10,
the only
10
one
film?
counting Jennifer
6?
Connelly nude scenes. Okay.
I seem to you remember counting Paul Bettany's nude scenes. You were telling me
I
before we
barely
went
know who
on here.
Paul Bettany is. Okay. All right. So, last line on that page. We have looked at the email from Elton John. I want to ask you, please, about another email, file 7, tab 62E. While you're finding it, Mr. Depp, so you know what I'm asking you. You told Elton John on March 22nd that you would reach that 100-day threshold.
Yes.
We will look later at some texts with Charlie Dunnett saying a similar sort of thing.
Yes.
All right, Judge breaks in 62E, you said. Ms. Was, 62E.
Um, this is still in book 8. Yes.
See, file 8, sorry. If I had said 7, many apologies. Okay,
Oh,
Miss.
never mind. Never mind.
All right. If you go to the second page first, Mr. Depp, where we started,
The second page.
you know the emails work backwards, yes?
Yes. Yes.
Start at the second page, which should say 10.10 at the bottom.
Yes.
April 19th, 2012, quarter to 11 in the morning, Stephen Deuters wrote, now he was your PA of some sort. Is that right?
Yes. He's my personal assistant.
Okay. Does my lord have the page?
I do. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. We were all set to leave here approximately 1:30. Hope you rested well, MD. What is MD?
I believe I he um I call him Master Deuters.
Okay. Over the page at the bottom at 11.59.
Oh, sorry, Andy. It's just a name that you referred to Stephen Deuters on? Oh, yes. I mean, I call him Master Deuters.
Deuters. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Okay. At 11:59, you replied to him. You said, I got drunk and destroyed my room.
Just to
I'm
be,
going to skip
just
the
to,
judge.
okay.
This is the bottom of page 10.9.
Oh, yes, I see that.
Quote, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here, end quote. You had broken your sobriety, had you not, on that occasion? Sounds like it, does it not?
I believe that is a joke.
It sounds like a joke.
Yep.
Okay. Quote,
And
I got drunk.
he's kind of like, how the fuck do you not
I
know
know.
that or see it?
I know. Quote, I
Please.
got drunk and destroyed my room, end quote.
Uh, there are hookers and animals in here, and it's sort of my sense of humor. I'm sorry. It's very Thompson too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Very Hunter S. Thompson. The way that's
Mm-hmm.
all written and laid out.
Yep. What's so funny about that? You had a history of destroying rooms and getting drunk. Why did Mr. Deuters think that was going to be funny?
I don't know. I was making fun of myself. I was toying with him, saying, to worry, don't worry, to worry him. But it was done in fun. It was a joke.
And the joke carries on really for some time, does it not? Because he says, "Have you something?"
Yes.
What does that mean?
Eaten?
Have you eaten anything?
Yes.
Because what you would do when you were on a bender, you would not eat for days sometimes, would you?
Again, and no, not on a bender. I maybe, maybe not, but sometimes, do not eat for days in total sobriety.
And he was asking you, he did not say what a cracking joke. He was asking you whether you have eaten, and you said, "Can you see?" Oh my God, the way this is typed.
I
Okay.
know I'm not try having bad vision, and
I know. I'm sorry. We're almost done. And he was
I
asking
know.
you, he did not say what a crackling joke. He was asking you whether you have eaten. And you said, "Can you see at 12:11?" You say, quote, "I don't want something. Thank you," end quote. You did not want any food, quote. Is it okay to put a condom after the fact? I mean, if I wear it for the rest of the day, like that works, does it not? I have to kill a few of the animals for substance. I've made quite a mess. You say this was part of the joke?
Um, sustenance. I can assure you that the words that I'm writing to him are not true.
Then he is saying, this is in reference to the condom. There's a joke about that or a remark about that. You say at the end, quote, "I'm going to jump in the shower and have a good solid week afterwards. Can we locate Charlie? I would love to hang with him before we split," end quote.
Oh yeah, I mean that's Charlie Dunnett, who is a good friend of Elton's, who Elton sent to be with me and support me through my sobriety. That's so he's got a
They have that.
a
Celebrities have
sponsor
that.
a sponsor
I
friend that
know.
he just deploys
I
around to.
know.
Is Elton trying to get in his pants?
I don't
I'm
know. I
seriously. Is
would.
he trying to? You think he's trying to convert him?
I would.
You think he's trying to do the gay conversion here?
I
He
don't
sees
know.
the gaydar goes off just ever so slightly. He's like, maybe I can push him over, and I'll have my sponsor go over, and that'll work. Okay.
All right. You're saying the entire exchange was simply a joke and nothing more than that?
Um. Yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am. The exchange is very abstract and just absurdist kind of joke. It's writing nonsense to each other, or at least my kind of nonsense. He explains that well. I mean, it's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what it is.
It's obvious.
Yep. Should be obvious.
Okay. Did Charlie Dunnett, if this is in reference to Charlie Dunnett, know Rochelle? Listen for my applause here.
Here
Okay.
we go. Rochelle. Did
This is, before we start this,
yeah?
this is kind
I've
of the
gone over this.
finale. This is the big finale of this day's testimony.
So we're about to learn a woman, a very young woman, I believe, is 30 years younger than him. Rochelle Hathaway, who I have deduced through some sleuthing, is a private jet flight attendant who has probably been on many a flight with him. And this is how this sparked. And we deduced that she, and I think they say it here, she cheated on Amber, the succubus, with her. She's also a very one of these many gaggle of Instagram models. So she goes on these private jet trips as a private jet flight attendant, and then takes Instagram photos of these exotic looking, just what kind of life that is, that nobody under an LA, I think she lives in Hawaii too, but nobody
Hmm.
under an LA 9 could ever pull this off in any just just charmed existence in every way. She has that smile on the face that you just don't trust. You smile too much and something's wrong here, and have a
Hmm.
little adversity in your life because you
Yeah.
had none.
Yeah. It's all internal.
Yeah,
Okay.
hopefully.
I'm going to repeat myself. And
Okay.
coming up, bear with us. There's a lot of judge here I'm seeing, but I think we have to do it. Okay. Did Charlie Dunnett know Rochelle?
Did did Charlie Dunnett know Rochelle?
I'm going to
Follow
take that
her on
home.
Twitter too, Rochelle Hathaway. I think her name is at Tanned and Traveled. I
Oh,
think that's what it's
Jesus.
called. Just check it. You want to research what you just be like, what? How did this happen? And there's no mention of him ever on this thing. It's like it didn't never existed,
Of
and
course. That was
yeah, I'm
probably
looking for.
strict orders.
Yep, oh, I'm sure
Okay.
there's some kind of gag or some kind of NDA,
Yep.
MDMA with an NDA.
All right. Line 4. Yes.
Uh, no.
Can you go behind divider 6? There's a long text schedule at the first part. Is divider 6.
File 6.
File 6.
Oh, thank you. Is this 119?
It is tab 119, yes.
Oh, thank you. I think they're helpfully numbered in the left-hand column. Are they not?
I would not seek any assistance from that, my lord, because the numbers are not sequential. What I'm going to be doing is referring to the bottom. Is that pagination?
Yeah,
Okay,
pagination.
Jesus. And then locate the text within it, if that is agreeable.
Well, you learn something every podcast here. Does you could always highlight. You should take a yellow highlighter and just go over every word you're kind of foggy on, and then you
Well, I
learn
have you.
something.
You're the
I
dictionary.
don't know every word either. I don't.
Yes,
Some
you
of this is
do.
foreign. The Brits have a different language in a way.
Mm-hmm.
They really, really get off on $5 words and throwing it in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And so does Depp, who thinks he's 1/8 Cherokee and 1/8 British. Um, Britickie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
Okay. Can you see the second text down?
Yes.
A text from you. Your call to him in these texts, updated December 11th, 2012.
Yes.
Quote, Charlie on his way, and I am upstairs with Rochelle. Are you coming? End quote.
Um, Sorry, I've lost you. What page now?
Sorry, page 4.
A page for F 697.4.
Yes.
And which
The second text down.
uh, Charlie's on his way?
And I am upstairs with Rochelle. Are you coming?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. So, Charlie, you say, is Charlie done it? Rochelle, I think, was a girlfriend. Is that right?
I love how he goes into this. Let's see how he words this. Come back to me.
Yeah.
She was a girl that I had dated. I was seeing before I started seeing Miss Heard on a regular basis. Yes.
Because this is in 2012. At the end of 2012, I think there might have been a bit of an overlap there. Do you not?
Possibly, yes. Let me hold on one second. Let's put a pin on this. I think, and I've done some research on this, and it would make sense with the occupation. I've just told you, Instagram model and private jet flight attendant, right? So I said to you last show, I believe, that she's like my nephew's age,
Mm-hmm.
who's in his late 20s. This is 2012.
Mm-hmm.
That would make her 19 at the time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
If you look at her, I mean, you want to pull up, yeah, let's pull up a picture of her for everybody because I don't think anybody even knows.
Uh,
We'll do it late. We'll do it in post.
okay.
We'll just throw together a current shot of
Is that
like,
doxing?
no, it's her Instagram. It's her Instagram. What she's on. It's public. It's not
I
private.
don't know.
No.
I'll think it through. Okay.
Oh God, tired of these. What attention whore doesn't want their picture in a
That's all right.
Okay, we'll think it through. It's got to
Yeah.
go on. So doing the math, she's at the very youngest. She's either 18 or 19. At her oldest, maybe 21. At tops, I'll give her. If you see, you'll immediately know that she's the age I say she is. So now he's 50, almost 50. She's 19.
Mm-hmm.
19, 20, whatever. Late teens, early 20s. He's pushing 50. He's almost 50. He's 49, going on 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see how this plays out.
I'm trying. How does that go in civilian land,
I
you
don't know.
commenters? If this setup.
It's the French thing. Don't worry.
I know.
Okay, so you were seeing Rochelle, seeing Miss Heard, and you were asking, according to the timing of this, at just before 9 o'clock in the morning, telling someone in a text that you were upstairs with Rochelle and you were hoping for Charlie, or you're expecting Charlie to be on his way, if Charlie is indeed Charlie Dunnett.
Well, it would have been. I mean, this is 2012, and that that would have been Charlie Dunn. I should say this too before we get on to the next line. You can look this up too because there's a picture of her. She dated Gene Simmons's son
Nick Simmons.
as well, Nick Simmons, right? So there's a
Ugh.
that pompous
Yeah.
Simmons doppelganger face he has on all the time. So
Mhm.
somewhere in there's some connection, and I don't know if he knows how that happens, but she gets around. I mean, she's in that world, and she lives in Hawaii now. So I don't know if there's any other people we could connect it. But if you want to see another picture of her, she's with Gene Simmons' son Nick.
Okay.
I'm sure that's a very genuine relationship. Out of
I'm
just
sure.
has no idea who he is. I'm sure.
Mhm. All right. So you have just told me that Charlie Dunnett did not know Rochelle. Why is Charlie Dunnett coming over to see you and Rochelle at that time in the morning?
I, I do not. I'm not suggesting that Charlie and Rochelle know one another. I'm just saying I'm upstairs with Rochelle and it's Charlie. Or we're saying, you know, Charlie's on his way. I'm upstairs with Rochelle. Are you coming?
So were you seeing Rochelle at the same time that you were seeing Miss Heard? It looks
Oh
like
my
it,
god.
does it not?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Miss Wass. I one could assume that there was that, what you're suggesting, but it is not. It's not saying anything about us seeing one another or being with one another in any way.
I'm asking you to answer the question.
He sure didn't, did he?
Mm-mm.
She was a friend. Yes, he's still not answering it.
She was a friend. She was somebody you stayed with in contact with after you started seeing Miss Heard.
Ooh, busted. Oh, yes. Here and there, yes, but I ended up having to stop seeing her.
When did you stop seeing her?
Well, when things got serious and more serious with Miss Heard, and Miss Heard was very, very jealous of Rochelle.
You were seeing Rochelle during the course of your marriage, were you not? Were you not? Even after your marriage in 2015, were you seeing Rochelle?
Uh, well, Rochelle and I have stayed in contact. So after Miss Heard and I broke up, I did see Rochelle.
No, before. We will look at it tomorrow now.
He's so busted, and
Hmm.
he's trying to charm his way out of it with his Depp speak, and he's so busted. She's what do they call it in the rap community? Oh, how do they word that? The blacks. Oh my God, round the way girl or something or
Oh, I think so. I don't
some.
know.
There's another. Oh God, I'm just so blank on
Oh
this.
well.
It'll come to me at some point. I
After we're done,
Jesus.
of course. Okay, so there are regularly meetings you had with with Rochelle before you were married and after you were married, immediately after you were married to Miss Heard.
Um. What, Miss Wass? I'm not sure how helpful allegations of two timing are going to be, given the circumstances.
I will leave it for now, but I can explain to my lord. There was an
The
incident.
judge, the judges call him two time, like right.
Mhm.
It's almost like they're in cahoots.
Yeah, I will leave it for now, but I can explain to my lord. There was an incident on March 23rd, 2015, when it became apparent Mr. Depp was indeed continuing his relationship, and it caused an enormous argument. So, to that extent, it is relevant.
You can come back to that if you think it's relevant later.
Yes, Mr. Depp. You said in your
Yep.
witness statement you regard yourself as a gentleman, yes?
There we go.
Hmm.
I try to conduct myself as a gentleman. Yes, I mean,
What you said, and I will quote from your statement, quote, I am from a Southern family and rules were instilled in me from birth by my mother. You would be a good Southern gentleman or it would be beaten into you. Even as a child, chivalry was extremely important. Integrity, dignity, honesty, and respect for women. These were characteristics of a gentleman and characteristics that I have always expected to have. As part of this, I feel it a strong and central part of my moral code that I would never strike a woman under any circumstances at any time. I find it inconceivable that that would happen. End quote. Yes.
It's so funny. The stuff with the walking contradiction with his mom and his parents and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're saying in one minute you're trying your whole goal is to go as far away from your parents as possible. Yet you're listening to their advice on how to behave, but they're not walking that walk, and I don't believe they ever did. And you're supposed to take advice from people who you don't want anything to be like at all as a parent
Yep.
template. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't make any sense. He's just a constant walking contradiction, and especially in regards to his parents and all that. It's constantly punch holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes,
Do you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman?
the Southern gentleman's going to come up throwing in his face as much as the monster is. This is the new
Mm-hmm.
monster. This is Southern gentleman. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
When we saw that clip of you smashing bottles in your kitchen while Miss Heard was drinking a cup of coffee, do you think that was part of your Southern gentleman code?
I think that even when one's aspiration to be a gentleman, a great gentleman, a great Southern gentleman, it is something that is bred into you, and it is something that you believe wholeheartedly. It does not exclude me from the family of humans who have moments of frustration. Miss Heard was not struck in that video. I do not think she was. Had struck anyone in that video, in fact.
Are you asking me a question?
No, no. I'm saying Miss Heard uh, was not struck in that video.
You're absolutely right. She was not struck in that video.
I think you should let Mr. Depp finish answering the question, Miss Wallis.
I'm sorry, Mr. Depp. Please continue.
Well, I do my best to remain true to certain things. I still carry from my youth that I don't, things that I do appreciate and things that I learned from my mother, no matter how abusive she could be. And it's something that is very important to me. So yes, I've always tried to conduct myself as a gentleman, and I hope I've answered your question.
You did not actually. You did not answer my question.
I'm sorry.
My question was looking at the video of you behaving in the way that you did, shouting, being intimidating, and smashing glasses. Do you did you think that was consistent with your aspirations to behave like a Southern gentleman?
Um, I think that everybody has a moment or two in their life. I think that maybe I had a moment. Do I?
Relaxed. The standards of the Southern gentleman were not adhered to, were they?
A human lapse. A Southern gentleman was not in my mind at that particular moment, obviously.
Because you were angry?
Yes, ma'am.
You see, Southern gentlemen, do they refer to women like sluts and whores and bitches?
uh, what are you referring to?
Would you regard that as a gentlemanly way of describing a woman?
No, certainly not.
So that would be another lapse if you use language like that?
If I had called someone that, yeah, yes, it would be. I mean, it would be. I mean, if I called someone that, it would be like horrible, horrible something that I'd found very offensive.
And referring to a woman as a slut is offensive, is it not?
Oh, yeah, yes,
And referring to a woman as a whore is offensive.
yes.
Would you look at page 4 of the text messages? I think you should be on it already. Fourth from the bottom. You're texting somebody called Marino. Who is he or she?
That is my sister.
Your sister Christy?
Yes.
I mean, there are 3 people there. So are you saying to your sister, quote, I will bring some cash over to pay and tip the bitch, end quote?
Yes.
I did not include in my list of offensive words describing females as the word bitch,
Yes.
but you use it here.
Uh, yes.
Who are you referring to?
I do not know, to be honest.
Let us read on. And your memory might be refreshed. According to them, Marino, who you say is your sister, says, quote, yeah, sloppy slut, end quote. Is that how your sister refers to other women?
That is not. You're saying that is from my sister?
No, you said it's from your sister. It appears to me, and I may have got this wrong, so I'm prepared to be guided by you. It appears to be a conversation you're having with someone who is called Marino.
I think the address is Marino Richard TMA. No, my lord. Richard Tat is another email address that I have. And Christy Dombrowski is
Your sister?
yeah, yeah. My sister's name is Christy Dombrowski. So sometimes when you cannot put down an actual name, I'll use Chris Dombrowski, and that would be me. But I'm looking at the phone number here.
Let us just read on. We can come back to who the conversation is with. We know some of it was sent by you, and some of it was sent by the person you were conversing with. You say, quote, I will bring some cash over and pay and tip the bitch, end quote. The other person says, quote, yeah, sloppy slut, end quote. You then say, quote, fucking ugly fat whore, end quote.
Uh, yes.
Marino then says, quote, bring the cash and the whore, end quote. You say, quote, for the idiot cow, end quote. And then again say, quote, will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry, end quote. Then later on, half an hour later, you said, quote, did that worthless hooker arrive, end quote.
Um, yes.
Now, all the language that I think we have identified is not very Southern gentlemanly. Would you agree?
Well, it is not at all Southern gentlemanly. It is not gentlemanly at all, in fact.
It's not even ladylike if that's your sister, is it?
No, in fact, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I recognize the phone number now. That's an exchange between Vanessa and myself.
Vanessa. Why is Vanessa talking about a sloppy slut?
Because we're joking about something or someone. It's not a serious exchange at all. Sorry, these are exchanges between Vanessa and I when we're joking around and saying idiotic things.
Where was she when this conversation took place?
I I'd have to look at the time. I'm gonna say that she was in Los Angeles at the time. Just because at the time, because if she was in Paris, it would have to be 6 in the morning then.
I'm finding it difficult, Mr. Depp, to understand. I understand you're saying that you were not paying for a sex worker here, which it might look like. It was actually just a gag, a joke, yes?
Um, yes.
Could you explain? You send a text to Vanessa, quote, I will bring some cash over and pay and tip the bitch, end quote.
Yes.
Why would she find that funny? Why did you find that funny?
I love when you have to deconstruct humor and someone
Hmm.
has to explain. It's always
I know.
fascinating thing when you have to explain your inside jokes to someone. And let's see what he does here. Uh, I do not remember what the text is in reference to, but it's clearly some kind of joke. I mean, we're sparring in this abstract arena of using ignorant words to one another. It's like sending them to one another and just making each other laugh.
Are you pretending to her that you're paying for sex there? Is that what the joke is all about?
I just love there's nothing you could like strip someone down as deconstructing their humor and just
Hmm.
stop and goes, let me get this straight. So that means it just takes everything out of
Yeah.
the mood. No, 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 no.
Quote, bring the cash and the whore, end quote, she says to you.
No, I do not think I had anything to do with pretending to be with a prostitute or anything. I just think it was just some sort of strange exchange between us joking around.
Uh, is an exchange between you and someone else, is it not? And you say that is your sister?
No.
Sorry, your ex-partner?
Yeah, yes, that's my ex partner Vanessa. Yes.
You are talking about bringing cash to pay a woman who is described as a quote, a fucking ugly fat whore, end quote, by you.
Yes.
That is you, quote, fucking ugly fat whore, end quote. Who on earth were you talking about?
She says Yeah, sloppy slut. That comes from Vanessa to me.
It comes from the person that you were texting, which you say is Vanessa.
I said fucking ugly fat whore.
Who were you talking about?
You know, as I said, um, we may be talking about no one. I mean, this is just like an exchange of absurdity. It's nothing. It's a joke. It's an exchange. We're laughing about it. I mean, we're not we're not talking about anyone in particular that I can recall. And if we're talking about someone in particular, we're certainly talking about them in a joking way. The chances are that these are words, ugly fat whore came up, and all these kinds of references. I would say that person would probably be the very opposite of what we're saying. They're probably like the nicest person in the world, and skinny and all that. But the humor comes out, of us saying, what an ugly thing it was, and
Not an ugly thing, an ugly fat whore. All the words we have decided a Southern gentleman should not use to describe women, you are using.
I'm talking with a woman.
Does that make it better?
Well, this is like, it's random and it's ignorant, a spoo of verbiage, and it's just based on nothing. You can talk to me about this for the next 3 days if you like. I swear I cannot tell you what it's about, but I can tell you it's a joke.
You cannot tell anybody in this court what the joke is for the simple reason that it's not a joke. You're talking with whoever you are texting.
Um, Vanessa,
You have said it is Vanessa.
well, call the number.
You are talking about a woman who is, in your words, a slut. In her words, a slut. In your words, a whore. And you're talking about bringing cash for the idiot cow you call her. And then you say, I will smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry. Is that a word that you think is acceptable from a Southern gentleman's book of conduct?
I had a feeling you were going to ask me that question. Surprise, surprise. I'm going to say this. I do not believe that any of those words are in the Southern gentleman's book of conduct. But I also know that, when you're in a private text exchange with someone, you could just be talking about something very serious. You could be talking about something very funny. You can be talking about something that makes no sense to anyone, and that's life.
So we have two episodes here where you were referring to sex workers, one with Mr. Deuters and one with Marino. You say Vanessa Paradis.
Uh, we can refer to as Marino if you'd like.
What is so funny about all these jokes about you going to sex workers?
Uh, the text is not about sex workers.
You say that. You say they are both a joke, but you have not. And if you don't mind me saying, explain the joke. I do not think, my lord, I can take this any further. I'm going to move on now to another subject unless you have more explanations for us.
Well, I think you have given Mr. Depp the opportunity.
Exactly, exactly. Can I, as the last topic of the afternoon, just talk about marijuana, cannabis, whatever you want to call it? I think you've smoked a lot of cannabis in your life and smoked a lot of cannabis over the time that you were in a relationship with Miss Heard.
Can I just say here for about the Southern gentleman thing? Let me just put a slight cap on it. I don't know if she's. I can't remember if she circles back to it. You have to always think in terms of Depp. When in doubt, go to Thompson.
Hmm.
A lot of this Southern gentleman phrase is something he constantly referred to Hunter S. Thompson about when he would defend his maniacal behavior. Because Hunter really is really just a Southern gentleman. You know what? I'm gonna try to remember. See if you can just write a note for me to get the clip of him saying this. Every time he's asked about Thompson, he will always default to, Thompson is a maniac, is all these things, but he really is at his core, a very Kentucky Southern gentleman. And so he loves to have that attached to himself.
Hmm.
It's always go back to Thompson with him. And when
Yeah.
in doubt, it never fails you. to realize his psychology and where the derivations of all this stuff comes from.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't come up here, but trust me,
Yeah,
I
we
know
do.
the guy. Yep.
Okay, you're line 10, page 159.
Okay. I smoked a lot of marijuana or cannabis when I was in a relationship with Miss Heard. Yes.
As far as you were concerned, this was not a drug that you should abstain from. It did not count.
Well, marijuana I found very helpful with regard to anxiety, sleep, sense of well-being, calmness. There are medical qualities to cannabis all the way from the oil to THC. I think of cannabis not as a recreational drug. I do not think, as I sat in another text, I do not think of drugs as recreational at all. I think of them as self-medicating. So cannabis, for me, is something that it works. It does not work for everyone. I would not say that everyone should go there. You know, but it works for me. It works for me, and it's something that will make it a lot easier for me to just, if I feel that I'm feeling bad in my head or just not feeling great, it would much rather smoke marijuana than ingest marijuana in whatever form that to guzzle it from a bottle of whiskey or something.
Right. Have you ever been advised in any of your detox experiences of the connections between THC and psychosis, the abuse of cannabis and psychosis? Has that ever been something that a doctor has addressed you on at all?
No, ma'am, never.
As far as you're concerned, cannabis is good for you, yes?
I would say that it is a lot better for you than alcohol is.
And is that why you encouraged your daughter to take weed?
Can you repeat that again?
Is that why you encouraged your daughter to use weed?
I've never encouraged my daughter to use marijuana.
Could you go to page 5 of the text schedule and file 6, please?
File 6, which number?
It is page 5 at the bottom. Are you on the big text schedule?
Yes, yes. I think it's still in volume 6, is it not?
Yes, 2 from the bottom. Do you see?
Yes.
You to your daughter, quote, "Hi, babes, just checking in to check your experience last night. Positive, ISO." What's ISO?
I forget. I think you
Okay,
might
that's right.
explain it later. I forget.
Okay. Positive, ISO, kiss, 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 daddy, end quote. That is from you to your daughter. Would you agree?
Yes.
And she writes back to you saying, quote, "Love it," end quote.
Yes.
Over the page, you say, quote, "Good girl, I am happy for you, my angel," end quote. Then she sends a text to you saying, quote, "I love weed," end quote. You say, quote, "Don't be loving it too much just yet, precious. And not an all the time thing. Where were you and who were you with has a lot to do with the nice effects."
He's saying this to a 12-year-old.
I know.
A 12-year-old. Could you imagine? I didn't know where to get it when I was 21.
I don't know who to get it
I,
from
s- I don't
now.
think I know now.
Oh,
I
wait,
say I
there's a
want
shop down the road now. It's legal
I
here.
want to know I want to hear the boss drill him on who are your dealers? How do you get this stuff? Like he
Hmm.
has to explain the process of not. I mean, not even just using his assistant, but like who the actual dealers are.
Hmm.
If he was forced to blow that community out of the water, I would love. It's such a. I just don't understand how
Yeah.
you find these people
Hmm.
in the dark web. We are on
Line 8, 161. We're almost done
line
with them.
8. Yeah. Uh, where you were and who you were with, and um, not where you were. Where were you? And sorry.
You said it perfectly, if I may say so, Mr. Depp. Uh, can you now?
Well, I said it perfectly because you said it wrong.
You said it perfectly and I got it wrong.
I was just
No, no, you were absolutely right.
I just think words are important.
They are very important. Then you say, quote, "You are the best. I love you so. I am so proud of you for being so responsible about all of this. You are the bestest ever. I love you so," end quote. Then you sign yourself, quote, "Daddy," end quote. She says, quote, "Thanks, Daddy. I appreciate you guys being so cool about it and so much. I love you, Daddy," end quote.
Yes.
Those are emails between yourself and your daughter.
Yes.
Is that a joke or are you talking about weed?
No, that is absolutely.
This is what it says on the packet.
This is a proper exchange between my daughter and myself. Yes.
Your daughter was born May 27th, 1999.
Yes.
I hope you remember that. And she was 13.
Uh, yeah. Yes. 13. I guess she was. Yes.
So when I asked you whether you were encouraging your daughter to smoke weed, you appeared to take umbrage at that, Mr. Depp. But that is exactly what you're talking about there, are you not? You're encouraging her. You want to find out about her experience. You tell her it's important who she's with. You are teaching her about smoking cannabis when she's only 13 years old.
Yes.
So the answer to my question earlier, did you involve yourself with your daughter smoking weed?
Did I what? You used another word.
Ah, so technically I used the wrong word.
I'm asking what word you used.
And then
My
Depp's attorney busts in here.
my lord, what do you expect? Miss Wass was involved, encouraged. She used different words. This is the first time he busts in. Too.
Mhm.
Different words. Um, just to be honest,
Yeah. Can I ask you one more time? Then I will take the answer
choose your word first.
as you want to give it. Did you involve yourself and your daughter smoking cannabis
Yes,
at the age of 13?
yes. Oh no, just before I gotta say, I would like to clarify. My daughter was 13 years old. So as we know, we all know, 11, 12, 13 years old, when you're going to high school parties, you're approached by people who want to give you drinks or buy drugs, and they're all drinking at 12 and 13, and then you're approached maybe by an undercover cop who works out of a church with a
I
Captain
was like, where
Fuller
are you?
and, and two brothers that call themselves the McQuaid brothers, and
Oh
they
my God.
want to buy drugs off you, and you, um, and an Officer Hanson. They are doing cocaine at 12, and what world does he live? They're doing cocaine at 12 and 13.
Is that LA? I don't know.
It's got to be that fast life of
Mm-hmm.
celebrity kids with
Celebrity, you got
access
it.
to everything and
These are the kids that went to
par-
90210 at West Beverly High.
oh, there was a school at you know the one that I forget the actual name of the school. I don't know if it's West Hollywood High or whatever. Rob Lowe and Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen and Holly Robinson actually went to this. This is what she's rattling off all the names that went there, and Sean Penn and Christopher Penn. It's like this Hollywood High. Um, I don't know if Downey went there, and this just it's a world that you. It's not even 90210. It's like worse. It's like a
Mm-hmm.
higher level. It's like a more exclusive celebrity kids going to this like school. And it's not really a private school, but it should be,
Yeah.
and everybody there is in the industry and they just have all this access to the fast life, and it's just insane. I mean, he's just so he's so out of touch with what normal kid, even like he wasn't doing that stuff at that age. He claims that. I don't believe he's at 13 he's got cocaine access when he was in Miramar. Give me a break.
Yeah, I do question that. I don't know if he's just like exaggerating it, adding or subtracting 6 years from the actual age he did it.
He's trying to normalize this, and
Hmm.
she's so giddy, and oh, and he's trying to qualify it and normalize it here, and it just comes off so bad. I
Thank
just
you,
don't know who
Daddy.
relates to that. Who relates to this
Yeah.
within the sound of our voices?
Hmm.
Anybody?
Hmm.
I don't know a kid. I knew some burnouts. I was friends with a lot of different people. I don't know anyone. I don't know anybody smoking marijuana in middle school. I don't know anybody. I swear I was around different ilks and cliques of kids. I don't know anybody who even knew what it, I mean, they kind of maybe knew what it was. No one's smoking that shit. Where would you
Mhm.
get it at that age? Middle school. Think about you in middle school. Where
Yeah.
are you finding this?
Mhm. I don't know.
He's trying to like normalize this shit. They're doing cocaine at 12 and 13. What the I mean, Tom Hansen would be like, what the fuck is going on? Could you imagine the 21 Jump Street crew infiltrating this party? They're too old for the party.
Well, Josh Brolin was in high school doing the cocaine on 21 Jump
That's
Street.
right. That's the season one episode.
Yeah.
My future's
All right.
so bright.
We're in the home stretch, so you can rest your eyes.
They're making, these kids at 12 and 13 with the cocaine, and as one does,
Mhm.
they're smoking marijuana at 12 and 13, and they're doing ecstasy. No, they're not. They're doing many, many drugs. My daughter, um, my daughter was at a party. Someone passed a joint to her, and she was like 12. And so she said to me, I didn't know what to do, Daddy. I didn't know what to do with it. I said, listen, sweetheart. If you're at a party and someone hands you a joint, take the joint from that person who hands it to you and pass it to the next person. Please, just do not experiment with drugs with people who you do not know. This is like the worst public service announcement ever. We should film that and with the Jump Street people and write this out with the
Mhm.
same Jump Street thing that we got a copyright for. With a
Yeah.
joint that
Thanks.
someone hands you and you do not know. If listen to this advice.
I know.
If
Come on.
if it's if it's if it's laced with PCP, you don't know. And if it's laced with fentanyl, um you do not know what it is. So just please, when you're really at that moment in your life, if you really feel like the passing joint and you want to try it, I really want to try it. Please do me the honor of just coming to me first. When you really feel as if you really could. I don't want your first experience in the world to be with people you do not know. Just taking things you do not know and you can't trust. So it's really a safety issue. It's a father worried about his teenage daughter in these kinds of situations. When she came to me and said, I'm really, I spoke with her mother and I said, Vanessa, I think she's ready. Vanessa spoke with her, and I know that the most important thing for a child, if they're going to do something like that, I'd rather have them, just be honest with me about, just be honest with them, so I can be honest with them, so that she does not go out there and just do these things and try to hide them from me. I want her to trust me. So if my daughter says she's ready, she was ready. I wanted to make sure that you know I just the set she's all set up and the setting's perfect. So you put on the family television and you fill the refrigerator with ice cream and you fill the freezer and you make a situation where the experience will hopefully be as pleasant as possible because the first thing you, you do you not want is do you not want your 13-year-old going into some sort of paranoid tailspin? I knew that the marijuana I had myself, that I smoked myself, is trustworthy. It's really good quality. So I was determined to not have her go out there and try drugs, um, you know, in this world because it can be really dangerous. And if that's wrong in your eyes, I appreciate what you think, but I was raising a daughter, and I was being a responsible parent as far as I was concerned. And thank you very much.
You have said that you did not want her going into a paranoid tailspin as a result of ingesting marijuana.
Yes,
That can happen to some people.
I asked you about that earlier, but thank you very much. That has answered the question.
Oh, good, good. Thank you.
All right, and that's the end. They just wrap it up. The attorneys talk with the judge, and that's it for that day one.
All right. What are your thoughts on that drug explanation?
I have
As it's
to
the
laugh.
strangest thing I've ever heard in my
I
life.
have to laugh at the very end. And thank you very much.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like he was
And
bowing.
he's kind of half sarcastic about it, but do you think he's that unself-aware? Do you think he's that out of touch that he doesn't know how ridiculous that is and how it sounds on every level? There's not
Mhm.
one thing about that that's noble, relatable, nothing.
It's a whole different world, and
I
it's
know. And I'm not, that's like giving
I don't
a
get it.
pass. I'm not giving a pass.
I
I
know.
don't think there's anything about that that's noble.
I know. I don't agree, but I try to think about things in context. I don't yeah, it's
What's the
not a great way to
context?
end day 1 of him on the stand. We'll see what happens on day 2.
And picture the court listening to this going, what
I
the
know.
huh?
Exactly, and that UK court, you gotta remember too, most of the reasoning by the judge for the ultimate verdict was, well, he has a history of drugs and he may not remember.
You remember all the stuff with the Drew Barrymore
Mhm.
with Jade Barrymore going out and she would blame the mom for all these addiction
Yeah.
problems and stuff. How is this any better?
Well, Johnny Depp's not dragging his 8-year-old to a club
But he's
to
advocating any
Studio
recreational
54.
drug use at all. I don't even see him saying no to cocaine.
I think that's a bit much. I,
What's
d-
a bit
I
much?
don't I don't get it. I like I said
Like he would say
in
to
the
her,
last
I have the good stuff."
yeah. Well, if you're going to do it, you know, come over and I'll show you how to do it. Don't
If
make
she
this
was
a regular
drinking
thing.
wine coolers, that's worse to him? Is
I don't
this what
know.
I'm like? This is thing now we do now with marijuana that it's like it's so normalized and almost glorified. Like
Mhm.
it's not you're ingesting smoked. I mean, number one, it is smoke. I've
Mhm.
seen people. I've been around so many stoners in my life, and it ain't a good look for some. Most people it don't work well. They're slowed down. They're sort of shitty to talk to. They can't. I I don't know who you're deluding into thinking it works
Mhm.
for these people. So many people I'm around, it is a turn on. The personality is altered in a bad way. It's not like your alertness is gone. You can't how you're driving on that. I have no idea.
Apparently, it does work wonders, like he mentioned briefly. For it works wonders for severe anxiety, and of course, it does. I know this from being related to somebody who helped. You know, somebody who has a sickness from chemotherapy. It helps to calm the nausea and all that. But otherwise, yeah, I agree.
But once it came out as like uh, medical marijuana or therapeutic in any kind of way,
Hmm.
now you could just use it as an excuse anytime you want. You could
Yeah,
just
my back
constantly
hurts.
crowbar it into right,
My
incorporate
back
it
hurts.
into
I need some pot.
everything you do.
I have family that does that.
Yep.
They fake an injury or a fake a pain to go get some a weed card. I think it's disgusting. I don't want to do it. Okay.
I'm trying to remember my nephews and stuff at 12. And I'm trying to juxtapose this scenario in their life. I can't even fathom it. I can't even picture my nephew in middle school having anything to do with it, knowledge or picturing actually smoking this stuff. It's insane to me. It's
Yep.
insane. And I'm not, look, I have friends that are huge, huge weed heads
Mhm.
in my 20s. And that doesn't even make it great or right or whatever. So I'm not like unfamiliar with that word, but at 12, it's just I can't get my head around it and I refuse to.
I know. I don't agree with it. I wouldn't raise a child like that,
It's
but
like he's advocating. It's like he wants to, I don't know, like
well, remember in the Jacob's deposition what we learned about their relationship with what
yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
allows.
Yeah,
So, if you don't know what I'm talking
but
about,
both of them.
go listen to that episode. Okay, so let's get to the comments.
Yeah, let me start with MVDV, even though it's not necessarily a comment, I just want to. It's somewhat a hybrid shout out comment. So somehow, and I guess I think it's me. I bring up Rochelle Hathaway every single episode we do,
Somebody
and
has to.
we haven't even read it. We just read it in the transcript.
Mm-hmm.
We got to the meat of that. And we finally got to the whole, apparently she. By the way, I remember the term of my black friends use. It's called jump off girl.
Okay. Yeah.
So I guess what that means is when you break up with someone, there's someone waiting
Mm-hmm.
in the wings, and it's someone you mysteriously who just happens to be there when you're broken up with this person, and you may or may not have cheated on or with her, and so she's sort of like so seemingly she's waiting in the wings during Vanessa and Amber Heard,
Mm-hmm.
and lest anybody think, of course he cheated on it. Like that's look, who wouldn't? And this transcript pretty much confirms that he cheated on both of them with her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's just hanging out, and again, her age. So MVDV sent me a gaggle of Rochelle Hathaway intel, a lot, some of which I knew, a lot of which I knew, and some of which I didn't. And it's so involved, and we're gonna have to save it for the next step because it's just too much. It's a good segment all to
Mm-hmm.
itself, and talk about her and what. But some of the just briefly, so I said I've often said on here she is a private jet flight attendant, and one of her, and she's like, who aspires to do that? Like it's better than being an actual flight attendant for a commercial airline because now they're flying her off. So that's one job. Another job, she's and I'm using these loosely when I say job. So she's essentially a model. So she's using her feminine wiles to get these weird nebulous Instagram influencer gigs that she's getting, and she's called a gun bunny, which
Okay.
is these gun companies hire models,
All
and
right. And
you
like
know
gun catalogs.
right,
Okay.
right. So somehow she must have like a modeling agent, and she's hooking her up with these weird gigs like that where
Mm-hmm.
she's pretending, and then she took shooting lessons, and so she did that, and then she had this weird, again, we're gonna get it, it's too involved. She did an interview where she vilified, semi-automatic weapons in a very, almost a noble way, but she was, the NRA thought she was like a darling of theirs, and that they all, started to kill her on Facebook and stuff, and how dare you go against the Second Amendment now when we hired you for the, and so that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going on to these exotic vacations and taking Instagram photos, and just last thing on her. So then there's this whole thing about her age, and again, MVDV did not hear what we just spoke about in the thing. So this is, she's going off the last one. And again, I think I brought her age up. I think I bring her up. I think every. I don't even know. I'm not even aware of it anymore. And
Yeah,
so
you brought her up in
that
the
she's like
Depp
my
does
nephew's age.
Discord.
Like, so
Yeah.
she's like my nephew's age. Who's like
Mm-hmm.
in his late 20s, and it's even creepier to me because my older sister and brother-in-law are both younger than Depp is.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's like, you know what I mean? When you put a face to it, it'd be like someone, a friend of theirs, who's 2, 3 years older than they are, dating, if her son.
Yeah.
You'd be like, you do this in civilian land, would freak you the f out. It would be just so the talk of the family and the guy. You know what I mean? Like only in Hollywood does this fly.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a 30-year age. So she kind of deduces, and we'll get into this next time. Her age vacillates. Her age changes more than David Brenner's. She's either one Instagram, she's like in her late 20s. Another one, she's in her early 30s. Like it's constantly. So she adjusts her age for whatever the job calls for or whatever.
Yeah.
Just bizarre. Her whole life and career, and like I said before, she dated Gene Simmons's
Mm-hmm.
son Nick, which is another chapter and layer to this. And I just wanted to give a shake. So MVDV, Melissa Vandervet, Vanderdepp. What's she called? Let's call her Vanderdepp.
She's a
Um,
detective on Twitter.
yeah, detective. So she sent me just a like 10 different Rochelle Hathaway kind of things to look up, and it's a fascinating uh, just I guess world she lives in, and I don't mean
Mhm.
that in the greatest of ways. It's just typical hot chick jobs, just
Mhm.
that you just get solely based on looks. It's just bizarre. She was a dancer in Vegas, and this was so weird, such a strange existence, and that will be analyzed next time. All
Okay.
right. So some of the mail here. Let me go to the one I made the I used the gumption here of I screenshotted some of the older ones that leak through that get lost in the shuffle because they got posted after we did the show or something. So I have a few of them here. And
All right.
Pablo Papano writes about Michael Mann and our David, the violinist. When we started to talk about, I talked about Michael Mann being humorless, and he has a feud with Depp. Here, all he writes is here is a Michael Mann is humorless. He is crazy, crazy about authenticity, which is not a bad thing, but when it affects your personality, I don't want to hear it. There's a way to be
Exactly.
authentic and not be a crotchety, humorless bastard. What do you guys think about his last good film? What do you guys think about his last good film starring Mr. Johnny, Public Enemies? We've talked about Public Enemies. If you, I happen to love it. It's
I
the
love
only.
I like Public Enemies too.
Give me what you like about it.
I enjoy there's a love story because I'm abroad.
It's not. It's not. I don't like love stories, and that one's not.
Well, you're not
That
abroad.
one's not corny. I think I like that one. I like
Okay,
it's
good.
kind of like no, no. I mean, it's just like an outlaw love story, not
I
Bonnie and
like
Clyde.
yeah, I like uh, and I kind of don't like, but I like a love story where you're rooting for the guy even though
Very
he's a
much so.
bad guy
That's
and you're
his.
sad when this bad guy dies. I
That's
like
Depp's superpower
yeah, absolutely.
with Blow and all these things. But
Oh yeah, spoiler,
John
he dies.
Dillinger, as far as I know, is more complicated than that. He's a bit of a Robin Hood character. Apparently, back in the day, a lot of the bank stuff, he'd steal it and give it out to people.
Mhm.
When they were but robbing banks is almost like noble, like it was a thing of, well, so they say, that they were just completely out of control, fleecing the public. So robbing banks was almost considered noble. It was like the Great Depression, and you just had to, surviving on crime was easier than
Yeah.
conventional ways.
Yeah, hence the mob. So the
It's
birth
not
of the
right.
mob. But he looks very dapper. He looks clean.
He's
There's a
very
scene.
sly. I love. Yeah, I think I told you that last time. I think that's based on Elvis. I think that performance is based on Elvis
Oh
in a
yeah,
way.
young Elvis at
Yeah,
that kind of
I
yeah.
do.
Okay. I'll go with it.
The hair, the
Mhm.
swagger, the tone, the
Yeah.
voice. I think I just Elvis is from Tennessee, which is very close to where that all goes down. Dillinger's from Indiana, and he's going through that whole heartland area. Christian Bale's in the movie. He's really good. He plays Agent Purvis.
Mhm.
Billy Crudup is phenomenal as Jesus, who's the head of the FBI? God damn it, J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
He comes out and he's like, I want to introduce everybody to the first war on crime. And, and he's way better as Hoover than DiCaprio is.
Mhm.
DiCaprio, I think, got nominated for an Academy Award or something. Crudup is way better as Hoover than he is. It's not even close. DiCaprio's so overrated. They always just gush over everything he does. Um, Depp and Christian Bale only have one scene together in the movie, believe it or not. Their name is over the title, and they're
Mhm.
two massive stars. And Bale had done two of the Dark Knight movies before that. I don't think. Let me see. Did Dark Knight Rises come out? After, yeah, after that. Yes, yeah. So Dark Knight One came out before it, and so did Batman Begins. And they have only one scene together when Dillinger's in jail. Agent Purvis comes in and just breaks his balls, and he's sort of like grilling him and threatening him and staring him down. And they have this kind of like, it's a really good scene. It's one of my favorite scenes in the movie, probably for a lot of people too. And
Mhm.
they kind of size each other up in the. It's a rumor that that scene never actually happened in real life. But how do you do a movie where Agent Purvis is hot on the trail of Dillinger's gang, and they never actually have a scene together. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like they're never in the same shot.
Hmm.
It's weird.
Well, sometimes you have to fudge a bit to make it interesting for the audience. So yeah,
Huge,
whatever.
huge
Do what you need
cast
to
in that
do.
movie. By the Marion Cotillard's really great, and she plays Billy, his girlfriend, which she's like a coke girl, and his scenes of Depp scenes of who was asking about this? Was it Tanunu or someone about Depp and violent scenes and how he's very graceful in the scenes of any kind of violence, hand-to-hand combat, guns, whatever. He looks very good doing it. There's a
Hmm.
great prison break. He roughs a guy up at the coat check who disrespects Billy, who's the coat check girl at the time. He's real graceful in when he has to do fight scenes.
Hmm.
And this is one of them. And you really believe he's a total badass that would run this gang. I mean, I really buy it. And he's intimidating. Unlike a DiCaprio, Depp can really pull off that badass. No, seriously, I mean, DiCaprio is laughable. It is a joke. That man-child, she grandmother arm bullshit. He's so unconvincing when he tries to play a tough guy. It's
Hmm.
laughable.
I
And
agree.
Scorsese's got to cast him in all these things. But
He
Depp
looks like
pulls it
he
off.
looks like a little boy who went to the costume shop
Yeah,
to yeah just to
and he's
go
not
to a
young.
Halloween
He's almost
party.
50 now. He's not a young actor anymore. He's almost
Hmm.
50, but I just can't take him seriously. Um, ever.
Hmm.
So the whole thing is that the cast, Channing Tatum's in it. I forgot about that. Before Jump Street, Tatum was in that. He's got a small role in that.
I don't even remember him.
Steven Dorff is in that.
Okay.
It's a pretty good cast all the way around. I recommend. I need to watch that again. Um, there wasn't a ton of deleted scenes. I had the Blu-ray, and I remember there wasn't a ton to watch deleted scene-wise. I was slightly disappointed in that, but
Okay. If you watch it, legally send it to me.
yeah, you got it. I will legally enhance the volume and give you my
Okay.
uh what the heck else? And remember his hair had like a Z
Yeah, I do.
carved into it in the back or something. I don't know if that's what Dillinger had. It was like a weird like
Keep talking. I'll look it up.
initial kind of thing.
I'll look it up as you're
Um
talking.
So I will definitely send that. It is in my top. Like I say on here all the time, he owns the crime biopic genre like no other genre. Whether it's Black Mass or Blow or Donnie Brasco, if you put that collectively him in the crime genre, it's easily the best things he does. He just kills that,
Hmm.
whether he's playing a straight up hero or an anti-hero or an actual criminal, and he has that crazy charisma where no matter what, like Blow, right? I mean, the guy's responsible for all these crimes and 85% of the cocaine brought into the country, and yet you're rooting for George Young to get away with. And like you said, that love story, I'm not huge on, and neither is he,
Hmm.
but you are rooting for that couple to get anything they want and get away with it
Yeah, absolutely. I
and
think
ride
it's
off into the sunset.
yeah. I wouldn't have been sad if he had gotten away and lived a long life.
No, we're all rooting for that. And
Hmm.
again, he had this like noble cause in a way. He had a Robin Hood complex.
Yeah. I don't see
Uh,
anything about it, anything shaved into his head. So
you know what I'm talking about? There was like a Z
yeah,
in the
I've seen.
back of his
Yeah.
like the really short hair in the back.
Hmm.
Um, okay, so A. Smith, I think, wrote this to you. I don't think we read this. That Photoshop jean jacket picture is hilarious. This is about Amber. This is like the succubus, I think, over the
Oh
holding
yeah.
the baby.
Hmm.
You know this better than I do. I think this picture, Photoshop picture, jean jacket picture is hilarious. The baby's like 15 inches away from her chest. It's like they're riding on a big jean jacket in the
Hmm.
sky. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, Casey Anthony. Wait for it. Wait for it. That whole her with a kid. It's the strangest thing in the world. It's just so strange.
I know.
And where it came from and who's the dad, and we're not gonna
I
know.
I just feel bad. Like doom is coming.
Yep. You want me to go on the next one?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a comment we missed from I think 4 or 5 shows ago, and it got written. Kylo Sierra Alpha wrote, um, The succubus completely destroyed that man and has dented his resolve. No matter the outcome, he will never ever be the same. I hope he manages to remain active, at least in the indie scene. Anyway, peace and love, Sarah and John. Love you guys. Thank you, Kylo
No,
Sierra
thank you. That's
Alpha.
very nice.
Agree. But so Demira A, who is one of our, I think she's written a few comments. She's one of the newish listeners, writes back with a pretty long rant. And let me see if I can just
Okay.
focus on this here for a minute. Bear with me.
Mhm.
Here it is. So actually, Kylo, she's addressing Kylo. She's actually, despite a few big movies, he's always acted in niche or indie movies. He's not a blockbuster. He's not blockbuster boy. That's his own words. So people exaggerated too much only because he's out from Fantastic Beasts. We don't know actually what is happening behind the scenes. His best friend, Tim Burton, is always willing to cast him no matter what, and JD is following Jerry Bruckheimer on Instagram, one of Hollywood's biggest producers. Why would he do this if he's blacklisted? Again, we know only official information, but not what people are discussing in studios and between themselves. I think opportunities are there, but he himself has put on hold until the Virginia trial is up, where I hope he wins, of course. And with a recovered image, something definitely will come in 2022-23. That's just my opinion. Oh, there's a lot to unpack there, Sarah.
I hope
Uh,
so.
she's kind of saying here, he is not hung up on, he's not as canceled as people think he is,
Mhm.
which is kind of an interesting way to frame that. I know exactly what she's saying. She could be like, she's like, well, why would Bruckheimer have anything to do with him, and why would he be fun? I don't know if his Instagram is that fastidious with who he's following, and they're every day they're checking it off. He certainly is a luddite, so he's not looking at it. I don't know how much his assistants mine his Instagram every day looking for, oh, is he following the right person? I don't want to get implicated, and Jesus, we can't be seen following Marilyn Manson anymore, and we can't Bruckheimer shouldn't. And is Bruckheimer looking at his Instagram every day? I don't
Mm.
know. I don't know.
I had to, by the way, I had to look up fastidious to see what that meant, and it means very attentive to and concerned about accuracy and detail.
That's what the new thing we should do is just look up every $5 word someone drops. There's a lot of them in the transcript.
That's
We
like
should have
that
highlighted them.
that's a good $25 word. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're such a reprobate. You're such a recalcitrant reprobate. You know
I hate you.
that? And so she's saying he's not as canceled as we think as the general public thinks he is.
Mhm.
I
I
don't
hope
know,
not.
Demira. I don't know, Demira. There's a fine line between his friends just cutting him off, and then they're gonna always follow the company line. And can you have it both ways? Can you be friends with him and still be Disney boy and Warner Brothers boy? And I don't. I think you can.
My concern with the studio aspect of that is if he's able to prove that she defamed him and she is a liar, which we know she is, I don't see studios admitting they made a mistake
But I would
by
like to.
hiring him back.
Yeah, I know. I know. You need that. Will they? Because much lesser things have gotten public apologies than this. This is a huge. It is a public humiliation what they put him through. And I'm
Mhm.
not Mr. Melodramatic in the situation, but this was everywhere. Everyone read it. Novices, people who don't even care about him or the trial, so all saw this. It was on every national commercial mainstream entertainment outlet how he's canceled. And so
Mhm.
yeah, they owe him a massive apology, but will they give it to it? That's the whole other story. But I would love for Demira, uh, her opinion on his choices in the last 10 years. I can't imagine you're thrilled with transcendent. Demir, you probably read the Tracy Jacobs transcript. We just laid it out there. We're not even done. And Sarah, you'll back me up on this. You were in this. He made these decisions based on money, is cash
Yeah, that's
grabs.
it.
There's nothing
Mhm.
artistic about anything he's done almost in the last 10 years. You have your your Minamatas and stuff. But that was after that
Mhm.
he got those. So during that time, you know, completely reckless, not the spending, but the film choices, the scripts he got,
It's just who
choosing
could give
stuff based
him
on who can give him the most money and who
yeah,
can I
who can
work with my
advance
friends on it.
him,
Yep.
who could advance him the most money,
Right.
who
He
can
needed
give him a better
advancements. Right.
back end. Yeah. Um,
And is it an assembly line thing, which he was
yeah.
supposedly literally used the phrase assembly line. That's what I'm against. Well, what is pirates? It's the biggest assembly line thing in the world. The whole
Mhm.
Disney Burton connection. He wanted to do the easiest things in the world because he was overspending, and they were giving him advancements and stuff. And can I work with my friends? And how quick can I do this movie? And can I pump them out? It's the opposite of how he built his indie rebel outlaw in niche film career. It's just
Mhm.
you can't. I know you're not Transcendence and Mordecai and all that. Lone Ranger. No matter how noble some of the acting decisions were, as just in performance, may have been in terms of, but there's also a total fucking cash grab, lazy side to it that nobody can defend. I don't care who you
Mhm.
are, and that's
Another
really
issue,
destroyed his decisions in the last. Uh, we saw some of the things he turned down. I would much rather have seen those films.
yeah, another issue too with him getting the roles coming back in after this verdict. Unfortunately, also there are way too many cheaper, great value versions of Johnny Depp out there
Yep,
that can be hired
yep,
in his place.
yep.
And that's who they're gonna go with. That's a way that they can avoid having to apologize by hiring him.
Well, fittingly, we just read that about on a much lesser scale, the Nightmare on Elm Street thing we just read with Sheen and him.
Mhm.
That's what they would think. Like, why do I want to hire this
Exactly.
guy for
Yeah.
25 million a film when I can hire Steven Dorff for 6 million or Ethan
Mhm.
Hawke for 8 million?
Yeah,
I'm
and
just
even pre-Amber Heard, he still was known as being somewhat difficult on a set
well,
by
according to that transcript, we didn't
not
even
the
know that.
way yeah, not the way he treated people, but just showing up on time.
Yeah, flakiness.
Yeah.
Just just
So,
just utter just eccentric. Like he knows how people think he's eccentric, so let me live up to it and I'll be late. I'm
mhm.
supposed to be late. He was late for his own AMA by 5 hours. He would be late for his own funeral.
Yeah.
But that just shows you, like, you're setting up this whole, people are buying these paintings and stuff, and you have this whole thing, and then you're late for it. So like his thing is like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know, I'm a luddite. I can't look at my watch. I don't wear a watch. And he's like, so being late. I mean, they canceled production. They lost millions of dollars. Disney did. That's their
Mhm.
problem with them. Above all, the insurance thing you mentioned, which is such a phenomenal point and can't ever be discounted. And then just like he squandered, and the last Pirates radically underperformed.
Mhm.
So not only did it underperform, so now the 800-pound gorilla on the film is costing you money and days of production wasted. That can't he that's gonna hurt his casting, and regardless of how this trial goes. That's all out there now. You don't think these studio heads talk to each other?
Yeah,
You don't
I
think these
know.
agents all talk to each other? They know exactly what they are. Especially, he's been around for a long time.
Mhm. I mean, the downside of, having to be completely honest in this trial, like what you said, people are remembering the more salacious parts of this testimony. He's probably, unfortunately, going to lose out a bit on because of that.
Why doesn't Rochelle Hathaway come up? Why doesn't Tracy Jacobs in the trial come up? Because it paints him in a bad light.
Mhm.
Rochelle Hathaway is a symbol of him cheating on Vanessa and certainly the succubus. Nobody
Mhm.
wants to bring that up. Nobody wants to acknowledge that he has foibles and glitches in his in the way he
Don't even
conducts
want
him.
to admit that he does drugs and he shouldn't be
Right.
doing drugs. So that's a losing. You're never going to convince certain channels, that they should talk about everything. It's their business what they talk about, of course.
I guess.
But you're doing him a misservice by, just building him up to be this god, this untouchable god who never falters in his life.
Right. All right, so here's some comments from the most recent thing. As we'll end with this. This is Hooper, 45. Hey guys, love the nonsense. What a train wreck Depp has become. Sorry to say, though, he's just too far gone now. He really is a slim chance for him to regain any sense of reality. Drugs and wine have done their irreparable damage. Always a pleasure to listen, kids. Well done. Thank you, Hoops.
Thank you. I know it's a
Uh,
depressing subject, and we're in a depressing part of this podcast where we're covering many of his, misdeeds and his faults with his trial.
Was
But yeah,
Trainwreck a Murder on the Orient Express reference? By the way, yeah,
must be.
if you haven't seen him in Murder on the Orient Express, he's really good in that. He plays like a Lucky Luciano, like old school mobster kind of character. He really looks perfect. Again, he always nails that crime genre. I mean, not that it's a crime,
Hmm.
but he's playing a mobster, and he's like a Ty Cobb conversation in it, and he's sly and intimidating and great, and really owns and upstages everybody he's in the scene. But it's interesting that you bring up that movie and tardiness. I told you that story about him being late for the movie, right? He got threatened by Kenneth Branagh, just going like, "This is
Hmm.
not the way we work." He was almost fired from that movie. He was late a bunch of times, and Branagh got together. He's like, "You were setting a precedence for this. Everybody knows how big an actor. You cannot be late. This is not the way we work. I don't care who you are. You're late one more time, you're out." And it cleaned him up. He actually woke up and showed up and hit his marks and did everything the way he was supposed to do, but he had to be told off by Brana. This has been corroborated a few times too.
Hmm.
I don't think he's ever been spoken to like that before.
No,
I'm
it's
not in a long time, if he has at all.
you just hope. I mean, if he's able to secure these roles in the future, you hope he's been humbled a bit
Yeah,
on the set.
you need that definitely.
Yeah, we'll
What is
see.
what was the shirt he was wearing? It says, Stay humble, stay
Yes.
humble, or be humbled."
I hope so.
That's a good shirt to wear in public too. For great conversation piece. Exotic rights. Hey guys, great show. Hey, I was thinking, oh, this is so good. This is you love this. You immediately texted me about this one. You love this, and I
I'll
couldn't
tell you
agree
what we're
more.
going to be doing after you read this comment. I'll tell
Okay.
you what we're going to do.
Hey guys, I was thinking, how about this? How about using a skull ring system as a rating system? For example, if you were to rate like JD's guitar playing, if you think he's really good, you'd give it like 10 skull rings. But if you think it sucks, you'd give it like one skull ring. Just a thought. Take care, guys. Ugh.
In
You write
honor of
back. You want me to read what you write back, or no?
yeah, go
All
ahead.
you wrote is, "Oh my God, that's genius," laughing my ass off, and I believe you really were laughing your ass off.
I was so tickled by that. I hate saying tickled, but that's the only word that came to mind at this hour of the night. I am now going to enact. It's called Exotics Skull Ring Challenge or review system. I haven't decided what it's going to be, but we will be every once in a while we will review something and we will assign skull rings to that.
What about skull rings and scarves?
Yeah, why not?
Can we have both, or just skull? Which is scarves too?
I know we'll figure it out. But it's Exotic's name. She's like the sponsor of this segment of our
Yeah,
podcast. So it will always be known as Exotics, whatever we call
yeah, definitely.
it.
Exotic skull ring rating system.
Yeah.
So Melissa Vanderdepp um, writes here, and this is again, this is a future show. This is an actual show in
Hmm.
itself. Writes to you, both of us, but you I think you responded in this. Think. Hey guys,
Yeah.
JD sold the, how do you say this? Do you see this?
I know I can never say it. His yacht.
Valharayo yacht to J.K. Rowling, indeed.
That's the
But
name I
this,
couldn't think of at the time we were talking about it. I could not remember her name.
but the story of Lara Felice is, in fact, from the Dodgy Sheik's yacht in Ibiza in 2016. So
Okay.
that's so MVDV. I didn't, I find Instagram very confusing sometimes. I especially find it confusing because they don't list, the dates are very small sometimes. It's very hard sometimes to look at what the picture is from. You ever see Instagram, Sarah, when you can't even?
I let you handle the
No,
Instagram.
I mean, you ever look at it though? Like the dates are hard to see sometimes, like where it's not written clearly. Like it's not. You need like bolder print or something, or
Okay.
the feature. So she's saying this is from 16. The diary we read.
Yeah, that's what it
Okay.
sounds like.
All right. Right after this is right after his divorce. Remember that story from Tracy you guys remember that story from the Tracy Jacobs debate? Yeah, the friggin' shady chic and the yacht and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Huh.
Remember this guy was the one that was
Yeah.
advising him and was probably responsible for firing Tracy Jacobs, implanting that into his head.
Are they still in contact? Is Chic
I
and
don't
that?
know. I hope not.
I who know? I mean, and the guy's like a grifter,
Mhm.
but like Jacobs thought he was a con man, and they proved he was a con man, and but he has access to this friggin' yacht. Where she couldn't get a hold of him while he was partying for months, even though he was supposedly broke and he was having some weird business deals with the chic friend. Oh, so the chic's friend is the grifter, right? That's right, and the
Okay,
right,
okay.
and this is the actual chic's boat with his chic friend to make movies. She thought it was a load of crap. And you will read that in Lara's diary as well. It's definitely worth the read. God damn it, I can't wait for this. Is crazy.
Yeah, I want to do that probably within the next week or two at the most.
Should invite her on to help out with this, if she would. We've yet to have a guest. We've yet to have a third mic of any kind or a guest.
Mhm.
And you're right. Oh, that's a full episode easily, and it's coming. Thanks again for that info. I get into this weird space when recording where I can't remember my own name, and finally comes to me and still questioning. Glad you're able to comment. She writes you back. Lara speaks in Russian on Instagram, so I assume she's Russian or pro-Ukraine. Johnny met with the sublime Russian 20-something during this trip as well. That's great too. That's a great connection. Um, that's where she. I always wonder like where does that emanate from?
Mhm.
Um, and so the whole diary has to be dissected with the Sheik, and I was thumbing through it. It was so much. It was almost too good. It was almost too much to wade through. Like this has got to be a show all to itself. That model, and she went back to Siberia uh, because she couldn't handle the heat of being his jump off girl.
Mhm. This is the immediate post Amber Heard girlfriend.
Yeah, and there's a picture of them together too. That's a Sublime Russian from the Paulina Glenn, right?
Mhm.
I'm trying to look her up now. There's a shot of her. She's so young. She's was she even 25 right now?
I don't think
So
so.
when they met, if he met her in 16, she's 20. Is that what I'm to do doing the math here backwards?
She's a Russian go-go dancer, I'm reading.
Yeah, she's so weird. She's almost like she looks like an action figure of a Russian model.
Mhm.
Like a lot of like I don't know if she's had work done, or there's too much makeup or high forehead and stuff. I'm not.
Are you
She's
looking at the
supposed to be.
picture of
I'm
her in
looking
the
at.
black dress?
Yeah, that's just one of the pictures. I
There's
don't
an
find her
yeah,
attractive. I don't know what it is. I don't
there's
like her.
another picture of her walking with Depp.
I'm supposed to think she's really hot, but I don't.
Well, yeah,
I don't
it's
know what it is. Like
taste.
something fake looking about her.
I don't know.
Mannequin. Yeah, she looks like she had like worked on. I don't know what it is. I'm not digging her.
Part of a turn off for me, and I wouldn't find her attractive anyway, but is I look at her and I think she has no idea who he is or what he
Oh, I know. I know.
she's never seen an episode of 21 Jump Street. So she has no right to even go near him.
I know. Paulina, let's talk about private resort.
Yeah,
Let's watch.
exactly.
Let's talk about Lady Blue. Let's talk about the Platoon documentary on Amazon with Charlie Sheen. Let's talk about Arizona Dream. Let's go watch Dead Man together and colorize it.
Mhm.
She looks very, fake. He has this type. Depp has a type. She's 20. By the way, she's 24, in 2019, making her like 2021 when he supposedly met her, which is ridiculously young. That's this age appropriate stuff. He doesn't even. Is there any sense of we have nothing in common? Tom
Mhm.
Hanks, Jackie Gleason, you have nothing in common. Christopher Cross, you have nothing in common. They have nothing in common.
The Tom Hanks and Jackie Gleason reference you just made, I am one of maybe 5 people still alive that know that reference.
Don't they both have massive fan bases that would have seen that movie?
Not listening to us.
I just don't understand what he talks to these broads about. It's a ridiculous age gap.
I
Again,
don't know, are they really talking?
she's my
Or are they
second
grunting?
youngest nephew's age.
They're grunting.
She's literally 4
I
years away
know.
from Lily Rose.
I know.
Oh, it's just I don't understand this guy. It's a weird infantilism, Peter Pan complex he has, and they're all the same. All these broads, they're all kind of like it's got to be a waif. You know, ever notice that it's got to be a waif? It's always a waif, waif, waif,
Mhm.
waif. Kate Moss and Vanessa, everyone's anorexic and waifish, and you
A
can
little
push them over.
spinner,
Yeah.
not to be
But,
vulgar.
nah, well, I don't look at that as vulgar.
It is, but that's okay. We're kind of weird.
Um, but I cannot wait to dive into that. Thank you, MVDV, once again for all your sleuthing and detective cyber sleuthing.
Mhm.
Here's Kyle Sierra Alpha again. Hey guys, amazing episode, guys. Thank you. I had no idea about Depp's Discord interview. Hope both of you are well.
Thank you.
And you're right back. Thank you, Kylo. Yeah, the Discord stuff. It's so scatterlocked. If you ever go on there, you're just gonna get a headache. It's just I don't know what they don't know what they're doing. The people in there don't know what they're asking softball questions. He's cherry picking softball questions and writing them
Mhm.
back, and I don't know. Nobody seems to be on. It seems to be a huge grift. All this NFT stuff seems to be a huge scam. I don't even think he's aware of how much of a scam it is. I
I
feel
don't
like
even
he's going to be
know.
backing away from it soon.
Yeah, does he even understand it? I
I
think he
think
just knows that he's gonna make some money by painting, and this online company or whatever is gonna sell the paintings for him. I don't think
there's
he
a
understands.
there's a bunny man picture making the rounds on Twitter now. The superhero that Jack Depp made up.
Mhm.
So I think he painted that.
Yeah, he did.
That's like the last one. A. Smith writes, so my Wednesday was terrible, but I come home to cook food and eat and go straight to sleep and forgot about today. I freaking see this as soon as I get home and bam, so happy y'all are better than any of the antidepressants. In celebration, I will start to conquer and murder some Franks today. Thank you. Hopefully they're Costco hot dogs. A. Smith, those are the best hot dogs on the planet. Although I know there's some huge restaurant depot dogs out there that I'm probably not acknowledging.
Well, he's talking about a video game. He listens to us while he plays his video game.
And Rock Candy writes, "Hey guys, I wanted to mention that Johnny does not throw. Oh, this is you pointed this one out. You want to take this, or do you want me?
Read it, but yeah, I went
Okay.
back and I listened to it. Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, I just wanted to point out and mention that Johnny doesn't actually throw things during their fights. He specifically calls Amber out on throwing things herself on the audio tapes and says it's a violent maneuver. He wants her to stop. She tries to deflect and change the subject.
I went back because I respond, but before you read my response, I
Oh,
went back.
Yeah, I'll read it after you.
Yeah,
Want me to read it first, or
no, I'll respond first. I went back to listen to because I couldn't remember when I mentioned he threw things. Yeah, I was just talking about the TMZ video when he smashes the glasses after he says now I'm gonna say you don't have to read it, but after he says, "Did something happen to you this morning?" I don't think so, and then he
yeah?
smashes. But he where else is it talked about that he does kind of throw things? I mean, trust me, if she's taking that tone with me and hitting me on the constant, I'm probably gonna throw something too eventually when I've had
Well,
enough.
one of the major, incidents that is brought up still to this day since '94 is the hotel room thing with
Yeah.
Kate Moss, he threw shit all over that room. Who cares? Who cares what he's throwing? I hope he throws stuff. I would too. You ever
Mhm.
see me in a violent rage? I mean, I turn into Randy Johnson in 1993. I throw things. I hope he is. That's a way to get it out. He's not hurting anybody. Let him throw stuff. Who
Mhm.
cares? He bought it anyway.
As long as he's not launching
Do you
it at
really
my
believe?
head.
Exactly. You really believe he's not throwing stuff in the privacy of his own? No matter what rage, sober, drunk, throw stuff. Get it out. I don't give a
Mhm.
shit. He bought it. He can break it.
Yeah.
What's wrong with throwing stuff?
I mean, I do feel bad for the people who actually clean it up, but yeah, I mean, please. He does throw things, but again, he's probably pushed to the limit where he has no other way of, expressing his anger.
I know. I mean, I don't know what else. What other recourse do you have? You get angry, you throw. I think it's a productive way to do it, and hopefully,
His
he
mother
doesn't
threw
tear.
things.
I know he doesn't.
That's where
We have
he
an ashtray coming at me or a
yeah.
shoe.
I hope he doesn't tear a rotator cuff. Throw it submarine style, like Dan Quisenberry or Kent DeColvey. Change it up.
Yeah, throw it
You know.
underhanded, just be gentle.
It's sidearm, overhand, whatever look, throw and do a pitch. We'll do a pitch count on your throw. We'll do a Major League Baseball pitch count. Get
Mhm.
110 pitches in.
Now, if we're gonna compare between the two who throws more, she wins. She's throwing stuff and amputating his finger by
She
throwing
actually
things.
compared him to a baseball pitcher. They later
Oh yeah,
he
yeah,
was
yeah,
with a
yeah.
wind up and everything. That'd be great.
Well,
I
first
hope.
of all,
I want to see it.
if you go into the context of that, just imagine that. Is he really taking the time to wind up like a pitcher, like getting into the pose and then doing the long wind
This
up and then
this this
launching it at her face?
There's a
She
great
is.
picture online. In between shots on City of Lies, he's playing baseball with the kid he's playing his son when he was younger.
Mhm.
And there's a little flashback scene. I wish it was a longer scene. And he's holding like baseball. Uh, he's got a knapsack on. He's got a bat, ball, and glove, and he's walking to a field to play baseball with his son. But they don't. But there's still shots of him playing baseball with this little kid just fooling around in between shots. And in one of the shots is him in a pitcher pose.
Oh
There's
no.
actually a few of them. So I'm gonna make a collage of that for you to place right here to show him doing that. It's not. I mean, like a windup is really just you
Okay.
just kick your leg out. Everybody that throws is gonna do some semblance of a windup. Hopefully he did. I mean, I would hope you're winding up.
Yeah.
Just a healthy, and I will throw a collage together of these in between. Really cool shots of him fooling around with the kid actor in the scene,
Okay.
showing how playful and approachable Depp is, and
All
that's
right.
during the cancel period too. A very controversial set of City of Lies in many many ways. One of my favorite Depp movies of all time too. By the way, my
Mhm.
favorite movie of his in recent times in the last 10 years,
Okay.
and yours too. I found one more that snuck up on me by A. Smith here. He says currently rewatching. This is I think I brought this up on here. It's a very underrated, sly performance by the Depp man. And I made a couple Agent Sands joke about how blind I am in real life, my actual eyesight. So A. Smith writes, currently rewatching Once Upon a Time in Mexico. I forgot Johnny is the villain in this. I hope y'all having a Depp-tastic day. Thank you, A. Smith. He's not a villain in that, though. He is playing kind of an anti-hero, but he's a CIA. He's a kind of a crooked CIA agent, but he is indeed heroic in the movie. His thing is he's almost like if Daredevil were a CIA. He has his eyes gouged out,
Mhm.
and it's the Robert Rodriguez Desperado El Mariachi trilogy. It's the third film, and he steals this effing movie from Antonio Banderas, and Melanie Griffith didn't know what hit her. Like it's not supposed. It's supposed to be his Salma Hayek's in the movie. They're friends, but they don't have one scene together. Depp and Salma Hayek don't have one single solitary scene together. He steals this movie like Winona Ryder at Target in Winona, Minnesota, which is
Oh my
actually the
God.
origin of Target, right? Target started in Minnesota. Forgot about that. It's a
Okay.
weird. Okay.
I'm happy to
um,
hear that.
or how about this reference? How about this crossover? How about this one? Or like Rex Chapman at an Apple store. Do you know a Rex? Do you know the NBA off guard Rex Chapman
I know Rex Chapman,
from
yes.
right? He is from. Guess what town he's from?
Staten, Oregon.
Close, very close. Owensboro, Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Blood Brothers.
So is Florence Henderson, I might add.
Oh, yeah. Put it
Uh,
on the map.
and I always felt like Rex Chapman's face looked a little bit like Depp's. He's got the little gap between his teeth, not in a Vanessa parody kind of way, but more. He actually has a very Deppish face about him, but he is also. This is such a tie-in. He is a famous shoplifter, like Winona Ryder. He got caught on camera stealing from an Apple store.
Oh, so this is fairly recent?
Yeah, he had a huge substance problems and
Oh,
in and
yeah.
out of hell and back a few times. This is probably about 2, 3 years ago.
Wow.
So anybody non-NBA fans, Rex Chapman, go look him up. He's a huge college superstar. He was good in the NBA. He wasn't great. And a white
He
off guard's going to be great in the
he was in the
NBA.
Hornets, wasn't he?
Yes, and in
I
fact, I got
have
another one. I
I had
went
his basketball
to
card.
yes, he is on the original Charlotte Hornets, the very first season. So
Mhm.
he was like the first pick, him and J.R. Reed. But he came out in '89. I went to the first Charlotte Hornets game ever, but it was a preseason game. It was a double header, which is unheard of now, at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks. This is when I talked to. Oh God, it's all about that. The Knicks and Cavaliers, the great Cavalier team of 1980 with Doherty and Price and Hot Rod Williams and Larry Nance. Very nice guys. Oh God, we get autographs. Um, and the Nets, who are in East Rutherford, New Jersey, played the Hornets. The very first game the Hornets ever played. It's a preseason game, and it was a
They get
double header,
killed.
and we went there during one of our. Jesus, I mean, it had to be October, so I don't even know how we even got tickets to this. My friend's father, who worked on the stock exchange, had these weird Nick. This is when the Knicks. Nobody cared. There was no. I don't even remember seeing Spike Lee at the time. This is like the
Mhm.
late '80s. They weren't. There was no posers going. It wasn't a celebrity thing. It was like the real fans were going. And I hate the Knicks. I would go to watch the other team, whoever. I love so many different teams, and the Knicks aren't one of them. It just happened to be the stadium to watch the
Yeah.
vehicle, and it's a double header, and it's an unheard. The Charlotte Hornets' first game, and the Hornets and the Nets, and the Knicks and the Cavaliers. A really great Cavalier team from '89. Um, like I said, Doherty, Nance, Hot Rod Williams, Mark Price. Uh, I actually picked them to win the NBA Finals that year. I remember that '89 team.
You lost a lot of
And
money?
well, they were really good. They were stacked, and just all their bases were covered and deep. And so during you could go. These are the days where you really could move around in the seats and move down and run around. And it was way more fun. It was less, big brothery. The security was lax and nobody cared. And so I'm sitting there and I look over and I see Buck Williams sitting down by himself, relaxing during shoot around. And I go up to him and I go, uh, Buck, how do you play the captain on 21 Jump Street
Sure.
and play? I did. You want me to call my friends? We planned it. So he's like, I'm gonna call him Captain Fuller. Let's see what he does. I go, how do you play the captain on 21 Jump Street and play power forward for the Nets at the same time? And he kind of giggled and he looked at me and he kind of just goes, and then I asked for his autograph and he shooed me away. But he was cool. I mean, he just wasn't. He was typical Buck Williams. He wasn't too animated. But he was very nice. Charles Linwood Williams is his name, by the way. Same last name. He looks like him. He really does. I mean, am I crazy? Even he had the beard at the
No,
time, and
they could be twins easily.
I couldn't stop. Every time I watched 21 Jump Street, I couldn't stop thinking about Buck Williams and Stephen Williams and how much they resembled each other. And I couldn't stop. And it was my dream was to. And by the way, he goes to the Blazers the very next year.
Of
This
course he
is his
does.
last year on the Nets. This is his last.
Hmm. He
And
came
Rex
home to the
Chapman
promised land.
was on the bench, and we sat in the. I think it was the 8th row, directly across from the announcers and the team. So the on television, the camera is always pointing the angle where it gets the benches and the media table.
Hmm.
They're never going to show you the other side. If you go to an NBA game, you have to sit behind the benches, even if it's all the way up. You'll never get on TV because they'll never show the other side. It's got
Hmm.
the camera's always hitting the bench side, table side.
Hmm.
And we had a Rex Chapman chant going. He wasn't the Dick Harder refused to put him in the game, and we got a Rex Chapman chant going in our section. And he put his hands up. He's like, I don't know, I'm not getting in. He acknowledged us. He like looked across the
Hmm.
table. He goes, I don't know, I'm not getting in. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you. He's not playing me. He's playing Del Curry,
Hmm.
Steph Curry's dad.
Yay.
Um,
Thanks.
yay,
Thanks, Dell.
yay.
Thanks for inflicting that ball hog on us all. I'm just kidding.
um, So, so back to Once Upon a Time in Mexico. So, if anybody hasn't seen this, and I think a lot of Depp fans haven't, it's really not brought up a lot in his filmography. He's really a co-star of the movie. It's not a cameo appearance. He has a huge role in the movie. He's actually on the cover, and they show him as the blind gunman, and his eyes are taken out, and he has sunglasses, and he's so phenomenal. And he plays it in a very, very tough thing where it's a combination of comedy and serious, and he has a lot. He's very sarcastic. I think he based Agent Sands on a sleazy agent he knew when he first got probably Tracy Jacobs' friend or something that, and he had this constantly in smarmy mode. He's always everything out of his mouth is sarcastic, and you can't trust anything he says, and he's always up to something. There's always something up his sleeve. But he is brilliant in this movie. It came out in 2003. I was in a theater. It was probably like a fourth full, and the people were walking out. First, gave him a little applause at the end of the movie, and talked about how brilliant Depp was walking out. I was eavesdropping on the gaggle of people in front of me, and they were talking about how brilliant Depp was and how he stole the movie.
Hmm.
And I sat there all proud. Um, and at that time, they created this phrase. I don't know if you heard this, called Depp charging a movie. Now it's kind of what when I was talking about Murder on the Orient Express. That's an example of a depth charge of a movie. What that means is there was a period where they were airdropping him into movies if it needed some kind of eccentric personality touch, and he would come in and they would, if it was 15 minutes, he would steal the movie. Chalk a lot. He does this. He does this in before night falls, and he's like jumping into these movies for 15 minutes at a time. Sometimes it would be a full thing. In Once Upon a Time in Mexico, the story goes he was not supposed to be in the movie that long, and he was so impressive. He was so upstaging. He was so magnetic and so interesting. They expanded his role to a starring role. He was that strong,
Hmm.
that interesting, that creative in how he did this. So it's such an underrated. This we're talking to A. Smith here, but he's not a villain. He's a hero, and I've seen that movie at least I'd say 8 times. Oh, I haven't. It's been a
Oh,
while. I really
wow.
would like to watch it again. It's been a while. But I saw it in the theater probably 3 or 4 times, and I watched it. And I had the DVD, and it's such an underrated, sly performance. Huge, sprawling cast in this film. Eva Mendes, Salma Hayek, Antonio Banderas, Enrique Iglesias is in it. All I need is rhythm divine,
Mm-hmm.
music, and he plays guitar in it.
Mm.
Ruben Blades, Cheech Marin. Depp's almost like the only American in the movie. He's almost like the full, like just white American.
Well, I have not watched
White.
it once. You have watched it multiple times to make up for my not watching it once, but he does look very nice in it, so it's on my list of movies to watch. And I did
The
remove Dark
blind
Shadows from
CIA
that
agent.
list. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so what are we gonna watch?
Well, I also realized, and I don't know. Again, it could be Pablo Papano. I'm trying to remember who it was. Could be Tanuna. Could be Kylo Eris, Sierra Alpha. It could be A. Smith. It could be this is J.I. Young. It could be a collective thing. I was asked about. I think it was Papano, but I'm not. cor- Correct me if I'm wrong. Could be David, the violinist, asking me about Depp as fight scenes and is he capable of violence? And I don't picture him doing extensive fight scene, or is he a tough guy in real life? I don't. So I immediately, and I should have on the spot thought of this, and this is perhaps could be used against him in the Fairfax trial. So anybody who is a Depp head, and in my case, like you've absorbed, you have inhaled every interview the guy's ever done, from Jump Street on, like all through whatever he did from the 80s, print, otherwise, video, interviews, straight up news programs, James Lipton, Oprah, Larry King, whatever, anything you could find him being in, Howard, um, and and reading all the print interviews. I've read them all. And there's a lot of Depp cliche tropes, not cliche, but repeated tropes where and I think it's the PR people make him repeat the same stories over and over because it's easy. It's very rote. You ask him, "Oh, how was your inspiration for Edward Scissorhands?" And, "Oh, Captain Jack Sparrow is Pepe Le Pew and Keith Richards." The same fucking questions over and
Mm-hmm.
over again. And one of the questions is about his mom and advice from his mom, and he goes into how his mom advocated violence if anybody trifled with him.
Mm-hmm.
So I went, and the one that's available mostly, and I've heard it a million times, is from inside the actor's studio. What they do, fan questions from the audience, from the new school students, and some broad asks him what best advice he ever got or something, and then he quotes his mother.
So, and just a quick editor note, we're just playing the audio and we're going to put some still photos over the
And this
audio.
this all ties into, can he be violent?
Mm-hmm.
How does he, in fighting situations, not necessarily the way he's portrayed in the movie, but I did send you Donnie Brasco, the director's cut, and you're gonna tell me what you thought of him in violent scenes
Are we doing that
after this.
today or in
Yeah,
the
no,
Donnie
just quickly.
Brasco
No,
episode?
well, we're gonna get to that too, but I just want quickly what you thought of him and that. It's again, we're gonna do that separately, and we'll get into that after this. But so play the clip inside the actor studio of Depp
Okay.
talking about advice
All
he
right.
got from Betty Sue.
One of the greatest pieces of advice I've ever gotten in my life was from my mom. When I was a little kid, there was a kid who was bugging me, in school. And she said, "Okay, I'm going to tell you what to do." She said, "The kid's bugging you. He puts his hands on you. You pick up the nearest rock or whatever you can get your hands on, and you lay him out." Hey, Mom! And I did. And I felt better.
No.
So I don't know if you buy that story.
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you buy the advice, or do you buy that actually happened in real?
I buy the advice. I don't buy that he did that.
Well, how many elementary schools? I guess in Owensboro or Miramar elementary schools, we have um, cinder blocks and brick.
Mm-hmm.
The other story, he used brick a lot. He says, "Pick up the nearest brick." Is another version of it. So I get he's going to school where it's prison. There's bricks and cinder blocks, and you're making socks out of soda cans, and so we're led to believe in elementary school he took a brick or a cinder block or a huge rock and clock the kid with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm also wondering why people are applauding that, first of all, but
This is any like you got to see it. This is the biggest ass kissing
yeah,
fest you've obsequious. This is James Lipton for Christ's sake.
I
There's a
know.
moment in this. I mean, this thing is more half baked than a Papa John's in Owensboro, Kentucky. He at one point, and I told you how this was very edited and it should be double what it is. And there's, I remember reading stuff that below was talked about the edited out of the finished, and it should be a huge director's edition that's double the length. It's just too short, and I know that it's better than it is, and it's good, but it's not what it could be. Um, Lipton at one point goes, this actually made it into the Bravo version. He went, you know how he is with, he goes, Johnny, tell me how a guy from Kentucky and Florida has such a dead-on New York, New Jersey accent in Donnie Brasco. Just like that. And the place explodes and
Mm-hmm.
and so with that said, you watched Brasco a few days ago, did you not? That I sent you.
Yeah, I did.
And what did you think of him in the violent scene? Just quickly.
There aren't really a lot of violent scenes. I
Well,
mean,
the
he
strip club scene
well,
and
it's not. I mean, for the type of movie it is, you'd think there would be more violent scenes with
yeah, I have
him,
a couple people told me that once ago. It should be more
but
violent.
I don't know. I mean, he did fine. I enjoy the movie anyway. I mean, the violent scenes really didn't stand out. They were fairly average, like in a strip club.
You know what you did, pal.
Yeah. Mm, I'm not.
I have a black belt. That's Serpico. That's the actor Serpico with the
Mm-hmm.
blonde hair and the strip club. You
Yeah.
know what you did, pal. It's a fugazi left. You looked at it for 2 seconds. And he goes, you sold your wife's wedding ring to go bet on the Giants? That's from the director's cut. That's an added scene to the
Mm-hmm.
that's extended from the so we're gonna I want to announce that um we are now very very soon, I guess within the next month, we're going to do do you realize, you want to feel old? It is 25 years now since Donnie Brasco came out.
Mm-hmm.
But
You're
Donnie
correct.
Brasco is 25 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to do something for the 25th anniversary. We're going to do a Brasco spectacular. I don't know how we're going to.
I
I
have
mean, we
no
could
idea. I'm
technically
not.
watch the movie and then put a slideshow over it
Ugh.
or all sorts of moments. I'm going to try to collect stuff that he interview Joe Pistone's done.
We don't have
Um,
to watch it. We can also just talk about it. I don't know. We'll figure it out on our own. We'll figure it out and we'll
if
present it
you
how the
huff
best
and
way we
roll your
can.
eyes one more time,
I'm not huffing and
I'm going
rolling
to do
my
a
eyes
Joe
at
Pistone
you.
on Maggie
I'm
Pistone.
huffing and rolling my eyes at what we cannot do on this
I
platform
know.
that causes an extra 6 hours of editing and
Did
still
you
photograph placement for me.
Did you ever think about, is there a way to superimpose the succubus's face, Scamber's face, onto Anne Heche after he slaps her? When she hid the money on him in the garage. So to answer your question about him and violence, he, I mean, if that's the advice he's getting, right? I mean, that he needs to trumpet that in every interview. He's not adverse to reacting, and so yeah, I mean that's his inherent um advice since he was a kid, apparently, of don't take shit from anybody. And so it is in there, and there's stories of, brawling with hotel, we've gone over it in Vancouver and stuff, so it is in there. And when you see him in scenes of violence and hand-to-hand combat, quick fighting scenes in movies, he has a grace to him that he knows how to handle himself. That's my read on the situation. The optics. I
Hmm.
think I know my own.
I think
So
you know what you're talking about.
so we're gonna go on. So this ties in too. So he actually mentions his mom. He shouts his mom out. This is the People's Choice Awards, and Sarah and I were talking in the beginning of this about is he canceled from Hollywood, and what happens at the fly in the ointment in the Oscars and the Academy Awards if he wins this award, and the fan voting on Twitter and stuff, and oh my God, this canceled person from WB and Disney is gonna ABC own Disney owns ABC, and he's gonna have to appear, and they can't have that, and it's such a uh, there's just no way they're gonna let that happen. Him appear on a Disney produced show when he's canceled from Disney, and he's in these awards, and the fans are flooding the voting and stuff, and they think Spider-Man's going to butt. So this is another example of this, and it just hit me, you know, as well. He's not canceled here, but all the per se, but all the allegations and the world is coming down on him. The Amber Heard stuff had come out with TMZ. He's really found guilty in the eyes of the general public, and it's not a good time for him.
Mhm.
Movies are bombing. His mother just dies. You'll see this at the end, and the fans come through and vote him as movie icon for the CBS People's Choice Awards, and he's filming, and you could tell by the garb here, he's filming City of Lies in LA as this thing's going down. So he's taking I think he came right off the set and came here to accept the award. Jada Pinkett Smith presents the award to him. My cousin was at this show. He was actually backstage with his feet just kind of milling around, and Depp and his people came charging past him to go to the stage, and
Did they
he
high
walked.
five?
No, well, it was kind of cool. He said he was like the most accessible, least pretentious looking superstar he's ever seen
Mhm.
in that. And he's not around it all the time, but he's like a major movie star when you pass it. And he said he kind of froze, like he was like he couldn't believe. He'd seen a few famous people in his life, but this was like another level of like he couldn't react, like he couldn't. He just froze. This is surreal. This is really past him, and they're marching towards the stage. And he said Depp gave him this really friendly kind of eye contact and nod, like a very firm, like that bro nod where you're going. If he wanted to high five him, he easily would have high fived him.
Mhm.
If he went to do that, he could have stopped him and spoke to him. I'm sure he would have stopped. And he said he could not have been more just like, full eye contact, saying hi to everybody, shaking people's hands. And it was like,
Well,
no.
he was at this stage. The humbling had
Yeah.
begun,
Yep.
and good for him. That's a good story.
And he's just like, he
I would have hit the
froze
floor.
and he couldn't think of anything and he just goes, and he's a big fan. And he looked at him and he just gave him this huge head nod and major eye contact. You know what I mean? It was a
Mhm.
lot for that. I know it sounds subtle, but you know what I mean. It's like locking eyes, and he made sure that he could have said anything to him and he would have stopped and gave him the time of day, I'm sure.
Well, us peasants, that's something that we would remember forever. So
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
very nice.
And so my cousin told me this before he hit the stage.
Mhm.
So I got a text from him describing, and he's like, I don't know, he had blonde hair and a mustache and stuff, and I'm like, what the hell is that for? And I knew they called it Labyrinth at the time, and I knew he was filming that, and then I realized that is what the Russell Poole look they were going for, and then
Well,
it,
speaking of that, the Russell Poole, because we saw the behind the music in the last episode
yeah,
that I put that clip in. He doesn't look anything like Russell Poole.
a little bit. It's not much. He looks
Well,
more like Commissioner Gordon. He
what's
doesn't
the
sound
blonde
much like him.
mustache?
He has a very, very slight cheesy mustache. Russell Poole has a very small cheesy mustache, very, very subtle, um, and it it resembles him, but it's not a dead ringer for him. Like he really, and
Mhm.
you heard him talk. He's way more animated and
Yeah.
boisterous and loud and kind of angrier and stuff. And Depp plays
Mhm.
him very subtle.
Mhm. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, so this is so apparently I thought Jada Pinkett Smith was on 21 Jump Street once, but they were not in the same. This is a Deppless episode. This is when he's
Ugh.
filming like Scissorhands or something. When he would Depp in season 4 would like disappear, for like 4 and 5 episodes, and anything to get out of that with this $45,000 an episode.
She's usually on my list of reasons to change the channel.
And she's pretty smitten with him here.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they swung after this.
Oh God.
A newly single. Aren't they known swingers, the Smiths? The Jada Pinkett's?
She has admitted that she has, I believe, slept with other men while married. So
I hate
I don't
men.
know if that's Will Smith partakes in that also. Who knows?
Alfonso Ribeiro.
Oh God. All right.
To be a nominee for Favorite Movie Icon, the
Yes.
star must burn so bright you enchant fans all
Sarah,
over
can you pause
the
for a minute?
world.
Yeah, just a second.
So,
I just want you to keep in mind here, he's very contrite and humbled and in a bad state of mind. He's very just like super happy to be there. And this is like making him, I think he's almost going to cry during this. And remember the state he's in. His mother just died. He's got these allegations, and it's all anybody's talking about. This TMZ video is running wild, and he's out here to accept this award to see
the
what
edited TMZ video is out there.
Yes, exactly.
the people chose
Ugh, I can't stand her.
She likes
the one and only and one of my personal favorites, Johnny Depp.
He's sitting next to Sacha Baron Cohen. See that?
14th People's Choice Award.
What song is that, Sarah? Is that a?
I don't know.
I thought it was a Manson song.
I think they're trying to do Beautiful People.
Yes,
Stupid.
it sounds like.
How you doing? Good evening.
Look at the skull ring. Look at the skull rings. He's playing Russell Poole, and he had to put the skull rings on as soon as.
Aren't you more distracted by the safety pins in his ears?
I know. He's just getting off the set, and he can't go 10 minutes without putting the accessories back on.
You know what, though? The hair looks good.
Yeah, it looks good. It's always better short. It's not
And he's
even.
tanned.
Yep.
He looks good. I just
But
I
you
need to take
remember
those
City
things
of
out of the
Lies, right?
ears. Yes.
That's his look. That's Russell Poole.
You guys notice that? Listen, that's fantastic. Those are great noises.
He's usually in a hurry to get off stage. Not this time.
I came here for one reason tonight and one reason only. I love you too, kid. Thanks. I came here for
Condescending as
for
that.
you, the people, who through whatever good times or bad, you know, have stood by me, trusted me, and you've thank you. And you very, very graciously invited me here once again tonight. So I appreciate that very much. You have no idea how much I appreciate it.
Yeah. I think he's gonna cry.
I think
Love you
so.
too.
He's choked up,
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to break the tension here. He's kind of goofing around, and but he was choked up there. I have not seen that before from him in a public setting.
It's quick. Anyway, thanks, man.
They're laying it on thick because of the allegations too. They're going overboard. They're going, knowing we got your back. People hated her then.
I think the band is underneath me and they're going to shoot me or something. Listen, I was very deeply affected by the kindness of your recognition and by your well wishes to my family and to myself, which is why it's especially meaningful to me to be here in front of you to say thank you and to tell you that I truly feel that need to thank you. Because in all honesty, we all know that none of us, especially me, wouldn't be standing up here if it weren't for you tonight. So thank you, and give him hell, Betty Sue.
See that?
And
His
get her
mother
off my screen.
just died
Yeah.
like
Well, it's
days
bad
before that.
timing for everything. All
Yep.
of this hit at one time. She knew what she was doing when she did it, when she timed it.
She's not even like then. Like I don't even. There was never a time where like public opinion was. You were kind of like, okay, what's going on here? But she just people were just going, I don't buy this, and there was like the feminazis that were on her side,
Mhm.
briefly at that time, and they kind of still are. They're not that vocal, and people were just going, I hope you just there's gotta be a loophole in this. This can't be true. This can't be true. And
Mhm.
he felt canceled at that time. He really did.
Yeah,
He
he was
felt,
on the verge of it at least.
and his movies had underperformed for a bunch of years. I remember by probably at the safe year would say 2014. There were started to be the movie journalists who were not casual observers, but they were finally catching on that he was in a rut artistically. He's picking bad films, and they were all bombing, and they're just like finally they had this like epiphany, like what is wrong with Johnny Depp now? Man, he hasn't,
Mhm.
these movies are, what is he doing? And you can't blame the succubus in this. That's his choices. Those are his art. It wasn't like she was affecting. We read the Jacobs transcript. It was cash grabs and whatever was convenient and whatever he could hire his friends on, and what's the most money for the least amount of screen time, and that was a lot of those decisions. And they'd start to pile up, and the movie journalists were also piling on, writing bad stuff on him for the first time in his life. They put him in
Mhm.
movie jail, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. Well, he had a good 5 years of just nothing but crap decisions, one after another, whether it be movie roles or personal decisions in the mate he chose. So,
Almost a
it's
decade going on.
yeah. Mhm.
No, we announced the Donnie Brasco 25th anniversary show, and we also are soliciting unpopular opinions
Mhm.
on the Depp career and his life. What do
Yep.
you feel is an avant-garde opinion that's not mainstream that
Yeah,
will
we keep putting that off because other things keep popping up to that need to be made into a more immediate episode. So, but we're getting to that. That's coming up very soon.
I just want to Radio Gunk forums. I want to thank Monique for the plugs, as it were, here and there, and listen to that show, the Radio Gunk podcast, Radio Gunk forums, which this is we're kind of sister shows, I guess. Would you say?
Yeah.
Um, Simpatico,
Mhm.
synergistic.
We have a lot of people
Uh,
from Radio Gunk who are learning about Johnny Depp now through
yes, that's
us.
always fun. It's fun. It's fun to watch these revelations and epiphanies of his life, and especially these transcripts. Which
Mhm.
some of the, I mean, but yeah, this is the last thing I have for you. How the transcripts we just read. What
Mhm.
what hits you the most? I mean, this is for you. This is kind of the first time you really saw it in black and white. What is going through your mind reading the stuff? Are you apoplectic? Are you what what are you thinking? What are your thoughts on some, just very quickly, about the what struck you the most as jarring?
No, what it is, I was also spoiled too because to be honest, you read most of it over the phone to me before we did this. So,
But seeing it, was it more jarring to
eh,
see it written out?
no, I knew it was coming, but I mean, you never want to see your heroes read about the bad decisions they've made.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and in this situation, he's certainly the lesser of the two evils involved in this case. So you tend to build him up a little bit more than what you should,
Yeah.
and then it comes crashing down once you're hearing, the cross examination and the stuff that they're able to draw from him. So, I mean, there's more to come. So it's not going to get any easier before we're done with this transcript. But it's important that it gets talked about because it's going to be part of the next case coming up too. That's going to be televised.
I just if she has some smoking guns we haven't heard, do you
I
think
don't know.
like what
Remember, she
you
doesn't have to
forget
have.
the UK trial
Yeah,
is not her trial. Everybody forget
I know.
like it's she's going against the sun. She's just the key star
She
witness
doesn't.
for that.
She doesn't have to have a smoking gun. She can make it up,
Right.
and she's
Exactly
going to
right.
do that.
And like we said, what works to her advantage is simply because the word abuse is ambiguous.
Hmm.
You can call abuse to anything. You, you if you deem it abuse, who is to tell you that it's not abuse because
Hmm.
you feel so that's
You know.
another the definition of that. But again, we have a jury, and I don't know who in the hell at this point in 2022 doesn't like him better than her.
I know.
Deep down, no matter how unbiased you claim to be when you're screened out, you know these people know what's going on.
Hmm. And more people are stumbling upon these pro Depp videos that are covering YouTube. And there's new people being converted over to his side that are learning the truth every day. So that I am happy about. But anything else before we wrap this way too long
No,
episode up?
let's cut this out. This is I know you're getting a supersized version. We always wanted to go. This is going to be it'll be really tough to match this running time down the road, but who knows with
Yeah,
us.
it'll
Thank you,
take
Sarah.
48.
Phenomenal job. I appreciate all you that you do. Your editing skills are just become unrivaled week after week to get a little more um, pristine. Okay, that's all I got.
All right.
I'm
We are
sure I'm forgetting stuff.
probably, if not at, we are probably over 5 hours on this episode. So I need to, before I pull my hair out with my editing of our flubs, possibly. I don't know. I got to go through it. But yeah. Anyway, let's end it. I want to go to bed. I'm very tired.
Sarah, great job. Thank you for orchestrating. Thanks for all the editing and hard work. I know you're never going to get the credit you deserve for all the tortured filmmaker editing you do, burning the midnight oil.
That's all right. You inspire me to be a better person and
So,
be patient during this process.
use a cornball. Use a cornball.
Whatever, Hawkman. Okay. All right. Thank you,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Goodbye.